So I think in this panel we will be addressing a little bit of both perspectives, but we will be concentrating more on the issue of students with disabilities, challenges that students with disabilities have to engage in education and good practices on to tackle these issues. So as we would like today to stick to the time, let's try to see if we can manage to have all the presentations and have some time for questions. We will start by having a presentation by Mr. Ricardo Garcia that is going to set the scene and the context of the panel that we are going to have. Ricardo, if you would like to take the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, all. Thank you, Inma. I want to thank you, the ITU, for having me today here, helping set the stage of this in the context of this session. I'm gonna just use. I'm not sure if I can bring up my presentation. It's really brief, with just laying out a few ideas of the kind of discussion I would like to bring to the table. A few ideas of the kind of challenges that students with different disabilities are facing in education, and the kind of challenges that education institutions are also facing in providing accessible content, accessible settings for students with different kinds of disabilities. I'm not sure whether the brief presentation is available or not, but anyway, some of the ideas I would like to bring up. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Some of the ideas, very briefly, and going into what we want to discuss today. I would like the members of the panel to see if we could bring up different solutions or examples of what's being done out there on ways to make a whole educational environment, educational setting more accessible. The kind of challenges that a student with a certain disability may face may have to do with how accessible is the online information available before actually before actually joining an education institution, whether it's a school, whether it's higher education, a university. All the information that may be available for them in terms of the services that may be available for him or for her at that institution. There's sometimes we find that there's a long waiting list, to get assessed. The accommodation process, I mean, all the adaptations that I may need as a student with a disability, not only assistive technologies, but a whole strategy. Sometimes it's not provided as fast as I would like it to have, for example, or it's insufficient, or sometimes it's not provided at all, as we've seen in many cases. Right? Sometimes, I mean, the whole confidentiality of the circumstances of the student are not kept, are not respected. Next slide, please. And we can move on to this next slide. Well, we have this. Sorry about that. And also getting into the detail, in this case, when providing all these adaptations for a student, we can see that the materials, the academic materials that need to be produced to fit the needs of specific students are not always available, or it's really challenging they're really challenging to produce in terms of generating accessible, digitally accessible materials. Sorry about that. The e-learning platforms are not always accessible. The e-learning content is not always accessible. The people that bring in or produce the e-learning content, whether it's HTML, whether it's digital documents, whether it's videos, whether it's audio, not always know how to do that, how to build those materials in accessible format or add accessibility features to them. Faculty is not always aware of what are the needs of different kinds of students with different disabilities, and they don't know how to create all these formats, accessible formats or alternative formats. Meaning, when I say alternative, I mean alternative to print, for example, right? This is one of the main issues that most of the panelists here are very familiar with. Converting printed materials, saying textbooks, for example, into different types or different flavors of, of digital accessible formats that may better fit the needs of a specific student, whether it's a blind student or whether it's a student with dyslexia, ADHD, and so forth. How is that whole process mainstreamed? How is that whole process automated from the moment the student gets assessed at the support unit at the university to the moment when the student gets delivered that material in the right format for him, and also paired or together with the best, the right assistive technology, the best fit of assistive technology for studying that material. How do we mainstream all that whole sequence, all that whole process? What are the costs involved? What's the training that the people involved in this whole process is going to need? And so all of those are some of the challenges that I saw in the US while I was working at Georgia Tech, involved in a program that I was actually working on doing this kind of thing. And it's definitely something that I would like to bring to the table for discussion. So we could learn what is currently being done in Europe, how do the current European accessibility legislation impact what we're talking about here, and finally, what are the best practices that are being implemented out there in different universities? I'm familiar with some of them. For example, the Masaryk University in the Brno, Czech Republic. They're doing a great job there. This is pretty much what I wanted to introduce, all these ideas. And I'm going to give the stage back to Imma, please. So thank you so much. Any questions? I'll be glad to respond later. Thank you.
Thanks for setting the scene, putting so many questions about accommodation of students and the challenges to participate in education in university. So I'm sure that some of those questions are going to be answered by our next speaker, David Zanoletti. He works in Fundación ONCE in Spain, and he's chief of the Accessible Technology Department, and he's going to tell us about the work that Fundación ONCE is doing in order to address education in universities by students with disabilities. Please feel free to take the floor.
Good morning. This is okay. Perfect. I usually speak about technical project, technical solution, about obviously accessible ICT, but today I'm going to speak about 3 projects that Fundación ONCE is developing in this currently about education. The first of the project I selected is a project that we are developing with CRUE, it's Conference of Rectors of Spanish Universities, the group of rectors all of the universities in Spain. And we are developing a series of guides, the tools, to incorporate the design for all criteria in the curricular training in different degrees. I'm here an example of this is a book, the guide that we are developing. For example, this is for pharmacy. This project started in 2000 and 2010. And today we are developing 20 guides, 20 tools. This is a reference with the bidimensional code. And it's possible to find all of this material in the digital library in ONCE Foundation. The next project is a evolution of this knowledge to European universities, and we are developing inside the Erasmus Plus program with European universities like Bologna University or University College of London and Spanish University too, obviously. And it isn't the same because the degrees and the curricular training is different, but this group of projects is centered in higher education. The material is in bilingual way, in English and in Spanish, and it's completely free. Everybody can get the information and use. But I would like to center my intervention in the third project because this project is a MOOC platform. The content and the material is addressed not only for university students, but is addressed to professionals and to citizens in general, and it's completely free. The access to the content, the material we are developing, the courses we are developing are in a group center in ICT, and accessible in ICT, to get a basic concept, a basic level, and a second level, not so basic, it's intermediate level. And it's not to be a professional or an expert in accessibility. It's to be to acquire knowledge if you have to lead a procurement process in a business, or you need to hire services with this concept, or et cetera, et cetera. And this is the idea is the methodology MOOC is very simple, try to give information, give training. For example, in our case, it's 4 weeks, and every week you have to dedicate 3 hours average. There is a different test to check the knowledge, and this is the concept. We are developing this project with the funding. It's co-funding with Royal Board on Disability in Spain, it's a public institution from Spain, and the strategic provider is UNED. UNED is National Distance Education University. It's one of the biggest universities in Spain, public universities, and Fundación ONCE and UNED have a lot of experience in accessibility, in digital accessibility, and it is the key because we guarantee the platform is EDX, and the contents that we are developing together are completely accessible. I've chosen a group of screenshots. This is the list. I prefer to pass the list of courses to get idea about what is the topic of the courses. First of the courses is about digital document, accessible digital document is the title. The second is accessibility in the public procurement of ICT. This is very important course because it's about European norm 301549. Is a key of a lot of questions around accessibility in ICT. Other course is the human-computer interaction, design for all, and assistive technology. This is a very basic course about ICT technologies, not only electronic digital documents and accessibility. It's about a lot of concepts. The fourth course is mobile phone accessible for all. That this project, this content comes from a very high portal we are developing about accessibility in mobile technology, because mobile technology today is in the center of a lot of projects, and it's in the center is a lot of a solution. And we think it's essential that that kind of technology today offer a lot of accessibility opportunities, and it's necessary to know how it works and how well it is in different Android or iOS, because it's both accessible option. And the other two courses are accessible housing and accessibility in customer services. You can see that the last both courses are not only centered in ICT technology, it's centered in different aspects, in architecture, for example, and not only architecture, because it's how to design, how to distribute the things in a house to be accessible, and different solutions. More than 100 solutions we are incorporating that course in a real house. And the last is the treatment to the people with disability can go to get a service. In different, for example, in public administration is very common. This is a screenshot of different of our courses. In the courses work expert of Fundación ONCE. The quality of the content is very high quality. I selected the image, the first of our screenshot. The screenshot is a real house that in a parallel project, Fundación ONCE developed it to move this house for different cities in Spain. And we recorded a virtual reality video, and you can walk in the house today and see like you are inside the house and see the different solutions we are collecting in this formation. But exists other videos and other content related to the accessibility in housing. To finish, I would like to say that now our challenge is to translate this content to different European language, because now we have around 8,000 registered students, but in general as Spanish students, obviously, Spanish speakers students for Latin America and from Spain. Is late, you want to give me some question? I will press it to respond you. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, and thanks for the offer of having the course available. And it's important to share this type of experiences in order to advance. So without more delay, I'm passing the floor to Svatoslav Ondra. He's an assistive technology specialist in the support center for students in the University of Masaryk. He's going to tell us about his experience in accommodating students. So please go ahead.
Thank you for giving the floor. First of all, thank you organizers to inviting me to this panel. And I would like to ask to show up my presentation.
Can we have the presentation, please? It's coming. Maybe you can start with an introduction and the presentation. I'm
title
sure
of my intervention I called Paradox of Digital Documents, which refers to our outcomes or findings based on the practice of our unit after 20 years of our activities. But before I get into it, let me introduce our activities, where I come from and what we do. I'm coming from Masaryk University in Brno, Czech Republic, where 20 years ago we established a support center, support unit for students with special needs. And during this practice, we let's say conclude and find out all the perspectives of making the document accessible, among others. But now I would like really asked for slides.
Okay, I'm sure they will come. I hope. They don't work?
Okay, so I will try without them. Our unit was, as I said, was established 20 years ago, and our scope of services we provide to students is quite large. First of all, we provide the support in practice, in daily practice, for all students with special needs, which are of various diverse kind: visual impairment, the hearing impairment, students with motor and mobility difficulties, and the students with other and hidden disabilities. The services we provide, we can divide to several parts. First of all, it is the counseling and students with their passing of studies, being in contact with their teachers, and to adjust the daily breaks in their studies, in their classes. Together with that, of course, it means that we are providing the technical services, meaning providing the assistive technology on the spot. We are running the teaching and study rooms in our premises, and we are providing also, in some reasonable cases, the individual tuitions. Besides all of these technical services, we are providing, and this is the most important in our context today, the service of making documents accessible. It means that we cannot rely only on the fact that all the learning materials will be accessible on their own. Even, of course, the situation gets better in last decades, but it is not always the case, and it cannot be, in our opinion. Because the content of the scientific documents is very complex, is sometimes multimodal. Sometimes it is sometimes it is provided in the e-learning systems. Sometimes it is made by teachers on their own, few hours before the lecture, before the class, and it is not realistic to presume that all these materials will be accessible. Also, please remark me that the documents, the learning materials is also available in very diverse interfaces of scientific databases, for example. Sometimes it is tricky due to the technical copyright protection to get the materials available in, let's say, accessible and usable form. And for all these reasons, we are day to day providing the service of, let's say, dispatching the documents needed by particular students in their classes and in their lectures. And we following their syllabi, we are following the recommended resources by teachers, and of course we following the demands come from students themselves. And our team of the publishing and library section of our unit is day to day converting and adapting the documents to the accessible format. And as I mentioned before, all the difficulties, all the complexity of the documents which our students met during the daily practice, let me remark as a food of thought, or let's say impulses for discussion, that in last decade, most of the resources, studying or learning materials, got from the printed and physical documents to digital ones. It is okay. We have a lot of regulations, standards for accessibility of digital documents, but our praxis shows that for all the reasons I mentioned before, their real accessibility and usability in practice is not getting better so much as expected years ago. And that's why I think that it still needs for bringing the accessible documents in the praxis of universities and education in general, service provision which makes this situation better. So this is just my brief remarks, and I'm looking forward to discussion. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'm really sorry that the slides could not be on stage. Maybe we can get an explanation of what's the problem and, with the slides, and also whether the slides for the next speaker will be ready before we start, because it's very difficult otherwise for you to make the presentation. Anyway, if the slides, if the issue of the slides is sorted, then maybe we could see if there were any additional message that you would like to deliver. I'm really sorry. So in the meantime, we pass the floor to the next speaker, Cristina Mussolini. In fact, the end of the presentation of Sviatoslav was really very good, linking with the next presentation of Cristina, because she is the Secretary General from a foundation called LIA, which is specialized on Italian accessible books. So she's going to tell us how to make books accessible and what are the challenges, and it's really something that links very well with the challenges presented before. Are the slides ready?
And the speaker, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here. Just some information on who is the LIA Foundation. I think it's a quite unique hybrid organization, because it was funded by the Italian Publisher Association, that is an association representing all the publishers in Italy, and the Italian Blind Union. So we started since the beginning to work together and to share the knowledge that the both organizations have. Recently, we also included in the foundation the most important Italian association for dyslexic people and the Library of Monza, that is the organization that is a specialist organization with which we have a relation as association since 2001, and is the organization that, working on the file of the publisher, produced a specialist version for the blind and visually impaired student in Italy. So the idea is to gather all the possible knowledge in the same place. What we do, the goal of the foundation is every digital book that is published start from a born accessible publication. So the idea is possibly not create any remediation after. This is quite a goal. It's not real now, but I think that working together we will do a lot of progress in that. We promote reading. We also do a lot of training and consultancy, either for publisher or organization publishes content, but also for visually impaired user, on the use of assistive technology and the use of mainstream technology for reading. These are our members. All the most important publishers in Italy are part of the organization, but we also have some small, medium ones. We are members of all the most important organizations working in accessibility. We are members of W3C, EDIR Lab, and DAISY Consortium. Because we do everything based on standard. We don't invent nothing. We only adapt and implement what the standards say in the field of accessible publication. We also work with other organizations. We have done a lot of work with the Italian Bank Umbrella Organization because the need of publication is not only for books, but is also for every kind of publication that is published. Because the workflow and the tool used are the same, there is no difference if you are an institution or a publisher. We have a catalog. The catalog is created by the content provided by the publisher. We have now 24,000 titles that were produced in accessible format since the first publication. We do training for the publisher, then we verify and certify that content as accessible, and every month we add around 400 titles to the catalog. We take in consideration all the different kind of reading. We work with visually impaired people and blind, and we test everything we have done with them. The main idea was, and the concept started because I was member of IDPF board when we decided to merge DAISY format and EPUB. And so the idea was, if there is a unique format for publisher and specialist organization, why we don't start thinking that publisher can include accessibility within their production process? So the idea is that now with the traditional production, you have to produce 3 different formats with 3 different workflow that it's costly, time consuming, and complex. While if you start working with standard like EPUB, you can produce one file that can be used in different ways, with bright display, with a larger character, and also with text synthesizer. That doesn't mean that the need for printed braille or printed a larger character will disappear, but we think that if we work in an integrated way, also the production of this content will be much easier. The main issue is we started thinking on how to implement a fully accessible publishing ecosystem. And I think this is what really the Accessibility Act requires for the publishing industry, that every actor do his part. We try to describe which could be the role and the requirement for each actor of the value chain. In the Accessibility Act are involved publisher, but also retailer, books in print catalog, and digital bookstore and reading solution. And I think that there are standards for each each element of the chain, and I think what will be really very important is to try to use the standards that are already in place in the value chain, that are available for each of these different elements. One thing that is very important, and it was read, I don't remember from whom yesterday, is it's also important to provide the information of the availability of accessible content to the end user. So one of the most important issue is in the publishing industry, the metadata issue, because if you have metadata describing the accessibility feature of the content, then the end user can know if the title is accessible or not, or can understand if the title is fully accessible or not. So the idea is there are 2 different elements. One is born accessible publication, and the other is mainstream the distribution of this content. I think that it could be the same project or could be different step, but I think the final goal should be this one. We have defined a full workflow where all the steps are set to create a fully accessible publication. There are some tools that are already available that has been produced by DAISY and like ACE and EPUB Check, and I think these are very important because this will help people to understand and to see if the
evaluate that data together with the families, and then we finalize the recommendations. Obviously, customization and a lot of ongoing training will be provided during the implementation. Now, Maya Jus will continue to tell us exactly our now.
Okay. How do we turn it this way? Okay. Okay, Sharon's just been talking about how we actually provide our service. At this point in time, we are relocated to Agencia Support, and we're very excited about this because up to now we've been working in education, and to a certain degree that was constraining what we wanted to do. We needed to be in a place where we had more of an ethos around disability so that we could start thinking about the person's life that goes beyond education. We are the National Assistive Technology Unit. We have a lot of expertise in supporting autism. For many other AT units similar to ours abroad, we would see that they focus a lot on physical disabilities, but we have had a lot of referrals for autism here in Malta. And because of it, we've had to become a lot more knowledgeable and expert in the area. We also have current research on how to support the implementation of AAC systems for children who have a diagnosis of autism. We have been published at international level, and we are known for our work. We have a lot of success stories because we've had children who have gone on to third level education, and we're quite proud of that because it's not that easy to get them there sometimes. And I will talk about some of the challenges that we face in a few minutes. We are collaborating on research projects with other people, for example, with the University of Malta. We are highly involved in training and empowering of other professionals in how to implement assistive technology, but I also feel this is one of our challenges. So what do we see for our next steps? What is our vision? I suppose for us it's incorporating some of our challenges. The first one being that something that was discussed yesterday, which is the under-resourced languages, and this specifically relates to the language of Maltese. I think we are very lucky here in Malta that we are considered to be bilingual, so we are pushing, I suppose, the English language for our systems because we have no choice. At this point in time, we don't have what we need to provide AAC systems in Maltese language. We make use of apps and systems that allow us to record in Maltese, but we are very realistic about what kind of language we can provide to children and adults if we are using recordings, because Maltese is a complex language. We feel that we want to be much more involved in literacy. We now have a population of kids moving on from using systems who need to know more about how to read and write. This is something that maybe was not addressed in the past years, and to a certain extent it's because of the inclusive education system where they might need more specialist teaching, and that doesn't happen naturally. We need to disseminate more information to professionals because we find problems in terms of actually implementing these systems in the classrooms, especially in mainstream. We need equipment to come a lot more easier to our kids. Sometimes they're waiting 2 to 4 years after we've completed our assessment, and that's to do with procurement and funding. And the final thing is we really feel that we need to become policy influencers, and I think we're in a better position to do that now that we're with Agencia Support. Thank you so much for listening to us.
So, we've heard quite a diverse number of presentations, accommodation at universities, developing of books, providing assistive technology for education, and now the floor is yours. I think we have, at least we started 15 minutes late, so at least we would be able to put a couple of questions. Who would like to ask a question? We have already one. Please go ahead.
Morning, everybody. My name's Stephen McCall. I'm here representing an NGO, which is the International Council for the Education of the Visually Impaired. It's ICVI, and it's an organisation that supports teachers of the visually impaired in Europe and teacher trainers as well. My own background is as a teacher of the visually impaired and as a teacher trainer. We've talked a lot in the conference about providing access to learning. And obviously, it's very important that children and young people have access to the appropriate technology and to the learning materials that they need in the right format. But I think that's only half the story. We also need to think about learning to access. How do we equip children and young people with the skills in order to become increasingly independent learners as they progress through their schooling, so that they learn to be flexible in their responses to the problems they're facing, and they develop the skills that they need over the years as they go through school in an organised and incremental way. So my question to you, I suppose, is about how these skills are best delivered and how they can be integrated into the curriculum.
Thank you. Can we have another question while the speakers are reflecting? Yes, please go ahead.
I'm going to speak on in terms of our direct experience, and the matter varies depending on the severity of the disability, on the requirements of the student. In our experience, the vast majority of students will quickly catch up with technology and learn how to use it. The main issues we face are either the school, or rather than the school, more often, the teachers, the educators, not accepting the technology, perceiving it as an extra task or burden on top of what they already have to deliver, and they remain themselves unfamiliar with how to use it, sometimes even the parents. And we, especially if it's augmentative communication aids, that sort of thing, we keep insisting that it should not just be used at school, but it should be used on the go, at home, and everywhere. Once it's accepted by the role models, by the educators, by the family, the students actually teach the parents how to use the devices sometimes. So the situation varies. If the severity of the impairment, intellectual disability or something, is more severe, obviously different issues come into play. Thanks.
Thank you. Would you like to address the issue of learning skills to learn for students? Yes, please go ahead.
I think, can I have the microphone up?
Maybe raise your hand. We need a microphone here.
Microphone, please. First of all, I think, is it on, please?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
on.
thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for both remarks and questions, you gentlemen. I think especially the skills and increasing the skills of students themselves, how to use the technology and how to effectively use and read and work with the documents, and not only that, is very important. For example, in our practice, we deal surprisingly with the fact that the experiences and skills of students coming newly to university is not getting better. And even though the availability of AT is perfect, it's no problem, they don't have the skills enough. I confirm. And that's why our university integrates the courses and teaching using the AT into the regular curricula of the students with special needs. Sometimes it is an alternative teaching or alternative course of the mainstream class focused on IT. And the second part, as very good remarked by the second questioning gentleman, was how to bring the technology and using it into the class, how to motivate and how to explain teachers that it must be involved and how. And I think that this is the long-term process, and especially it is not only up to student to explain to teacher why he needs it and for and how to use it, but it is for specialists who must be on site, who must follow the curricula of student and be in contact with teacher to bring them together, to explain, to support both sides. And this is long-term process, and that's why, for example, our unit at our university exists.
Thank you. We can take one or two more questions. There is one at the back of the room. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mia Ahlgren. I come from the Swedish Disability Rights Federation. In the UNCRPD Article 24, there is a general comment where it talks a lot about inclusion, integration, segregation, and exclusion. And it also mentioned the concept of universal design for learning. I didn't hear you mentioning that. Do you have, where you have different ways to motivate learning, to stimulate learning, and to express learning? Do you have worked with that in any of you in the panel?
Another question while the speakers are thinking, and then we finish the round. No more questions? Okay, so maybe la pregunta es cómo introducir el universal design. Who would like to, in the teaching? Maybe you would like to start?
Hello. From our, like we as we do a lot of coaching on site, and we found that this is much the most important thing. We've done training, kind of training that they will attend and we'll show them how to use certain things. But I think the most way to motivate people and learning is to coaching, and then they will do it together with you and will help them accordingly. Also, I think in terms of motivation for learning is like being part of their individual education plan and planning goals that goes around activities that are meaningful and functional to that client. I always worked around identifying what is meaningful to the person. So, for example, if I'm working with someone who is an emergent writer, I would work with him in order to write something about what he wants to write. Not a topic I choose, but a topic they would like to write on, in order to motivate them, and they will enjoy writing as well.
Thank you, Sharon. Maybe David would like to add something?
Yes, because in the first project I presented, the guides and the tools that we are releasing not only analyze the content, analyze how to do to be accessible format, accessible content. We analyze the process in the class, in the whole process, and the resources, the tools that teachers and students use in the process of training. And it's a holistic process, and the guides give recommendation to the university government and to the teacher to use in the classes. Not only we speak about the format or accessible format, we analyze the process in education. But in this case, it's only in higher university, higher education. But it's possible to move this knowledge to other level of the education.
Thank you, David. Just before closing, giving the possibility to Cristina or Ricardo to say to add any comments.
No, I think just a comment. I think it's really important to have a holistic overview of the education, and especially how the content produced by the publisher are used. Because, for example, now we are working in the field of image description, but we working with the blind organization and with the special organization, we started understanding that in some cases, for example, the long image description would not be needed, because, for example, for some kind of maps or some kind of scientific content, there are other tools that are more fruitful than having a very long description in the digital file. So I think it's important, and it's really important to have a shared knowledge. So having all the people on the table and try to understand which is the best solution, because there are many different flavor of the same thing. So in the standard is written that all image need to have an alternative description, but which alternative description is needed? I don't think that publisher only will be able to answer the question. So.
Thank you. Ricardo, you would like to add
Yeah, I would
something, and then May.
I would like to add something to to what you just mentioned. What we did at Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta for images, for the image description, was because publishers sent us. We had an agreement with the American Association of Publishers to be able to do what you were doing under a let's say a legal framework, right? So let's say the equivalent to the Marrakesh Treaty that the U.S. hasn't signed for the U.S. to be able to distribute converted books throughout universities in the U.S. So, for example, in the case of images, we got hundreds and hundreds of images from publishers. They were asking us to describe them, to add descriptions. So depending on the image, it could be not very complex or really, really complex, right? And you need to convey the same information that the sighted person may get from the image, in an alternative format, because later on the teacher is gonna ask about that, in an assessment, in an exam, whatever, right? So what we did was we hired student workers from the Georgia Institute of Technology that were experts in what they were studying, engineering of this, engineering that, economics, whatever. They had really good writing skills, and they really knew they were subject matter experts for those specific subject matters, what the image was about, right? And that was a really good and cost-effective solution, right? The other question I wanted to raise is we're talking about one model here that you guys have, and you're probably serving a whole lot of universities in Italy. You guys are doing this for your university. I'm not sure whether for other universities in the country, probably, yes. But this is not the case in most countries, right? We have that different universities, and even more so in the States, are doing they have their own production unit, so they are, we have a multiplication of costs. This is very, very costly. This is a really costly operation, running something like this. So is there a way to scale? Is there a way to scale this kind of operation so that one unit that receives funding from different sources in one university that specializes in doing this, for example, or some other institution, organization, can actually do this and scale this production to a large number of universities in that same country, or maybe even cross-border as well. Of course, considering use of the same language or materials in the same language that can be shared, and also under the umbrella of the Marrakesh Treaty in the case of Europe or other Latin American countries.
Yeah. Well,
Spanish.
This is a very interesting question. Of course, ideally, those costs will be significantly reduced when books are born accessible, and that is the purpose. Of course, we will always need some assistive types of books, but let's have a balance and make sure that we go into the mainstream path to have more and more accessible books. A final word from May, and then we will be closing the panel.
I think what I want to say is that we've spoken a lot about literacy university level, but from the perspective of our team, we would be saying that we need to think a lot more about early intervention and getting the assistive technology in as early as we can. And then when it is in place, going back to the comment that was made earlier, how is it going to be used in schools, and how does it become entrenched in the student's life? Because sometimes that's our biggest issue. And I think this goes back to something that Renzo Andrich said yesterday when he was talking about the rehabilitative process. It is a process. It's not just about giving one piece of equipment, but that the students' needs will change, and that then you have the team that's there ready to be able to make new recommendations as the child is growing and moving on. And I think that's when we eventually get to the point where all these other books start to get used. So that's just from our context.
Okay, so lifelong learning, it's clear, and early intervention, equality of opportunities, and having the material available that is needed for education in accessible formats. So, rich session with a lot of different perspectives in this process. And I would like to thank the panel, the experts, and in a round of applause. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ima and speakers. Svatoslav, please accept our apologies for the technical issue. I just want to make sure that this presentation will be made available online, so it can be downloaded online. So I would invite the next moderator. She's already here, my colleague Roxana, for the next session on the web accessibility, and would invite the speakers to approach the podium. Thank you. We are starting in 2 minutes.
We're going to need a presentation for sure.
No worries.
Pues adelante de mí. Ahora mirándola así.
Sí, sí, that's
here because most of us, we didn't have the same chance that they had. So in 1989, the world's largest physical laboratory, which is CERN, is based in Geneva, Switzerland, has a hive of ideas and information stored on multiple incompatible computers. And a physician, Mr. Tim Berners-Lee, envisioned an unifying structure for linking information across different computers and wrote a proposal in March 1989 called Information Management. A proposal. This vision of the universal connectivity converted in what we have today, the World Wide Web. So, yes, indeed. So we celebrated this year 2 big dates. One is the World Wide Web, and the second one is the World Wide Web Consortium, what we call W3C, because Mr. Tim Berners-Lee founded 5 years later this consortium to ensure, and since I'm very attached to be accurate, I will read, a web conceived to be accessible for all, whatever the hardware, software, infrastructure network, native language, culture, geographical situation, or physical or mental ability. A web which is good for all. And if I would really love to retain at least one piece of information from our session, please retain this one. The web was conceived to be for all. With this in mind, I hope we'll also have the chance perhaps to have my presentation, which I carefully prepared for you to have some background for this session. Otherwise, I will continue. And I will tell you that it took 16 years for the internet to reach the first billion users, okay? But it only took 6 more years to reach the 2nd billion of users. And currently, internet is growing at a rate of 1 billion new users every 2.7 years. So in this year, 2019, there is anybody who know how many billion we have as users? 4.5. Yes, impressive, huh? And another piece of nice information. Do you know the world internet user, how much time they spend on average on web? The youngster, come on. Per day. And we also have to eat. I don't want to do the math, but it's really impressive. So 1/3 of our life, it's on the web. With this in mind, it seems that the presentation is not, so I will try to continue entertaining this session and tell you that with all these trends, what's happened? Government, private sector, everybody should adapt. And because every single piece of information is through the web, you know? You want to apply for a job, you will not find it in the newspapers like years ago. You have to go in the web. You want to apply for a rendezvous to your doctor, so you have to do it online. So considering all these trends, everybody has to provide their digital information products and services into an accessible format. Because if it's not into an accessible format, means you address only for a part of the population, you do not address to all your population. And this is not correct for the government because they have to serve us all. And this is not worse for private sector either because that means they do not reach all their potential users and consumers. And consumers and user means profit for the company. But the results of the assessment of the digital accessibility of the 28 European member states, Parliament websites, and the overarching European Parliament websites against the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines done last year by Siteimprove and EDF shows that 90% of websites, more precisely 89.66% of websites, provide a poor accessibility experience. And only 3.45% of websites provide an average accessibility experience. And less than 7% of websites provide a good accessibility experience. Can you imagine? And this is in Europe, where we do have a legislation. And in Europe, where since last year, we were actually called to consider the accessibility of the websites. So, the framework in EU for the public sector bodies' websites is regulated by the Web Accessibility Directive, which is the EU 2016-210. And this mandates the public sector bodies and said that since September 19, as I mentioned, the new websites published after these dates must be accessible. Okay? And from September next year, so in 1 year, in less than 1 year, because we are already in December, all websites must be accessible. And from June 21, also all mobile apps must be accessible. And for the private business, which is also regulated by European Accessibility Act, once the member states will transpose this directive into their national laws, and this will happen in 2022, all new ICT products and services launched after June 25 must be accessible, and hopefully by 2030, all ICT products and services must be accessible. With this in mind, and apologizing for taking so much time, I was hoping that the presentation will be there, so technology is very good when it works. So that's why I also have a paper and I also have a tablet to ensure that everything will be in place. I will invite my speaker. We have the chance to have speaker with us that, oh, thank you so much. Thank you. This is a very good news. So, can I still have the presentation? I will just show them in order to, so everything will be available online, hopefully, and can we hope, or if not, I'm going with the speakers' presentations. Yeah? Okay, so with this in mind, okay, this is what I was telling you about, the website and the consortium, the 30 years and 25 years, followed by the current trends that I invite you to take a look in more detail. As I've told you, we have over 4 billion users this year, and we spend a third of our life. And this is the Web Accessibility Directive with some easy way to follow it, with 2 specific dates that I will ask you to keep in mind. This year in September, next year in September for the new websites and all websites accessible, and for the private business except micro enterprises, some also deadlines important, and with this in mind, let's try to go to our speakers. So I would like to introduce Ms. Gudrun Stark. She's Deputy Head of Unit for Accessibility, Multilingualism, and Safer Internet in EU Commission. And I would like to ask her, what role do you see for the Web Accessibility Directive in advancing the implementation of accessibility in Europe? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello again for those ones who were here yesterday and already had to listen to me once, and hello to the ones who are here only today, to whom I have not yet seen before. So I'm happy to talk a bit about the role of the Web Accessibility Directive for advancing the implementation of web accessibility across Europe, a bit how I see it. To me, this is it's a legislative basis. It's an enabling framework to help the implementation of web accessibility on the ground. It sets some targets, it gives rules, but the actual groundwork still has to be done. I mean, Roxana already showed a bit the timeline that you will see in a different format again, but mine will only relate to the Web Accessibility Directive, not amalgamated with the European Accessibility Act. So a bit of less value, but still applicable for my case. So quickly to remind, there's a dual objective in this in the directive. It has a digital inclusion dimension by making the public sector websites and mobile apps accessible for persons with disabilities, but it also has an internal market dimension, so a market harmonization dimension by establishing common accessibility requirements should bring down some market barriers. So already I think maybe from proposal stage or before proposal stage to the adoption, it had some role in advance in web accessibility, because when the proposal was first submitted by the Commission, it only related to 10 sets of government services and only to websites. And then in the discussions with a special push from the European Parliament, the scope was expanded quite extensively to websites and mobile apps of all public sector bodies, with some exceptions and even an encouragement to extend it to private sector. So already there, the directive had some role to play, and the discussions around it, not the directive itself, of course. So now we have an adopted directive, the transposition date has passed, the practical implementation has tentatively or very cautiously started with new websites, and we have a number of elements that all in their own way have an enabling conditions for web accessibility to take off or to spread further in practice and on the ground. On the one hand, we have the rules for the public sector websites and mobile apps that have to be accessible across the EU, with these few exceptions and a derogation for disproportionate burden. But we also have the market dimension with the common accessibility requirements that I've fixed in the harmonized European standard that provides a presumption of conformity. So in principle, market barriers are brought down. This should trigger a reduction in cost of accessibility solutions across the EU. And then also it gives clearer ideas or a clear set of rules to developers in implementing web accessibility, because they know if they respect the standard, this means they comply with the directive. So easier rules and harmonization across the EU. Also an element that advances the implementation. Then there are, of course, a number of benefits for users beyond the accessible websites. There will be accessibility statements on the websites and the apps that give information about the accessible content on the website and the content that is not accessible. Users will have a feedback mechanism, and they can also have a possibility to ask for excluded content types on demand. So if it's not accessible from the start under the directive, they have the right to ask for it and get it in whichever way is possible. Accompanying that, there are a number of supporting measures that can also be helpful, because the public sector bodies and member states have to train staff of public sector bodies how to actually make websites and content accessible. There has to be capacity building awareness raising of the benefits of web accessibility, and stakeholders have to be involved. So again, an enabling framework that supports further advancement of web accessibility. And then, of course, there is the monitoring and enforcement mechanism, which is a sort of a hook or a control mechanism that will ensure over time that the thing will actually happen. Because it's not just a set of rules without control, but the monitoring and reporting by member states should help the web accessibility take off on the ground. So in terms of the scope of the directive, what are the organizations and the content types it refers to? I'm mentioning that because afterwards I will talk a bit about what some member states have done in transposition, which can also be a good practice example. So it refers to public sector bodies in principle, but it excludes public service broadcasters because they are covered by a sector-specific instrument, the AVMSD. It includes NGOs that provide services which are essential to the public or services meant for persons with disabilities. And there is an opt-out for schools, kindergartens, and nurseries, but not their essential online administrative functions. So it must be possible to enroll a child through an accessible transaction on the website. And then in terms of the content types, there are a number of exclusions. One that refers to a legacy, sort of old office files, pre-recorded video material, archive, intranet and extranets are excluded. And then there are also exclusions that refer to feasibility or control. So maps and mapping services are excluded. Third-party content that the public sector body may not have control over is excluded. And also reproductions of items in heritage collections. And fully excluded is live time-based media, and then I mentioned it before, there's a disproportionate burden derogation, which has to be justified and proportionate, however. So knowing that, I think I can maybe skip a bit the timeline because Roxana presented it twice. The only difference is that I have my deadline of September this year in red, so it really strikes your fancy. But the real big deadline will come next year in September when really all public sector websites have to be accessible. Enough of the timeline. So I'll start with, I'll invert 2 slides. I hope you can follow me. I hope I can follow myself. So in transposition, I was going to say there are some member states which have gone beyond the basic requirements of the directive, which they were free to do. So here are some of the examples that go beyond. They are not all huge extensions in the scope, but in any case, they go beyond what the directive basically requires. So some member states do not use the opt-out for schools. And then some extend the application to all intranet and extranet websites. Some actually require sign language for administrative services. And then also some member states create an obligation for the procurement of accessible websites and apps. So the directive requires websites and apps to be accessible, but it doesn't oblige member states to set obligations for actually procuring accessible from the start. So that's the difference in this case. Some ask for publication of yearly evaluation reports, whereas the reporting cycle to the Commission is normally 3 years, so that's more frequent. And others oblige public sector bodies to self-assess and publish the results, which should also, help that public sector bodies strive to do well. And there are some countries, or one in particular, that extends the obligations to some private sector entities, like France, for instance. It's all public sector bodies plus private sector for companies that go beyond a certain turnover. So that are also good practices that show that web accessibility is taking off in practice. And then through the implementation of the directive, at least in theory, what we are hoping for is that this monitoring, feedback and reporting mechanism will lead to improved accessibility and in a sort of sense fuel a virtuous cycle of improvements and further and wider application of web accessibility. So the first accessibility, it opens up the digital services to a broader audience. Then member states will have to start monitoring already in January next year. And the monitoring results should help public sector bodies address deficiencies and also maybe countries to learn from each other because they can exchange views. Then member states will have to report to the EC in December 2021. And all of that will provide insights for solving common accessibility issues that will again be helpful. And also this monitoring framework should offer opportunities for industry to develop new tools and services. So this is a bit the theoretical outlook, and we really hope it will actually work like that in practice. And that will then lead into the review of the directive, which is already provided for in the directive itself. The date is June 2022 to assess the actual effect of the directive and also to assess market developments and technological advances that may have happened in the meantime, making accessibility easier. It's a quote from the directive. And then based on the results of that, could look at the content exclusions, at the monitoring methodology, or anything else in the directive that may have become obsolete to update it and review it in that way. In the meantime, the Commission is supporting a number of projects that should help in the implementation of the directive. They address tools for accessibility assessments or for accessibility evaluation, monitoring and reporting, support for training, awareness raising and capacity building, and also projects that should come up with authoring tools that would allow authors to publish accessible content by default, so that the tool is set up in a way that you cannot but publish accessible content. And this is a project that the Parliament has given us money for, and we have received some more money from the Parliament to build on this We for Authors project, and we're in the process of preparing grant agreements with a number of projects that I hope to be able to tell you about the next time we meet. Then we also have an expert group that we work with to support the implementation of the directive, which is the Web Accessibility Directive Expert Group, and a number of very honorable members of the group are among the audience. Special hello to them, thanks for coming and working with us on the implementation. And that should also come up with good practices and help member states work with each other to solve problems. Yesterday I already mentioned the 2 calls which are open. Yes, and there is a slide with a number of links that may be useful for you, notably the list of national transposition measures. And I think I've gone over time and I apologize. But thank you for listening anyhow.
Thank you very much, Ms. Godron. And after this very exhaustive presentation and detail, let's try to see how this is in concrete transport in practice. And we have here with us today Mr. Seychel Joseph and his colleague Stanley DiBono. Mr. Joseph is Technology and IT Manager in Malta Communication Authority. So how is web accessibility being implemented and enforced in the Malta public sector? And if you can share with us some concrete examples.
Yeah, so
Thank
good
you
morning.
so much.
My name is Joseph Seychel and I come from the Malta Communications Authority. The MCA was designated as the national authority to implement the Web Accessibility Directive in Malta. And in the next few slides, I'd like to share with you some, basically the plan that we're adopting to go through this process of implementation and enforcement, some lessons that we've learned to date, and also a few case studies that we've implemented to render websites and apps more accessible here. So, I guess we've already discussed a bit on the directive itself, but in a nutshell, we're seeing it as providing member states a guideline, a baseline really, to which public sector entities should adhere when it comes to them designing websites and apps and related to accessibility. So again, we're looking at this as the common baseline for all public sector entities to move forward to. I was doing some research actually on the directive itself and found this memo. This was released in 2006. So it's like 13 years ago. And the Commission was already looking at implementing this kind of legislation. And the plan at that point was to render public sector websites accessible by 2010. I guess one could say better late than never, and I'm sure it's the case here. So when it comes to web accessibility, first of all, it's based on W3C guidelines that are split across 3 levels. But I guess before we go through the conformance levels themselves, I think it's very important to keep in mind, even when we're discussing this with parties who are involved. Web accessibility tends or has the potential to widen the audience of websites and apps for everyone, really. So besides people who have disabilities, it makes the web a better place for everyone. And I guess if we hammer a bit more on this point, it make our mission of accessibility that bit more easier. So moving on to the conformance levels, as we can see, we're moving from level A to AA to AAA, and there's more impact as we move across these levels. As it seems like all member states really are targeting AA at this point, and that's also what we're looking at here in Malta. Yep. So the MCA has been designated to handle all 3 facets of the directive, so that includes monitoring, reporting, and the actual enforcement. We're teaming up with FITA in this case. FITA recognizes the national experts on IT accessibility. And as per the directive, we'll be carrying out actually simplified and in-depth assessments. We're aiming to carry out simplified assessments in an automated manner as much as possible. But we're also finding that automated tools normally need to be interpreted or even corrected in a manual manner. So that's something we've learned early on. In-depth assessments will be mostly carried out by technical personnel who have a disability. We find that when you involve people who have a disability in this process, the end results tends to be much better than one where you're sort of going through a production line of assessing websites. And this is basically a process diagram of how we plan to implement the directive itself. So we start with an assessment, either in depth or simplified according to the sample. We report the findings to the particular entity, and we upload also the findings and reports to the government CIO portal. We then assign a status code to the findings. We're still deciding whether this is going to be sort of a traffic light system or an overall score. And then the MCA will issue feedback with what needs to be fixed, if any, to reach the level of conformity we're looking at. Then we confirm whether the steps that were put forward were carried out. And essentially, the bottom part of the flow is really related to the enforcement bit, whereby we either confirm the assessment or we issue a warning. The directive and the transposition allows us also to impose fines on entities which repeatedly fail to observe their compliance. As I mentioned earlier, we're working on this with FITA, and we're also including the CRPD. The CRPD are the primary advocates for accessibility in Malta. We're also involving them in handling consumer complaints, because we are aware that disabled people would normally be more in contact with someone like the CRPD than the authority. And we're also involving them in our sampling. So again, we're aware that someone like the CRPD is in a better position to see who is best served by having accessible websites and apps. A few more challenges that we've seen to date. Lack of awareness is still very much our primary concern. We adopted a model whereby we engaged with the government CIOs of each ministry, but we're still finding people, owners, even technical developers, and even the public who are not aware of the directive itself. We're hoping to mitigate this as we go along by going through an awareness-raising program. Websites, in general, tend to become accessible in a relatively short period of time, but that's not the same case for their content. Videos, for instance. It's very difficult, especially for someone like Maltese language that we discussed yesterday, to render captions for them. This brings me to PDFs as well. Of course, PDF is not a perfect format when it comes to accessibility. there's still a lot of PDFs that are scanned as images, and this, of course, creates problems. Captioning, as we've already mentioned numerous times already, the output of automated tools is not typically consistent, so you get different tools coming up with different results on the same web page. And that also trickles down to the interpretation of assessments, both from an automated tool point of view, but also from a technical person point of view. There seems to be some disagreement on what a typical page is reaching. I'll go quickly through a few case studies that we've been working on here in Malta. So one of them is MalTAPS. MalTAPS basically is you could consider it to be a gateway app to all mobile services in Malta. It was developed as a hybrid app. It was based on standard web technologies. Malta apps and a few other apps really were designed by MITA. MITA is the Malta IT agency, and is the agency that is responsible for providing IT consulting and support to government. So before and after view of the app, what's important to notice here is that there's no revolutionary changes needed to render the app more accessible than it was. So for instance, we moved the tab from the top to the bottom of the screen, which makes it much easier for people to reach with their thumb. The tab color was changed as well, creating a better contrast. And we also reduced the size of the tabs. Again, this made it much better for users to use. This screen relates to when you tap on an app that you would like to use. In this case, this is the 112 app. Again, the title bar, all that unused space was removed. The description toggle was removed, so the description now is rendered by default. And we also moved to a black font. Again, nothing revolutionary, easy, and it really makes it easier to use for everyone, really. So MITA, when they were working on these apps, they focused on a number of areas. For instance, making sure that screen readers can navigate the app natively, better color contrast. They use standard native iOS and Android components, and as much as possible, you would look at the user's journey and try to reduce the number of clicks or taps to simplify as much as possible, again, the experience. Quickly, this is the FITA website. Again, focuses on a simplified interface, navigation focus, so a user is aware where they stand on the screen at all times, and an accessible menu system. This is the MCA website. Again, we're looking at a simplified interface. At this point, we are also introducing always-on video captions here. But as discussed already, we're having the time it's taking us to go through the Maltese videos is taking more time than we were hoping for. Again, an accessible menu system and better contrast. This is the My Health portal. Basically, My Health is a portal used by doctors, namely GPs, and also patients to see their upcoming appointments, their allocation for medication, and so forth. So in this case, color contrast was adjusted and the large button activation. Yep. The search function was also revised, so it's a multi-function search now. You don't have to go through different screens to search for functionality. It's all consolidated in the same page. We've already mentioned Mr. Berners-Lee. Basically, he's the guy who invented the web, because the internet existed before the web, but it was mostly consumed by technical folks. Perhaps some people here remember the Gopher protocol, for example, which is the protocol of choice for internet consumption. But basically, Mr. Berners-Lee is stating here that whilst it is universal, it needs to be accessible to everyone. I guess the idea behind the directive was related to this. And I also think that regulatory authorities like us should be aiming for this idea, that everyone can actually access the web. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Malta Communication Authority. Quite impressive advancement in this implementation. And with this in mind, let's try to see, we learned that the worldwide consortium celebrated 25 years this year. We have the pleasure to have today with us Shadi Abuzara. He is a specialist in accessibility strategy and technology. And I would like to ask you, Shadi, if you can share a little bit with us what in concrete W3C are doing to support this implementation in the European context.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Roxana. First of all, can I ask for a round of applause for Roxana, please? I mean, she did an amazing job.
Thank you.
Stressful situation when the technology fails, and she still managed to really do that very well. I thought that was really well done. So, thank you for this. And I think Roxana has also presented so much from my presentation, so I hope I will keep the time. So what we're really looking at oh, these are older slides. Okay. No problem. If Roxana could get away with the technology issues, I'll get away with the older slides. So basically what I want to present to you is, what are we talking about when we talk about web accessibility, right? Of course, we get stuck a little bit into making the websites and the PDFs and the content and so on accessible. But let's take a little bit step back and look at the bigger picture of making the web accessible. It's been stressed so often how important that is. We need to think end to end. So the production of content, born accessible, I really support the emphasis that the Commission is doing on authoring tools. I think this is really a key area. Unfortunately, there's a lot of focus on the web content accessibility guidelines, which is really important, but we also need to focus on the tools, the tooling to support the production of accessible content. Because most content that is created, maybe another statistic for the future, is, the large majority of the content is produced by non-technical people. They're just using some content management system, some editor, something to create content. They're a teacher, they're a lecturer, they're an employee, a journalist, or whatever. And they don't need to be an expert. Just like when you're driving your car, you don't need to be a mechanic to drive a car, right? But you need to have the tools to support you. And this is, I think, a very important area that we focus on. On the other hand, the consumption, and this is one of the areas where we also spend a lot of effort on W3C, is making sure the browsers, the media players, the assistive technologies support these. Imagine you go at lengths to develop all these captions in Maltese where you have very little support and so on, and then you have the media player doesn't support the captioning or doesn't support accessibility. Then all the work that you've done, all the hard work, and developers spend a lot of time working around bugs and issues in such implementation. So that's really important in the ecosystem. And lastly, what I want to mention also is technology is continually evolving. So we spend a lot of time making sure that there's accessibility support in the underlying technologies. We're now talking about immersive technologies. Yesterday there was a session on artificial intelligence. This is coming. There's wearables, all these converging technologies. Before the web was in 1989, nicely inside the browser. Now it's converging with TV, with radio, with, all these things are kind of converging together with home appliances. So it makes it really difficult, and we need to keep up with that. My slides have disappeared completely, but I'll just continue to introduce some of the specific work that we're doing. Gudrun mentioned, they're back. I want to mention the Way Tools project funded by the European Commission, research funding. And this addresses exactly an area that you talked about. Very importantly, we're aware that there are differences not only in tools, but also in methodologies, slight different interpretations, which create the confusion and inconsistencies. And this is a very, very key area to ensure that there is a stronger market, more solid area, also reliability for authorities that are creating the work. So the Way Tools project focuses specifically on that, on developing rules, documenting exactly how do we test XYZ, how do we test that exactly, and documenting that. And I think this is really important for many other applications. Right now, it's very technical work, like a bottom layer. It's a bottom-up approach, but I think it will help many things in the future. Not only the accessibility, the testing tools, but later on, maybe also building higher-level methodologies and comparability processes between the reports of the different member states. Okay, clicker not working. Help. Can you move the slide forward, please? I'm not able to do that from here. Can you? I don't know. Just if you, move the slide forward manually, one, please. To the Way Guide project, which now, so far we've been looking a lot of the technical work, and this technology and standardization is really important. That's what we do at W3C. But equally important, I think this was also raised by other speakers, is the awareness raising, is the training, is the capacity building. And this is incredibly important. Most developers are not evil people. They're just unaware, and they do horrible mistakes, and they also don't know where to start very often. And they go search in the search engine for web content accessibility guidelines, and then they go to this technical standard, and then they're shocked. There's this famous, deer in the headlights, when you're driving and there's a deer and it's like totally startled. And so we try to provide a lot of materials, like tutorials, getting started tips, like the 7 most important things to do to get started with, and then slowly kind of get your feet wet and slowly get into the material more. And the Way Guide project fits into that exactly. It develops curricula for web accessibility as one of the things. It also has aspects of authoring tools, but I want to focus more specifically on the curricula work that we're doing. So accessibility is becoming more comprehensive as the web is becoming more comprehensive. Also, there are now different roles. You don't just say, go make it accessible. You have to say, who are you talking to? Is it the developer? Is it the designer? The manager that is responsible for this? The non-technical author, and so on. So our curricula that we're developing should be role-based, focusing on these. And we already started with the first curriculum, an introduction to web accessibility that is for technical and non-technical people. So it's really the base introduction here. And then we're continuing to work this, we just started with this project, to develop more of these curricula for these roles, and we're in the process of doing so. The idea here is twofold: to help people create courses based on a reference curriculum. We see many courses around the world emerging, which is great. But sometimes the quality is very good, and sometimes the quality is less good. And so by having a reference curriculum, we hope that it will elevate a little bit of the quality. But also we hear very often from, for example, university professors saying, I teach computer science, but I'm not an expert in accessibility. If you give me the materials, I can build it into my courses. So this is what we're trying to influence. But on the other hand, you could use these materials when you're procuring a course. You say, okay, I want to train my staff. Here are the modules that I want you to teach me. Or if you're comparing course offerings. So we're trying to provide this reference curricula openly to help people. And a slide that is missing, we just introduced on Tuesday, International Day of Persons with Disabilities, a free course, online MOOC, available in cooperation with the UNESCO. And this course will start in January, so you can already enroll now. Please spread the word. This is a free course featuring international experts from different W3C member organizations from around the world. So we're really trying to have this as a collaborative approach to provide example ways of teaching accessibility. And all this course material itself, the videos, the articles, whatever, we will also make freely available so people can translate it, localize it, use it We want this stuff to be used. We want to push it out. So look out for this course starting very soon. Send your staff if you want to meet the deadline of the directive and of other things. The information, you can find all this information on the website w3.org/WAI. There you're going to find links to the course, to the materials, to the curriculum, all this material. And thank you, Roxana.
Shadi. We very, very much welcome actually the fact that you are now guiding us with some concrete curriculum. So for those of you who are a little bit less familiar with what in concrete web accessibility means, so for those of you who are not engineer and IT guys like me, I'm a lawyer, so let me tell you in very simple words. 2 layers. One, it's the physical structure of the website, how it is designed. So this is all the IT guys. So this is what they have to know on how to build this website into an accessible format and structure. The second one, it's everybody like me and perhaps some of you who are doing communication, who are doing presentations. So this is the content. The content also should be into an accessible format. So that means the web documents, the PowerPoint presentation, the videos, the photos should have this alternative text behind. That means accessible format, means that when someone enter and consult your content, can be accessible. If one of those 2 are not hand in hand and are not accessible, it will be an error. So that's why ITU actually developed since 2017, and since I'm not a technical, at that time I say, we have to explain what does it mean. I don't understand what does it mean. So we develop also these training courses, which are self-paced and video tutorials, and you will find later on from my colleague about what kind of resources we develop. Because in fact, at that time, we didn't have this curriculum, these guidelines. And we really were forced to advance while we don't know how to walk. So it was in this way, but these resources, I have to assure Shadi, that are accessible, that are in line with your guidelines. So the training course that IT is also providing are not so in detail, but can give you a picture. And with this, I will give the floor to Ricardo Garcia. Ricardo is our consultant and expert in ICT accessibility. And I will ask you in brief, Ricardo, how do you think that ITU is actually supporting globally and regionally the member states and sector members and everybody to may implement web accessibility? Which are in concrete the tools, the resources that we make disposable, if you can share with us? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roxana, and congratulations for how well you did earlier today in a challenging situation. To begin with, we're seeing that we've been describing the current scenario in which many countries that have signed and ratified the UN Convention of the Rights of People with Disabilities are expected, the states are expected to take steps towards, in this case, implementing what one of the articles in the UN Convention says, that is promoting and implementing ICT accessibility. That is what we are discussing here these days. And in the case of the European Union, state members, we're seeing that we have the Web Accessibility Directive, we have the European Accessibility Act. In the case of the Web Accessibility Directive that is mandating public sector bodies, Just think of within one country, think of all the different layers of public administration that need to become aware of everything that has to be done in terms of ICT accessibility, right? So that's definitely a huge task, and a lot of resources, a lot of training, capacity building is going to be needed. And in this sense, the ITU has built a number of resources that could be very, very valuable for all the numbers of stakeholders that are going to be involved. Can you imagine how many people at the different layers, levels of public administration must become aware of everything that we are talking here, at least the basics, right? So this is where these resources come in really handy. So in the first place, we have the Model ICT Accessibility Policy Report that was built by the ITU in collaboration with G3ICT.
2014?
2014, so it's been some time already. And it basically includes a number of resources, a number of modules, it's structured in different modules, addressing ICT, how ICT accessibility affects different areas of ICT, not only web, but others, TV, mobile, and so forth. In this case, we were going to be focusing on web, which would be the module number 5. And it basically includes a number of guidelines and focused on the legal and regulatory framework building for policy makers with a focus on implementation. What needs to be done, right? What are the different aspects that need to be taken into account when I'm a policymaker in one of these state members or at some administrative level within a country, within a state? And what do I need to do, and what I need to, my team, the people that collaborate with me, all the stakeholders involved within this whole ecosystem need to know, right? In order to get the job done, right? So we would include, as I said, several modules in this case, legal, policy, regulatory, accessibility framework for public access. As I said, mobile communications, everything is going to mobile now. TB, of course, public procurement, which is a key driver in accessibility, in my view. And, of course, web accessibility, the whole policy framework. And there is also a training course that Roxana mentioned earlier called the Web Accessibility, the Cornerstone of an Inclusive Digital Society. This is a really useful, easy to access and easy to follow course, self-paced, so you can do, at your own pace, whenever you can. This provides a certification by ITU once you've completed it successfully. There includes a number of modules, 3 in this case. One of them is in inclusive executive tools for developing a policy, a web accessibility policy. Another one that includes the essentials, more practical on how to implement a policy. And then the technical skills for developing accessible websites, right? The good thing about this course is that it includes a number of videos, a number of, it's captioned, it's audio described as well, and you do a test at the end of each of the modules, or each of the lessons and the modules, and it takes 8 hours to complete, so it's really easy and very, very recommendable. So you can access it for free from the ITU website. Okay, there's also some video tutorials that are available there with, for example, including general requirements for accessible digital documents, one of the key issues, as we know, within web content, PDF documents, for example, as we know. But not only PDF, but actually Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and so forth. And these are available in 3 languages, English, French, and Spanish. Just going back briefly, I just remembered to mention that the report is available in 6 languages. Okay. And I just wanted to mention this web accessibility program, Internet for All, that was actually implemented in Guyana last May. Guyana in South America. And there's a video here that we can show, maybe, I'm not sure if we can play it very, very briefly in the time we've got left. Yeah. Right, so it basically shows, you know, what this program is about. I don't know whether we can.
The video, please. Meanwhile,
yeah, it's playing. It's playing.
Did you know that more than 5 billion people are using the internet? What would happen if you couldn't access the internet? Nowadays, being able to access information online is crucial to everyday life for education, healthcare, and employment opportunities, and to be part of a digital society in general. Unfortunately, persons with disabilities cannot benefit from information, products, and services like other citizens due to the fact that websites and their content have not been designed with the needs in mind, and therefore are not accessible. There is a global commitment to ensure that persons with disabilities can fully and equally access information and communication. To ensure an equal access to information and communication, countries are developing regional national laws and regulations intended to make public websites accessible. To support the creation of inclusive digital societies globally, ITU has developed Internet for All, a 5-day web accessibility program that equips countries and regions with the necessary knowledge and tools to make sure that no one is left behind in the digital age. The first step is creating political buy-in. Through an executive workshop for decision makers, participants will develop expertise in ICT accessibility and deepen their knowledge about the positive impact on the digital inclusion of persons with disabilities can have, not only on their personal development, but also on the social economic growth of their counties and regions. The second step builds capacity in developing accessible digital content. Participants will learn how to make digital content accessible in different formats during a 2-day in-person training session, during which they will also learn how to pass on their knowledge to others. The validation of these skills will be done jointly with end users, persons with disabilities. Although relevant to all content providers, this course especially targets government communications staff who will further share their knowledge within their work environment. The third step builds capacity in designing and developing accessible website structures according to the WCAG guidelines and principles. During the course, which targets government IT staff, persons with disabilities will validate the work for usability and compliance. After a 2-day in-person training, participants will continue working on the accessibility of their respective websites with ITU instructors online. The fourth step, recognizing the role that academia plays in shaping evolving societies. ITU will offer the training curriculum to participating technical universities. This empowers them to become the providers of web accessibility training, thereby building a pool of national experts who will support the public and private sectors to build websites with information and services accessible to all. The fifth step. The added value of this program is its self-sustainability and the involvement of all stakeholders in the information chain, from government and academia through to end users. Through a national certification scheme, this program not only builds knowledge on how to develop accessible websites, but will also generate a fund to train the end users on how to use these websites so they may benefit from information, products, and services like all other citizens. By empowering
I definitely think that what Ricardo mentioned and what I would love to be retained from this product that ITU is offering is that this is in case if the country is ready to go for knowledge development, to learn how to do it, and to not necessarily be obliged to have private sector companies doing this accessibility for them, but to know how to do it. In my country, say, learn someone how to fish and you feed him for life, or give him a fish and you feed him for a day. Since the time it's a little bit quite tight, I will say that in case if we do not have this knowledge, we do not have the training, and the country didn't prepare on how to face this fourth industrial revolution in which everything is through digital content, information products and services. We have also with us today a representative from Site Improve. So we have Mr. Stein Erik Skochera, the head of accessibility relation of the Site Improve. And Stein Erik, what factors do you see as important to enable players in the private business space to support the implementation of ICT accessibility policy and to drive innovation? So, in case if you
do we have the slides?
Yes,
yeah.
if you want, either you sit.
Yeah, I'll just stand over here.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay, so thank you, Roxana. I will try to give you some perspectives from the private sector. I think it is valuable to bring in some new angles of viewing things. I will try to be brief. It's not my strength, but I will do my best, because I know I'm in between you and your coffee. I represent a company called Site Improve. Very quickly, we are a company providing a software to evaluate, among other things, the accessibility of websites. Our vision is quite brave. It's a world where digital drives prosperity and equality. And that's a very brave vision, but we stand behind it. And why we're here is because we have been helping a lot of customers of ours making their websites accessible. So I'd like to share a few, probably more questions than answers, that I think are important to address if we want to succeed with the implementation of the accessibility policies that are now in place. So just very quickly on words. So how I see it is we talk about universal design. That's the end goal. This is utopia. This is where we want to arrive at. Inclusive design is what we do to climb up to this mountaintop. The mountaintop, which is universal design, is probably somewhere lost in the fog. We can't even see it, but it's still our goal, our end goal. But inclusive design is what we are doing now. It's every single thing. It's the process. And accessibility is the outcome of that. So currently, we tend to measure accessibility, but forget to focus on the process, the inclusive design part. There is a Norwegian researcher called Miriam Beinum. She has done some exciting research on the triggers that trigger accessibility or successful accessibility projects in private companies. She has identified 3 things: legislation, awareness, and training, which I, of course, also subscribe to because they are the foundation of what I have experienced myself and what we see from the private space. In addition to this, and we have been talking about legislation and then how that motivates and drives accessibility, I'd also like to go quickly to the awareness and training. I very much welcome the accessibility training courses that W3C has developed and other ITU resources. They are invaluable. And awareness, of course, we are here talking to each other. We already know that accessibility is important. We need to go out there and we need to keep monitoring the level of awareness, because every survey that has been done lately shows that the knowledge about accessibility, the awareness of the necessity of accessibility is very low among private companies. So we need to work on that. So at SiteImprove, we try to help. We developed a website called accessibilityworldmap.org. On this website, first of all, you can get an overview of the level of average accessibility of websites in countries. You can break it down to industries. You can go and compare the education industry in Norway to the education industry in Italy, for instance. So you can dig and play with a lot of numbers here. Secondly, we made an overview of the legislation that is relevant in each region and for the most part countries and states as well. So you can go here and read about the legislation. And thirdly, we have made some free tools available to help you get started with accessibility. I won't do more advertising. You can have a look, accessibilityworldmap.org. All right, so which slide do we have now, Roxana? What does it say?
It's a slide
Just
with,
check.
if you can't measure it,
Yeah,
you can
good.
manage it.
Just wanted to be sure that we're on the right track.
Yes.
Monitoring has been mentioned here. And monitoring the outcomes, so monitoring accessibility, is something we do with the provisions in the Web Accessibility Directive. The member states are doing the monitoring. But we also need to monitor other things and other parameters than that. Because we also need to monitor what people are doing and where the challenges are. Because it's my feeling that today we don't really have a good overview of what are the actual challenges for companies or public sector bodies that need to implement accessibility. I believe it was Winston Churchill that reportedly said that the only statistics you can trust are the ones you falsified yourself. I don't share his skepticism for statistics, but numbers games can be played. Roxana actually referred back to one of the reports that my company has been making, and accessibility metrics, the agreement on how we test and interpret results. It's really important as well. Not only on a macro level, but also on a micro level. A company CEO needs to know how their accessibility efforts are paying off. They need to know which level they are at when it comes to accessibility. Innovation happens when we solve complex problems with limited resources. And I think this is a bit of the basic problem when we come to the private sector, because they have little resources, or at least they spend little resources on things that don't have a direct connection to the bottom line. The way we work with accessibility today, and circling back to what Jutta excellently explained yesterday, because this system, this ecosystem of technology out there is a lot of moving parts and it's happening very quickly. Any business school in the world today is teaching their students that startups need to start with a minimal viable product to show that it's doable, that it is profitable. And of course, it's not a priority in that process, in that stage, to make it fully accessible, because they need to get something out there. So coming from the land of Lego bricks, I would actually really come with a request. We need more digital Lego bricks. Because if these companies had a set of Lego bricks that they could start using and building their minimal viable product on, that were accessible by default, then these products will be born accessible. I love that expression. Because what happens now is that a lot of the software, the services we use, are born in startups that didn't focus on this in the beginning and didn't have the resources, the knowledge, and they have to retrofit this. And we all know that retrofitting accessibility is not a good idea. So I'd really like to ask for more building blocks to make it easy for people to get started with building accessible code and websites. I also have a small request for the NGOs, the disability NGOs. Just one more minute and I'll be finished. We need your guidance on the balance between mainstreaming and specializing. We can apply all sorts of artificial intelligence, deep learning algorithms to help us. It could be automatic speech recognition. It could be automatic picture text generation. But there is a balance, because the more we do automatically, the less people will need or want to do themselves. And we need your guidance on this balance, because it's crucial to find it and it's crucial to maintain it. So those were a few perspectives from the private sector. So to sum it up, I think we need more building blocks to make it easy for people to start working with accessibility in the agile age that we are living in, where projects are not done in a waterfall method with a lot of resources. We need to ensure that we keep the balance between using new technology to solve problems and keeping the specialized knowledge that is also necessary.
Thank you very, very much, Stein Erik. And with this in mind, I would like to know, we are doing very well, actually. And I just want to know if there is any question, any burning question from the floor. The gentleman, please, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Michael Da Battista from the Commission of the Rights of Persons with Disability, Malta.
Good morning.
What I'm going to speak right now has to do with digital sexuality. As you may know, the theme of sexuality has and the use of the digital media has increasingly become very widespread, and it comes in various guises, of course. And one such aspect has to do with online dating. As a matter of fact, a study in the US that was published this year shows that online dating has become the most popular form of dating in the United States. Now, when it comes to accessibility of dating websites and dating apps, of course, this is a particular issue. For instance, you've got dating apps such as Tinder, which are very much visio-centric in the sense that you would have a big photo of of a prospective date, and you've got to swipe either left or right, or
Can
perhaps
you be
up.
more precise? Which is your
Sure.
question?
The problem has to do, for instance, with blind persons. For instance, online dating apps and even websites are, like highly tend to be inaccessible, and of course they tend to be left out.
Okay. So, Shadi, can you try to address this question?
Yeah, I think this is a great question. I think we need to understand that accessibility cuts through all aspects of life. Obviously, employment, education, and so on, the things we classically think of, but also equally in the private space. And I think there's the aspect here of making the content itself accessible, as you say, the website itself, the dating platforms or whatever. But I think there's also a big aspect of sexuality education itself, and the different, the idea, it's a taboo topic very often, disability and sexuality. But this is a topic that I think kind of falls hand in hand. There's the aspect of technically making something accessible, but there's also bringing the subject itself into the mainstream and being part of the discussion. There is actually a UNESCO workshop on that, I think in April or May or something in Istanbul. I'd be happy to provide you more information on this. I think this is a very important topic to continue pursuing, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Very quick comment.
Okay, please continue.
So thank you. I also just wanted to take this to a bit of another level, because we find situations where we believe things to be accessible because the way content is presented is inaccessible. And I would like to challenge, again, accessibility advocates to try and challenge software developers, companies developing these kinds of apps to look a bit beyond. Maybe there would be another way that would be more engaging for everybody than looking at pictures. So it's about challenging people to see things from the different perspectives. Maybe there's a better way of solving this task, or alternative ways of solving this task. Maybe other people than people with without vision would prefer to work in other modes than seeing pictures and swiping. So I think this is a challenge to the accessibility advocates here, to be more creative in the way we approach things as well.
Thank you very much, Stein Eric. So with this in mind, I would like to address particular thanks to every and each of our speakers. We had a wonderful palette of presentation from EU Commission, from legal perspective, what does it mean in concrete. We saw example from Malta, what W3C is doing, what ITU is also doing to support this, and what private sector is doing too. I also want to acknowledge and to thanks to all our experts who have been contributed to these valuable resources that are made freely available for you. I would also like to acknowledge it's here with us, Mr. Reis, who also contributed to this new launch self-paced training calls in web accessibility. So I really invite you to take advantage of these valuable resources and go in depth. And if you have further information, take advantage of the presence of our experts. And please join me with a big round of applause for each of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roxana. Thank you, panelists, and apologies for the technical issue. It was handled very well. Thanks a lot. And so we're a little bit behind the schedule, but we will allow for the 15-minute coffee break, and we will aim to start the next session 7 at 12 sharp. Thank you. There's coffee outside the room. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My name is David Wood, and I'm the co-chair of the ITU IRG AVA. There is a prize for anybody who knows what those letters mean, but I'm also working for the European Broadcasting Union. My other co-chair, by the way, of the IRG AVA is Masahito Kawamori, who is in the room somewhere, and I can't see him at the moment, but he's well worth speaking to. He has a great scheme for providing access services for the Olympic Games in the summer. So if you're from the UK, see Masahito. I'm not sure where he is in the room, but he's somewhere. Anyway. So our session today is about, of course, audio-visual media, television, radio, and so on, and all the rest of it. And what we're trying to do is to bring you up to date and perhaps suggest some actions that could be taken to make the world a better place. The ITU asked an expert, Dusan Kaf, to prepare a landscape document about audiovisual media, and that's available on the website. I do hope you've read it already, or if you haven't, please do so, because it's very much worth reading. So we will have, first of all, Dusan Kaf to tell you about the landscape study and some of his background. And then we have John Linder, who's the chairman of the EBU Access Services Group, and he's head of Swiss Text, the Swiss organization that prepares teletext services. And we will then have Mr. Andy Quested, who is chair of the ITU-R Working Party 6C. That's the group that deals with the production and so on and delivery of accessibility services for broadcasting. Andy is from the BBC, and incidentally, he's associated with one of the great British comedies. This is known as Brexit. Sorry. No, just kidding, folks. He's actually, it was, oh, pardon me. It was called Keeping Up Appearances, if you're a TV addict. So he was the editor of Keeping Up Appearances, but now he works in another part of the BBC, and he's here because he's the chairman of the ITU-R group, which deals, as I mentioned, with accessibility services for production and delivery of broadcasting. He is followed by Pilar Orero, who is so well known that she doesn't need an introduction. She practically drives all of the EU's projects on accessibility, and always has something important to say. And finally, we have with us Dr. Bernard Bussetil, who is the Director, Investigation, Compliance and Enforcement of the CRPD here in Malta. So what we'll do is have some short presentations by these people. I've been told that they have to have no more than 8 minutes, and there's a little bell there that I have to ring, ding, ding, after 8 minutes. Or alternatively, because John Linder is from Switzerland, I could ask him to sort of yodel after 8 minutes, if that were any better. So we have these presentations, and then what we've done is some homework before the meeting. We've drawn out some things from Dusan's landscape, things that need doing, and we'll be suggesting what may help to make the world a better place, and we'll be asking you if you agree. But first of all, let me ask our landscape painter, Mr. Dusan Kaf from Slovenia, and an ITU consultant, to come and tell you his story. Dusan.
Okay, thank you, David. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to present my background paper through a story, through my experience. So when I was a member of the National Electronic Communications Council, we were audiovisual media services, and in most cases, cross-sector coordination was required and collaboration to move things forward. In the implementation part. But we noticed that none of the stakeholders was really willing to take the leadership, and also none of them understood clearly the responsibilities, the challenges and the requirements of the whole environment, of the legal environment and technical requirements. So this is why the convention, the CRPD, stresses the importance of leadership, especially at national levels, and the importance of awareness-raising campaigns. But there was also another phenomenon that we identified. Actually, for over a decade, requests of persons with disabilities have been declined on the grounds that they should wait until this or that technology was developed and ready for the implementation. First, for example, digital switchover, then text-to-speech, speech recognition. Now we will have the same story with signing avatars presented probably later, and other novel technologies. And such public discourse was, of course, beneficial for the improvement of, for the development of technologies, but not for the persons with disabilities. So in 15 years, there has been little progress in providing accessible audiovisual media services. Well, there is no quick fix to that. We heard in many stories over the past 2 days. The legal environment, the institutional setup, the technological environment, and the end-to-end delivery chain for accessible audiovisual media services, they are all very complex. And at the end, it all comes down to implementation, which is really the hard work. So we can define policies, do research, but at the end, we have to implement them into practice. So this is why we need leadership, awareness raising, and collaboration. And above all, we need a shift in public discourse. We all know the saying, nothing about us without us, and this is exactly what we need. We need a human-centric approach to creation of policies, to implementation. Well, you have already heard that 1/5 of the EU population have some form of disability, and 1/4 of the population aged 16 or over report long-standing disabilities. Each and every one of us will experience some form of disability in our lives, be it temporary or permanent. For all of us, television, broadcasting, audiovisual media services remain the central media in our society. For tens of millions of Europeans, accessibility of television is essential for their active participation and integration into social and cultural lives, and for their active participation as citizens in democracy. We are on the verge, on the other side, of technological breakthroughs in network technologies, in language technologies, and in machine learning that will allow unprecedented improvements and personalization of audiovisual media services. Yet, we shouldn't focus our policies on technologies, but rather on the requirements of users. So we need this human-centric approach, as well as on continuous and progressive improvements in accessibility of audiovisual media services, as we heard yesterday from Alejandro and from Immaculada. So let me finish. You can find the whole background report on the ITU webpage. It is very informative because you have the technical part and also the legal part. And also the legal part is very important for understanding the whole legal framework and how this can be implemented and what are the responsibility of various actors. There is also a short presentation with voiceover that you can find there, and you are invited to have a look. And now I'm giving word to David again.
Thank you very much, Dusan. And now let's turn to John Linder, who is, as I mentioned, apart from being, I think, Romansh in Switzerland, he is the chairman of the EBU Access Services Group, and he's going to tell you about a survey that was done recently to find out what exactly broadcasters in Europe are doing about accessibility right now. So, John, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. In fact, we have conducted a survey this summer and spring, and I can present you here now the essence, so just a short summary of the results, but I'm quite sure that you will be interested. Yeah. this is not the first slide. Oh, does not. Is this another order? No. Well, we'll see. 42 member organizations from 28 countries have participated in that survey. And what we can see here now on the slide is that all of them offer subtitling. Most of them offer audio description. Most of them offered sign programs, and most of them also offer their accessibility services online. Only a few offer audio subtitling. I will explain afterwards what that is. The next slide explains if in emergency situations the broadcasters are prepared. Only 44% of the broadcasters are prepared, so have a concept if there are emergency situations. 23 of the organizations said that there were complaints from deaf, from hard of hearing, and from blind people because of lack of concept for emergency situations. 100% of all broadcasters provide subtitles for deaf and hard of hearing. And here you can see the results, which might interest you. So there is a belt from Spain until Sweden of countries who subtitle almost all their contents. So the public broadcasters in these countries subtitle all their contents. And there are still some mostly small countries that offer less. Most of the countries offer the subtitles still with the analog teletext. This is due to the fact that this technology still works. There are lots of countries who try to do the switch over. Some of them already have done it. So this means the switch over to DVB subtitling. And some of the countries do also a dual broadcasting, which means they still use the analog teletext and broadcast the subtitles as well with the DVB technology. Most of the countries, 83% offer meanwhile live subtitles. This is increase because I think 3 years ago there were much less countries offering live subtitles. 17% already use artificial intelligence. 14% intend to do so. So I think this is a topic for the future. So we also asked if live programs had an additional editing when it's prepared for online delivery. You can see that about a third does an additional editing, a third sometimes, and a third doesn't do that. Let's go now to audio subtitles. This is here you can see a Nordic belt. This is a special service mainly for dyslexic people who can listen to the subtitles, since in these countries the contents mostly are broadcast in the original version and not in the dubbed version. Let's go to audio description. 11% of the broadcast content is audio described for the blind. This may sound very little, but in fact it's not, because not all programs are really dedicated to be audio described. 36 of the organizations provide live audio description, and the interesting country here, in my opinion, is the UK. The UK is ahead when it comes to audio description in general, but they don't offer live subtitling. Maybe because they think it's useless. So I just wanted to point out that it's a cultural thing if you want to do live audio description or not. 7% of the content is signed here also. This might sound very little, but it's not, since not all contents can be signed. And here you can see a choice of programs that are signed. It's mainly news programs, it's children programs, and it's current affair programs. There's only one country using avatars so far, Estonia. Others have a discussion on avatars, but the majority still does not use avatar for broadcast purposes. And this is my last slide, which shows that meanwhile lots of broadcasters offer their accessibility services also online, or either on their own web page, on social networks, or for other devices. That's all.
Thank you. John, is the full survey results available somewhere? People would like to.
No. In fact, the survey is meant only for EBU members. So there's only this essence that is published.
Okay, so if you've got 10 francs, you slip it to me. Okay.
I'll do it for 9.
Right.
But I think that the detailed results are not really interesting for the public.
No, that's right, yes. Thank you for that survey, and please stay with us. Our next speaker is Andy Quested. Actually, for those of us here on the top, we can see a little number which counts down as the speaker goes on. So it's a bit like my investments, I think, that one. But I don't know. Anyway.
David, I thought it was...
I'm not ringing the thing.
You're
not doing it. No, I'm not doing it.
I thought it was the value
Sorry,
of a
no
pound
more
to the euro,
jokes about
David.
Andy Quested. He's a really great guy. So please, Andy, tell us your story.
Okay, so I thought that was a countdown for the pound to the euro at the moment, but yeah, and how much my hotel will be when I leave. So it's going to go downhill from now onwards. It's me. I'm going to talk from a program perspective. As David said, I've been involved in program making most of my life and moved into technology. And I want to talk about the fact, based on broadcasting, and as David mentioned, obviously the BBC and quite a lot of the UK do try a lot. I mean, we're 98 years old, and sometimes in ITU meetings I feel every single one of those 98 years. But let's discuss what we are really here for. What is Working Party 6C up to? What's my proposition? We're starting a new study period in January, and I do want to make some big changes to how we work. Just a little bit of context, obviously, first of all. The targets from the convention really includes what I see as more than just sound and pictures, and that's what I'm really keen on. Within broadcasting, we really have only concentrated on sound and pictures, audio description, captioning, subtitles, and then read text. We haven't actually dealt with the fact that television is becoming a more tactile, more interactive medium. Is becoming, the difference between websites and TV is becoming less and less, and the difference between TV and websites is becoming less and less. So let's have a think about what the articles in the convention actually point to what broadcasting is capable of doing and has been doing to some extent for the last, well, for the BBC's terms, the last 100 years. Freedom of expression and opinion, the ability for people to express their own opinions, right to education, think about the schools and education programs we do, right to health, think about the educational programs based on health, and the best and quickest way of getting anything out there is to stick it in a soap opera, and we have many examples of that. The right to work, There's a lot of interaction, there's a lot of discussion on documentaries about employment, employment rights, and the rights of people who may have no other access except through TV. Political participation, well, just go to the UK at the moment and you'll see what political participation shouldn't look like, but it's actually quite amusing. And the right to participate in cultural life, which I think everybody agrees is what television is there for, and radio. What's really interesting today, and I'm really pleased to say that I just read something from Tony Hall, our Director General, is there will be more inclusion of people with disabilities in programmes. The best way to actually identify, and I've talked to many people here who live with families with disability, the best way to identify is to see it in action. Put it in a soap opera, see people interacting in the best way they can, and see people struggling, and also see people who actually have solutions. It's the best way of making this far more objectively available. So, let's get on to what I'm really concerned about. These are my concerns. When I look at all television, all radio, and quite a lot of the websites, why do we consider access service to be on or off? You're either deaf or you're not deaf. You're blind or you're not blind. Why do we consider, and I get this time and time again from producers, it interferes with my creative intent. I will swear at this point, but I won't. I say so. Consider your creative intent as not being very creative. Why do we only consider sound and vision accessibility options? This again is within television. Obviously it doesn't apply to radio yet, although we are seeing visualized radio, and that again could be a problem. Why do we consider media platforms as separate? Why do we look at our websites separately from our TV programs? People have been commenting here that on websites video is not well serviced, but television is well serviced where that video came from. There's a disconnect there. Why do we expect consumers to fit a single model? That's a difficult one to understand. Why is the signer isn't always in the same place on BBC or ITV? Why is the captions always the same size? Why are the colours chosen to match what we think, not what the consumer thinks? And then why do we develop a new service? And several people have said it today, and just add accessibilities onto it. Why don't we consider a new service with accessibility as not as accessibility, but as part of the normal process of watching or seeing a programme? Have a look at this. Could you put the sound up, please? Any chance of the sound?
To try out a prototype shirt with 16 haptic sensors that respond to different music frequencies.
We can't hear all the different frequencies and elements to a song that a hearing person could hear. Everyone else will be sort of really going for it on the dance floor, and sometimes I feel like I'm just behind and I've missed a trick, I've missed something that everyone else knows, like they know the song.
So we brought a brand new software that captures music, interprets it, and then transforms it into the touch data. And it gets sent wirelessly to the shirt. We are subdividing the different frequencies of the music.
Oh my God, wow. It was emotional. Yeah, same, I got emotional. It was a strong reaction. It feels like you've got different kind of beats, so you've got different pulses going at different times. So like, this is what I'm feeling in one place, and then you've got vibrations in a different place. Yeah, it's like there's different instruments playing. I can't describe it. It's just, you have to experience it, really. So it will change your life, I think.
I mean, that I see as a bit of inclusive technology. Showed that to my daughter, and she wants one. Now, she's got perfect hearing, as far as I know. So she really thought that would include how she feels about music in nightclubs with her friends who have hearing issues. Also, it's designer. What I'm really worried about, though, is if you turn up at a nightclub in a Versace haptic shirt and they say, "I'm sorry, I'm an Armani haptic shirt company." This is where standards come in, so this is what I'm going to talk about later. But that actually is, I think you could all agree, is quite an inclusive bit of technology. It's something that people at the same age as my daughter would want to use, and something that helped them understand what the issues are with people with disabilities, hearing disabilities. So we have a unique remit in Working Party 6C. We're the only part of the ITU that actually deals with content, the creation of content, which includes the creation of accessible content. And I always say we start with a script. We create the recommendations for component parts. We deliver reports on use cases. We suggest ways to deliver an experience, a content experience to the user, and we actually study the impact of that content on the user. There are many reports that come back about what certain technologies have and haven't been able to do. Have a look at this one, though.
Being independent is something that I've always strived to be. I think growing up, I was never treated differently. I want to erase many of the stereotypes that are common for disability. Stereotypes that say, my life is hard, right? When I have a company, we may be watching something, and then when they leave, I'm stuck watching whatever has been left on the TV. I'm very excited that Comcast introduced the new technology.
Go ahead and gaze at the guide.
It allows me to utilize my eyes to operate the remote on a tablet. Going forward, this technology will allow me to operate the TV on my own. I don't need to depend on others to use the remote, and that is a liberating feeling. Technology is enabling me to be more independent.
Now, I find that quite a patronizing video in some ways, and I've cut it down quite a lot, but actually the message at the end, when you make a product more inclusive, you create a better experience for everyone, is absolutely 100% right. But again, is that an iPhone to a Comcast EPG, a program guide? What about my Sky guide? Will it work? Will it work for my Freeview guide? Again, it comes down to standards. How can we actually make sure that you don't have to buy a different application for each platform you want to use? So to finish up, let's look at Working Party 6C's proposition. And this is the one where I know one person in this room, jaw dropped. I'm looking at you now. Jaw dropped when I first said it. We're going to cease study of accessibility as a separate topic. I see no reason to continue to study something that actually is about personalizing content, is about making the technology available to anyone who wants to watch it. We do a lot of work on immersive audio, immersive video, and we're spending vast amounts of research time looking at something that virtually no one is using, except the people who love immersive audio and immersive video. All that technology is great for delivering a personalized service that allows people who are not the same as me or the same as you to enjoy a program with exactly the same quality of experience as someone else who has a different disability or has no recognized disability. And I will say that's recognized because we all have some form of disability. So, personalized targets, hearing, seeing, participating, understanding. We've been through all four of these, and I think these are the four pillars of accessibility for broadcast media and for web. And if you like, I've just put some ideas on, from full cinema mix down to captioning and signing, or actually the other way around. Is it from captioning and signing up down to full cinema mix? It depends which end of the line you are. I chose the colors deliberately not to show good and the bad, and it was very difficult to try and not show good and the bad on this. Seeing, high dynamic range down to audio description or up to audio description. Participating, any device to 0 tactile devices. There are a lot of devices now with haptic options in them. And understanding, NHK in Japan are working on actually being able to slow programs down for people who are elderly people or older people who need a slightly more slower pace to a program without destroying the creativity of that program. We're all somewhere on these lines. This is actually how it should work. Whether or not we can do it, I don't know. It's going to take time. The primary work is about, and especially in the ITU, is about creating a language. And I don't mean a verbal language, I mean a code or a data language that allows a content creator to describe to a manufacturer what they are trying to achieve. And then it's up to the manufacturer, who are really, really good at making the best possible product, to do the best possible product. Let's not tell them how to do it. Let's encourage them to be the best by actually making it easier for them to do it. We've got to recognize cultural differences as well in the accessibility. There are cultural differences. Something that's not tolerated in one culture is probably welcomed in another. So we've got to recognise there are cultural differences. And David is telling me to be good and finish, and thank you.
Thank you. Andy will be back in the discussion, so he can add some more points there. But now let's go right on and find out what Pilar Orero has in store for us. You have the floor.
Can I have my slides, please? Okay, now slides. Yes, slides. Okay, my presentation is within the landscape that Dusan has written in his document that is available online for all of you. And one issue that is, I think, it's missing there is what's ahead of us regarding media content. And one of the things that we're doing now about media content is immersive environments. The impact, I think some presentations yesterday already talk about that, how virtual reality or mixed reality or augmented reality or any of the new many possibilities that immersive environments offer us, they should be accessible also. And this is something that has been taken on already by media. For example, the refugee crisis has been reported on 360 video. And television is also beginning to take stock of that new format. And some events, mainly sports, are now being developed and being delivered with 360 technology. But this technology needs to be accessible. There is a blank slide. It's a blank slide because there was a video, and it was a very lovely video, and the video, I realized that it's not accessible. So I've deleted it. So nobody sees it, right? So first, I think to myself, the video that I was going to show all of you was not accessible. So there. So it should go. So basically, something that the European Commission did very well in the last 2 years was to grant some 12 million euro to 3 projects to make sure that the new media coming up should be accessible. These 3 projects were Content for All, and Giacomo Inches is here, and they've developed a new type of avatar, which is not an animated cartoon, but it's a real person who moves like a sign language, but it is an avatar. It is not an avatar, it's a real tar, it's like a puppet. The other project, what it has done is to develop all the interaction required for the end user to access the media content that is made accessible. And the last one is called IMAC, and IMAC, what developed is what I was saying to you, is that how to make immersive environments accessible through subtitles, through audio description, and sign language. So now we have already editors that anybody can use because they're free, because they were paid by public funding. So any 360 media content can be made accessible now. And that brings us to me what is basic. I think Christina Musilelli was saying yesterday that anything that we produce today should be born accessible. So born accessibility is to me the words that we should carry forward now that we already have legislation in place. I think it's no longer the time of raising awareness. That was the last 10 years. Now is the time to act, to make things, to be born accessible and to get on, really. Now, what are we doing next year to raise awareness? I was going to say, no, I have to learn that as well. No, to make sure that we do accessibility as a matter of fact, as a born situation. The first thing we're going to do is on the 17th of March 2020, we're organizing in the European Parliament a meeting to present what we have done on accessibility in the last 2 years in Europe and the solutions that we have already to be adopted by the European Parliament, because if there is an organization that is not accessible, is the European Parliament. So that would be the first meeting, and is organized by Funka, the Swedish company, and myself, and of course you're all very welcome to that. The second, in this event, we will be presenting IMAC, the map. In this map is a web page where it gathers all the legislation across all the different countries in Europe, all the standards, anything to do with accessibility is together in this repository that is accessible in itself. So I think this is a very good and very useful tool that is freely available to everybody, and it would be also presented to the European Parliament. The other thing that we're going to present in the European Parliament is called the Accessibility Services Cluster. This is a cluster formed from the 3 European projects that I've told you before, the Content for All, the IMAC and the ECTV. We've joined together to generate a new platform. Hopefully it will be funded by the European Commission with a project called COST. And this would put forward a new platform for research, for services and for training in media accessibility. And again, that has been formed and it will be presented. The other conference that is going to happen next year is called Fun for All. Again, it's a series of video game conferencing accessible, because I don't think enough attention is being paid to video games, which in fact takes more than half of the share of the business of media. So again, video game accessibility to me is important. We are organizing this in my university and you're very welcome. And the last thing we're organizing this year is called XR Access. I'm organizing that in Barcelona as well next year. And that is, the first conference was in New York last July. Next conference is in Barcelona next year and is to do with all accessibility services that need to be provided and developed for both for the hardware, the software and the player to enjoy immersive environments being made accessible. So again, that would be in June next year, Barcelona, and you're all very welcome to join us. This XR Access is part of this IMX 2020, and the IMX 2020 is related to broadcasting in immersive environments. So again, as you can see, we are already born accessible in the sense that if there is a conference on media environment and broadcasting, there is already a section of that conference that would be devoted to accessibility. So it's no longer separate conferences for accessibility and broadcasting. We're joining together so these immersive environments are accessible from the word go. And this is all my presentation.
Thank you. That was even well in time, Pilar, as always. Where will they find out information about the new platform, by the way?
The new platform, I'll send it to you. It's not published yet because we want to present it to the European Parliament.
Yes.
But as soon as it's there, we will tell the whole world.
The whole world.
And
Okay.
everybody can join, by the way. So you're welcome.
This is an important concept. It's about being content being born accessible, and accessibility, as it were, added as an afterthought. And you're, of course, arguing that we need to move towards a born accessible world. Our next speaker is Dr. Bernard Busuttil, who's going to tell us some interesting things. I've seen the presentation about the situation here in Malta. Bernard.
Thank you very much. So, I will start off my presentation with a slide. This is actually a show that happens in Malta. It's one of the must-see attractions for tourism. It's called the Malta Experience, the Audiovisual Spectacular. The problem with this is that this audiovisual show is shown in a cinema, which is physically not accessible. So you can imagine the effort that they did in making it accessible, the show per se, which is actually nil. So we are here to discuss audiovisual accessibility, and the Malta Experience is quite bleak, I'm afraid. But first, let me tell you something about our commission. Our commissioner, Oliver Scicluna, yesterday spoke at length about it, so I will skim through. This commission was set up in 1987. Our first chairman at the time was the Speaker of the House, so it was a sign that The government at the time wanted to imbue our commission with gravitas, and we became an entity at law in 2000. It was the first law of the millennium, but it kept evolving, our constituting law, the Equal Opportunities Act. There have been various amendments, the most important of which were made in 2016, where we introduced a Bill of Rights for persons with disability, given the fact that our constitution doesn't cater for disability as discriminating facet. So we tried to intervene in that situation. Besides that, we also introduced legislation which makes physical accessibility, the guidelines that we had devised earlier, they are now part of our law. So nobody can tell us that the height of Grabrail, for example, that person isn't obliged to install it. However, I don't want to digress. And Malta also had signed and ratified the convention, and our commission is the independent mechanism of the CRPD. So our role is to protect, promote, and monitor its implementation. One of our roles is to investigate cases. This is a pictorial depiction of the investigations of the cases that we received over the years, over the past 18 years. This is the same thing, but it's about accessibility. So these are the cases that we received about accessibility, and these are the cases we received about services. In numbers, it means that in 18 years we have received a total of 2,301 cases. But if I were to ask you how many of them were related to audiovisual accessibility, you would be shocked, because we only received two cases about them. So the question is, are our services so great that nobody needs to complain about them, or are disabled people so disenfranchised that they don't see the point of moving ahead and report these to the authorities? Unfortunately, it's the second scenario. And the two cases revolved about the lack of subtitling on programs provided by a broadcasting company. And we've been in contact, even we are in continuous contact with the Malta Communications Authority, and there is some kind of, there's a promise that when the broadcasters procure programs, they will look into getting subtitling and captioning. Please remember that our country is really small, so you can imagine how big our industry is. It's rather small. We only have 3 to 4 televisions, one of which is state-owned. The other complaint was about lack of subtitling on current affairs programs. We used to have our most popular program. It used to have sign language, but now unfortunately it stopped due to a lack of resources. And I believe that the only current affairs program is the 6 o'clock news bulletin on national TV. The reasons for such lack of accessibility, as I told you, boils down to lack of resources. Lack of sign language interpreters. Even though the Maltese Sign Language has become an official language of the country, but still we face a dearth of sign language interpreters. Okay. The cost of subtitling and audio descriptions, lack of economies of scale due to our micro market, local productions running on a shoestring budget. In fact, many of the actors complain that they are not paid. Actually, they do it for free. There's been only one production, a drama, on national TV, which was ever offered with subtitling. This was thanks to government subsidy, and this was so important that both the Culture Minister and the Disability Junior Minister held a press conference about it. So you can imagine. I wanted to address another issue. I'm a bit into opera, and I've seen sopranos singing Aida, and they don't want to put blackface makeup on them, or tenors who sing the part of Othello, refusing to do it. So why on earth would non-disabled actors portray disabled people? I've been through local dramas, and I've seen actors playing the part of disabled peoples, and they are non-disabled. However, there's also a movement of having disabled actors playing parts. But one can see that their part has been written into the script with some effort. It's not as if it's an organic or very flowing thing. But it is a step forward, in my opinion. The portrayal of persons with disability in Malta is still the object of charity. And people with disability feature prominently in telethons, in fact. As a commission, we are asked to vet the clips that are broadcast to see whether they are acceptable or not. And we have collaborations as well with the Broadcasting Authority in order to lead to an enabling environment on the media. We have also held workshops with local producers and drawn up a list of do's and don'ts regarding the portrayal and terminology used. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bernard. I'm just going to the podium now. And Bernard, so I guess thinking back to Stein Erik's presentation earlier, where he said that the three things you must have were legislation, awareness, and training. There's a fourth one, isn't there, which is funding. And I guess that's thank you. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if we could, what we did outside the meeting was to look at Dusan's study, The Landscape, and try to pick out some things from that, if you like, were challenges or barriers, and perhaps suggest some steps that might be taken together. So if I could just have my first little slide, please. Yeah. So these were 4 points from Dusan's study that came up, the need for more collaboration between the different parts of the value chain. Is that reasonable? Is that not happening? I think Dusan told us about a situation whereby, in Slovenia, there is a different set of systems for notifying when audio descriptions are there as there are in Germany, which sounds crazy. So more collaboration across the value chain. The next one was to involve the people and the organizations associated with persons with disabilities more in the development and use of the accessibility features and tools. The third one was the issue of costs and cost reductions, and this comes up very much when you talk to national broadcasters about how can you do more. They say, well, we've got a fixed income and so on. If you want us to spend more on that, we've got to spend less on something else. So cost reduction, and then awareness raising, awareness of the people who might benefit from these services and society in general. But in addition, I picked out this point which Pilar and Andy made in their emails, which you haven't seen. And I guess this is to try to change perception of the audience, as it were, from persons with disabilities to a question of personalization. That we are, as somebody said yesterday, we have to see ourselves as catering not just for the people in the center, but the outliers as well. So next slide, please. Or do I press the button? Yes, I press the button. Right. So this is what we thought. Is this reasonable? First of all, working with the audience. If the audience for accessibility services are part of the process of the design and development, the services will be more useful. Is that right? Do you agree? So what should we do? Everybody concerned, this is just a sort of thought, everybody concerned with standards of accessibility should be invited to have a continuous dialogue with bodies that represent their audience. And if possible, annual meetings with them. An ITUR annual meeting with a group of relevant bodies. What do you think about that idea? Is that a reasonable idea? Is that a good idea? Let me just ask the panel. Pilar, is that a good idea? We're all nodding. Yes. If you have a reflection in the audience, and I'm sure Andrea will shortly have a reflection for us, please say.
Well, I think a lot of people here would like to see that the audience participate and that the audience contributes to what they need and are not getting. There is I think basically that the broadcasting services in Europe are pretty good with inclusiveness. They also do the sign language in the little box and the captioning. But there is this thing that always drives me nuts, and I'm going to mention it, and Pilar's going to cringe. Subtitle versus captioning. They are not the same, and they're used interdisposed. I would like to see them separated and used in documents correctly. So I work in standards, and people don't know what I'm talking about when other countries or people who have disabilities come and say, well, I thought subtitles was for just translation of language. It doesn't have sound, it doesn't have the other things. And then, of course, people refer to captioning as subtitles, and captioning does have all those features of sound and who's talking in the different colors. It's much more advanced. That was my only comment.
Okay, I think that's probably a lunchtime discussion, if you don't mind. But as far as this issue of asking standards bodies to have continuous dialogue and meetings with the groups that represent their audience, it seems like everybody agrees that's a good idea. Is that something the ITUR could write to the standards bodies about? Maybe you want to think about that anyway? And that's the first point we had anyway. Can we have this action point 2? I'm writing down. ITU will notify. Okay. Next one, please. Could I have the... Oh, no, I have to press the button. No, sorry. Action point 2. Yeah. When possible, making... Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, please. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Hi. And my intervention that I would like to make at this point has to do with audio description in cinemas. I mean, what at times baffles me is that the technology is there. A number of filmmaking companies are making provisions for audio descriptions, though I guess there is room for improvement as well in this regard. However, especially when it comes to Malta, for instance, I mean, you've got practically almost all, if not all, of the cinemas that are not accessible to persons with visual impairment. Notwithstanding that, the technology is there, I mean, which most likely has to do perhaps with misconceptions about costs or lack of awareness or what have you. Thank you.
Okay, it's a good point, yes. If I might then, just passing on to our second point that we pulled out of Duson's report, that this issue of how to make accessibility services more available, and we had some discussion about this, about cost efficiency measures, which is sort of producing subtitles or whatever by one organization for lots of broadcasters, could have advantages in efficiency, but you can only do that if you have lots of broadcasters. So it could be that cost efficiency measures were useful, but it's not necessarily the case. And there are probably different solutions for different countries here. Sometimes these can be applied and sometimes not. But how about having some guidelines for these kind of things about when cost efficiency measures can be applied and when they can't. So members of the panel, what do you think? Is that a good idea? Maybe starting with Dusan this time?
Yes, of course it is. We have examples from the UK, for example, where the services are outsourced, and I think that this is also applicable for smaller countries where this is smaller scale and it is more viable.
Okay, John?
I can point out the point with the guidelines. There are guidelines in every country, so this is existing.
Okay, so we don't need it because it's already done. Is that right?
Yeah, David, I was going to say this has got to be a mix of automation and people. I mean, we've got to learn to use automation in a far more human way. Re-speaking, if anybody wants to go and have a look at the, stick into Google BBC mistakes on subtitling or captioning, you will see some very, very funny misinterpretations from re-speaking. But actually it's getting better. That technology of re-speaking is becoming much, much more accurate. It means we can start to hit our 100% targets. But it's still very human intensive, even to standbys, where we have a program that is non-live going out and occasionally you do get errors, files fail or go out of sync. We have to go live to maintain our 100%.
Yep.
That means our regulation means that we hit our 100% target, but maybe our quality has dropped. So it is a really difficult balance between the regulator minimum requirement, and when you get to 100% regulation, the quality requirement that also goes with that 100%.
Okay, Bernard, you have, oh please,
Bear in mind that something that might work for English might not work for Lithuanian.
Absolutely, yes, of course. That's, Bernard.
That was actually my point. With English, it's much more viable than with the Maltese language, for example. We're just 400, 500,000 people. So it's Google Maps. If you, it's very funny to hear Maltese street names read out to you by Google Maps because it's like it's something out of this world. So yes, but what I would tackle the problem also, besides cutting costs, it's incentivizing, especially in a small country like ours, where it's very much controlled and the way that there are few suppliers and they compete with each other, even for the actors. Our actors, for example, if it's drama, I don't think that there are any of them who are full-time actors. It's their side job. So you can see how much it's run on a shoestring. So if there's some kind of incentive that says that the best accessible product would have half of its profit taxation removed, for example, something like that, it would help. But we need safeguards, as it was mentioned before, to strike a balance between accessibility and the end product, the quality of the end product.
So do you think that for Malta, state aid is needed for the provision of media accessibility features?
For locally produced, I would say yes.
Because it's a
there is a
social
market
service,
failure.
yeah? Yes. But obviously, in a sense, to have a market, you need competition, don't you? You need
unless there are foreign
Yes.
companies which are interested in coming over. The problem, I think, is that the profits are so small that no one would bother coming.
Right. So it probably has to come down to some form of state aid. Pisa.
I think collaboration between those developing the automatic technologies and broadcasters is the solution, because broadcasters are producing loads, thousands of hours of subtitles, of audio description. That's data. That data would go towards generating the engines for the automation. At the moment, these two worlds are completely separated. These companies that they're producing the subtitles and the audio description don't go across. The companies producing the automation, the speech-to-text technologies, the text-to-speak technologies, they don't speak to each other. So in a way, there is a gold mine of data being produced that is not used by these automation technology companies. Malta could be a great example for that. Slovenia could be yet again another good example for that, because they're very, very small languages that they need to feed their engines to produce good automation services. But to me, the way I see it is that you have the language technology environment and services and industry and the broadcasting industry, and they don't mix. And to me, that is a big issue.
So I think we all agree that there have to be different solutions for different circumstances. But Gian pointed out that perhaps these guidelines already exist. Number 3 was that is everybody who is concerned or interested fully aware of the accessibility services that are available? If they're not, and some people believe they're not, then it will help to gain maximum value from them by informing them. So here's a thought. Should the Commission be invited to ask all European content providers to regularly inform all the local entities that could benefit from services available? That could be rest homes, because a lot of the people involved are elderly, aren't they? Care centers, schools for the disabilities. Should we ask, or should somebody with authority ask, that content providers inform the audiences about what is available? What do you think about that? Time is rolling on, so let's just have a sort of quick yes or no.
Of course, yes.
Yes.
Well, most of the broadcasters already do this, but I think, in fact, we should address other stakeholders, like people in centers where old people live.
Yes.
Who could assist.
I think, David, one of the classics I find on electronic program guides, which aren't accessible, is they describe when audio description is available for people who can't see. But it doesn't really matter, because they can't see the program guide in the first place to tell them it's there.
Yes, for those of you with black and white TVs, the red ball is one behind the green. Yeah, okay. Right, just quickly moving on. This was a point that came up in discussion. I think it's something that both Andy and Pilar have believed to be useful, seeing the provision of what are now called access services as just one element of media content services that can be personalized. May help to encourage their wider inclusion and use. Perhaps people should have a personalization, a profile. So there you go. If that's true, should we invite the ITU, ISO, UN, and other bodies to update their text and their perceptions? What do you think? A very quick answer from Dusan, perhaps? Okay. John,
as it's written here, I doubt. I have my doubts, especially because I wouldn't get the money I need to make all these access services if the service would be called personalized. I get it only because the politicians know that it's for people with disabilities.
Mm-hmm. So it's important to maintain some kind of mental preference for people who have disabilities in terms of the services that are offered.
I have no problems mentioning the word persons with disabilities.
Right, right.
Yeah, but the share is so huge now that we can speak of universal need for these services, as Andy also speculated before.
Yeah. I can understand the political issues, but actually we are all on a spectrum from somewhere between whatever a perfect human is to whatever a perfect human isn't. And I can't say where I sit on that. I certainly am beginning to notice my hearing is not as good as it was when I was a teenager. But that means under that, but I'm not yet classified as a person with disability, so that means I don't get the services I know that we can deliver because I can't access that particular bit of audio or that particular bit of technology. So I can understand the political issues of persons with disabilities having a special category, but
Yes.
I also think that puts them in a special box, and they should be more inclusive.
Bernard, just in a few words, if you will.
No, my problem with this line of thought is that not all persons with disability have the same needs. You might have two blind people having two different sets of needs. So I would go with personalization. Everyone is marketing personal settings, cars with different colors, like you have 83 different combinations for the same model. So why should the disabled have, their pitiful little corner, and they would have to make do with that? I don't like that.
Pilar, final.
The way I went about that is from the technology side. We are developing object-based audio, and we developed that for the blind, for audio descriptions. And funnily enough, it was the deaf that was the biggest impact. So if we label services for disabled groups, we will find out that, for example, object-based audio that is coming up, it will be labeled for whom. So I think it has to go to personalization rather than the clinical label that we have in disabilities.
Okay, so it sounds like this is a debate, discussion that's going to go on, but now we have to close the meeting because of time. So would I like to ask you to give a large round of applause to all our panelists. And it's time for lunch now, and I think you have to be back at 2 o'clock, is that right? Or Julian is just going to tell you.
Thank you very much, David, and the panelists for this excellent session. So lunchtime, I assume everyone is hungry. So lunch will be served as yesterday, and we're aiming to start the next session at 2:10. So we'll have around 50 minutes, 1 hour to have lunch. Okay, thank you very much. And I would introduce you to Mr. Simao Campos from ITU. Please, Simao, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Julian. Welcome to this afternoon session. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch and you're full of energy and to enjoy this very interesting panel. We are in session 8. We're going to be talking about universal design, procurement, and standards. We're going to have a flow from, let's say, standard from the institutional point of view of generating the various specifications in terms of use of procurement, down to the level of an application or the practical hands-on on production of content. So I don't want to spend too much time on my side speaking. I wanted to give the time to the various experts. We're going to start with Donald Rice. He's an ITU consultant, but also a very experimented expert in accessibility, having been involved in Ireland with a lot of this standard development and with a lot of experience to share with us. So, Donald, maybe I would like to ask you to go on and give us your message. Thank you.
Thank you, Simao. So, good afternoon, everyone. I have the unenvious task of trying to keep us all interested and focused after our lunch. I'm just going to give a very quick overview based on the background paper I did for the conference on standardization in the context of public procurement. So what I'm going to be presenting really is your work and the work of many people on this panel and in the room. And just to prove that, could I see a show of hands or some indication from everyone who's involved in standards development, either at the national, European, or international level? So could I have a show of hands? Okay. So I'd say about a third of the room are involved in standards development. And I suppose it's my job over the next 6 or so minutes to show how that relates to public procurement and the relevance to this topic. So a quick definition of public procurement to set the scene. It's a function of government that involves using public monies to obtain goods, services, and works to meet the needs of government as it carries out its responsibilities to the citizens. And I suppose the power of the public purse, the amount of money that's involved in public procurement, is extremely significant. 10 to 15% of GDP according to the WTO, and then 16 to 17% of GDP within EU member states according to the Commission. And you know, public procurement isn't just about buying stuff. It also has certain aims. So it's designed to deliver basic services. Increasingly we see health being provided through procurement, arrangements, infrastructure and energy, ensure good value for money, of course, and that has to be done through efficiency and integrity. So openness, transparency will be very important principles when it comes to public procurement. But it's also there to achieve innovative social and environmental policy objectives, and that's really the context that I'm going to be talking about. How can the use of standards for public procurement achieve certain social, environmental, and policy objectives from the European Union, from our member states, from our own countries? Just a very quick overview of some of the standards that are relevant and prevalent in the area of public procurement. So not all standards are referenced here. The background paper is much more comprehensive. But these are some of the standards that we have seen being used for up to a couple of decades now in terms of the procurement by governments of accessible ICTs. Of course, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines and EN 301549, when it was developed under Mandate 376, initially a mandate from the European Commission to the European standards bodies, was primarily for procurement. Now it's being used for other, and later versions of it are being used for other policy objectives, such as conformity with the Web Accessibility Directive. And a newer standard, EN 17161, designed for all accessibility following a design for all approach in products, goods and services extending the range of users, which Mia will be speaking to. Again, that's a very innovative standard in that it's looking at a process for companies to adopt and to use and to look at in order to extend the range of users. And that'll be interesting to see how that gets used and incorporated into public procurement. ISO JTC 1SC35 on user interfaces is another important body of standards, as is the ITU T study group on study group 16 on multimedia. And I've included ITU Series Supplement 17, ISO IEC Guide 71. They're guidance for standardizers to follow in order to incorporate the needs of persons with accessibility in standards development. So I suppose some trends is that we see increasingly legislation is requiring the use of standards, and we've already looked at the legislation at an EU level. Internationally, we've seen efforts to try and harmonise standards. So WCAG 2.1 has helped inform EN 301549, which has been harmonised with Section 508. So again, there's a real push in these different regions and internationally to ensure that we're all using the same standards. And again, just to mention that newer standard, EN 17161, which is quite different to those other very technical ICT accessibility standards, which is looking at a process. And that's a standard that we're looking to use in Ireland to look at a case study and to see how exactly that could be used by a company in order to improve the accessibility of its products or services. I'm going to finish on this slide. Samoa asked me to do a slide to show the relationship between standards and legislation. So we've heard a lot yesterday about legislation, quite a bit on standards. So it's almost impossible to try and fit this into one slide. But I will mention 3 pieces of legislation that are directly use standards. So the Web Accessibility Directive is using that standard EN 301549 as a presumption of conformity. The Public Procurement Directives also use EN 301549 as a way for public bodies to specify accessibility in the procurement of their products and services. And the European Accessibility Act, and to some degree the story is still yet to be told how standards are going to be used in that, to support that legislation. EMA's talked about CE marking. I've just mentioned EN 17161, which could be used as a way to show a compliance or conformity with that standard. And I think we can expect to see more standards being developed to support this policy objective, the European Accessibility Act. So possibly new mandates, or possibly even the Commission will go down the route of producing technical regulations themselves and not go the route of mandates to the European standards bodies. That's basically the overview I want to give you. So some of the trends there are legislation increasingly is using standards. It's not the other way around. The purpose of standards is not to inspire legislation. Legislation is there. Standards are there primarily to support, particularly standards developed under mandates, are there to support policy objectives, not the other way around. And I think there is a need and a growing sense that there needs to be harmonization at a global level around standards. So I'll leave it at there. That's my overview of standards in the context of public procurement. And I think we're going to get a lot more specific and practical now in the next couple of presentations on standardization. So thank you very much for your patience and time.
Thank you, Donald, for this overview of standards and legislation. Now, Mia is going to give us a little bit more details on different aspects of these standards and legislation. Mia is a policy officer in the Swedish Disability Rights Federation, with an extensive experience in standardization and policy development, and in particular in the ISO system. So, Mia, please.
Thank you very much. So I think that we listened to Elena Munoz yesterday from Spain. She said that everything paid for with public money must be accessible, right? That's where we are. And what is the reality where we're standing today? It's not really, we're not really there yet. So I would like to start by sharing a story from a person I know. We can call him John. He works in a public agency. He is actually a web accessibility expert. Now, some time ago, he decided to take up with his employer that the system used to report your time management, he cannot use it himself. He has to ask a colleague for help because he has a vision impairment. So how is it that people working in public agencies cannot use the systems that we have? Because I don't think you mentioned that, Donald, but in the Public Procurement Directive, I'm going to read this out because I thought it was going to be there before. For all procurement intended for use by natural persons, whether general public or staff of the contracting authority, the technical specifications shall, except in duly justified cases, be drawn up so as to take into account accessibility criteria for persons with disabilities or designed for all users. So I wonder, I don't know how many countries we represent here today, but how many countries have actually transposed this into your national legislation? I can say for Sweden, where I come from, we have transposed it, but we forgot to mention the part that is also is including staff in the organizations. So I think that this is a vital point that we all need to check. Why on earth don't we have accessible internal systems in our public offices? So I think everybody here, you can do something really important. You can go back to your country and check what to do about this, because this stops people from getting work. John told me when I said to him, I'm going to tell these people about your case, he says, you have to tell them that when in the tender you must ask the supplier to tell how you are going to fulfill the requirements in the tender. But I'm not really sure that that will be enough, because you need also knowledge in your organizations to be able to understand what it's all about. Sweden had a recommendation from the UN CRPD committee. You know, we are 181 countries all over the world with the same mission that has been explained to us in the UN CRPD. And procurement is mentioned in the General Comment 2 on accessibility. So the UN told Sweden to make sure that we make a systematic inclusion of accessibility in all public procurement agreements. So I would say this goes beyond the directive. So we have to think when we buy something that people are diverse. Just like Jutta Treviranus said in the beginning of this conference, that people are diverse and we need to look at all the needs of the people. So whether we buy a copy machine or whether we buy a complex system, we have to think about this. It's very easy actually, with a copy machine at least. You can have an OCR function on it, so then you'll get a lot of fix just with that. So, but what do we need to achieve this? I would say that we need quality management. We need the standard EN 17161, because this is not a standard that is competing with EN 301549. EN 301549 talks about the technical specifications, what is applicable, this and that, what you buy. This standard is actually a standard that tells us, make an agreement on what we're talking about. Because when we talk about accessibility and universal design or design for all, inclusive design, whatever expression we use, we usually talk about different things. And in many countries, such as my own country, we cannot really make the difference between reasonable accommodation, that is for a context for one person, to discrimination, and accessibility that is mainstream, and universal design that is for all new products and services. And that is a process. So a process that complements the accessibility standards that we already have. So in this standard EN 301549, EN 17161 on accessibility following a design for all approach, design for all is used because it's in the procurement standard and it has been used on the European level. But for all of us, we have the CRPD where we use universal design. It's not a conflict of interest. We explain how these things go together in the standard. Then we talk about how you must start from the top. Leadership. You have to have leadership that sets targets and metrics. I think it was Stein Erik who talks about metrics. We need it in the public sector, in all sectors, also, of course, in the business sector. So what targets do we want to be met? And then we need to make sure that there are enough resources and guidelines so that you know what you're doing. And is this standard, we also talk about the end-to-end chain that was raised by Shadi from W3C. Accessibility is a complex issue. If you produce one product, let's say a ticket machine, you need to see what comes before and after. So in the beginning of this standard, you need to identify stakeholders along this chain. And you also have to start with the end users. You have to start with the non-users, I'm saying, because usually when we've used procurement in Sweden before, we've been a lot emphasized on usability. So people in a public office, they have gone out to the employees and says, what do you need? What kind of products do you need? And we'll do them for you. But there are very seldom people with disabilities employed in those offices. So that's why we need to think of the non-users. In this case, John, that I was talking about in the beginning, he cannot use the system independently. He has to ask for help. So in a way, he's a non-user. So this standard says you have to focus on the non-users and you have to supply a process to include the non-users so you can extend the wide range of users. And if we can agree, it's not, I think it's up to us in this room, if we can agree to work systematically and extend our family, so to speak, so that we not just speak to the people that we know who are already into these standards that we are talking about here today, I think we can approach what I call the DNA, to put accessibility and universal design into the DNA of the systems. So this is a DNA string that I put here because I could put it, I call this the DNA standard, and I think we must all agree on those things. This is not saying we are not giving new requirements, we are just putting things together. So I think this standard can be practically used as an award criteria. And procurers are very used to use this kind of standards for sustainable development. But then it's only the green part of the sustainable development. So let's work together and try to agree on the terms and a way to get forward and work together. Then I think we will all be able to buy and sell products and services that are accessible. So thank you.
Thank you, Mia. I think it was a good view of reinforcing the need that companies should have embedded the accessibility within their own processes, not only in the selling and buying part, but in say, really incorporating the spirit and of serving a wider range of users, and also being a better employer and being more just for society as a whole. So thank you for that. So now we go with Roberto Iscano. Roberto, please. Roberto has extensive experience with standardization, in particular in the context of the Italian context, and implementing these standards that have been introduced by Donald and spoken by Mia, and has an experience on the Italian implementation side of it. So Roberto, please.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you also to Mia that said a lot of things that I wanted to say. So we have the same mind, the same idea about where we need to go. What I wanted to ask to everyone is how many people, if you can raise the hand, work in the private sector? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Few people. When I talk about accessibility, I try to make to understand, because I work in the standardization field in Italy, also Europe, also around the world, both in web and ICT field. I think that we need to start to think about accessibility not only like a requirement for public administration. We need to think accessibility as a process in the development of product and service for everyday use. Otherwise, we have a fragmentation of products and service that are only set for public administration. For make you an example, this morning I was in front of a coffee machine. This coffee machine gives the opportunity to have a discount of 5% if you pay by credit card. The issue was that the credit card was on the top. So a person in wheelchair cannot pay with credit card. But this machine could be inside the public administration, but also inside a private office. This is a discrimination for people in wheelchair. So we need to talk with everyone that produces products and service and say, if you don't develop with accessibility in mind from the first step, you are going to discriminate some users. We need to also support the increase of training and education in every courses, in every level. We don't need only to have the training for accessibility expert. We need to have the accessibility expert inside every courses. We cannot have an engineer that create a bridge and another engineer that fix the bridge. We need an engineer that create an accessible bridge. This is my idea of accessibility. What we have do in my country? Italy, my country, is a great country for make law, but little lower to apply the law. But we have tried to involve the public administration to think in an accessible mode. But we're working also with the company that develop websites to involve them to develop accessible, not only for the public administration. So we have developed a lot of law, retrieving the accessibility, the WCA Gate 2.0 when come out, and then move to WCA Gate 2.1. Then we have update referring also the EN standard. Our law also contains some requirements also for the private sector. We require that the employer with disabilities can have their ICT products and service accessible. So we want that the accessibility is also in the private sector, not only in the public sector. What we have to do for support this? We are Italian, we speak not very well English. We don't read very well English, so we have translated every kind of documentation standards in official language, in Italian language. I personally coordinate the official translation of WCA Gate 2.1 and also the EN standard. In Italy, we have translated the standard in November of the last year. So it's 1 year that we have the official translation, that also, thanks to an agreement between the National Standardization Body and the government agency, we have the translation of the standard free of charge. So everyone can download from the national body the translation without any cost. This is a particular thing because if you go around to the National Standardization Body, you can download the localized version, usually pay, of the international standard that is in English version. So another thing that we need to increase is to have this document that support accessibility free of charge for everyone. because if you want to increase the knowledge of accessibility, we need to consent to everyone to download, to understand what are the requirements of make accessible content, accessible application, accessible mobile app for everyone. Next step that we are doing in Italy, I think next week the Italian government will publish officially the guidelines that update the national standards retrieving the Web Accessibility Directive, but also we go more ahead because our law from 2004 set standards also for ICT, hardware, software, and documents. So we have referred inside the national law all the EN standard for ICT, for software, and for documents. Also, we have updated the law requiring that the accessibility requirements are necessary. So every product that is buy from a public administration in Italy must be directly accessible. Because if we don't put product, ICT, hardware, software, web application, mobile app, accessible, we can create a discrimination for employee with disability, user with disability, citizen with disability that must interact with the public administration. Also, in Italy, we have another law from 2006. This is used a lot by people with disabilities that is against discrimination, direct or indirect discrimination. This is similar what's happened around the world. I think you heard about the causes about discrimination in the USA for the Beyoncé ticketing selling online that was not accessible, or Domino Pizza that wasn't accessible. In Italy, we have a law that we can do the same things. I hope that every country have a law about discrimination that every citizen can eventually refer for, have a support for remove discrimination. Because if I have a law in my country that say that a physical shop must be accessible, I don't want to have another law that say that the website must be accessible. Must be directly accessible, otherwise it's discrimination. We cannot make a law for every product, every service to say this must be accessible. Must be accessible by default. Developer must do products and service directly accessible because it's possible. When you talk about the web accessibility, the first version of web accessibility, WCAG 1.0, was of 5th of May 1999, last millennium, 20 years ago. So I'm also the president of Italian Web Professional Association. I cannot hear someone that say, oh, I don't know anything about accessibility. I need to study. No, you haven't studied when you need to study. You are not a good developer. You must develop, think for everyone. You then must use different hat. I put the hat of accessibility developer when I develop for the public sector, and then I create inaccessible service in the private sector. You need to develop directly accessible with accessibility in mind every day, every content, every application. I close here.
Thank you, Roberto, for the experience in Italian implementation and your views in the importance of being inclusive no matter what. So now we're going to a different take. Joy is going to is a professional audio description professional, and are going to from the American Council of the Blind, and is going to give us some overview and practical aspects in the production of audio description. Joe, please.
There we go. Thank you, Simone. I am projecting an image on the screen right now, and I'd like to begin right there. Too many presenters at gatherings such as these, or perhaps in a college course, will assume that everybody in the audience can access images being presented. But how can anyone really know that? People who are blind don't necessarily look blind. They may not be accompanied by a service animal, may not even be using a white cane. And besides, can't the fully sighted person in the back of the room, can they fully access projected images or words on a screen? So description is helpful for anyone. Now, in this case, the slide I'm projecting is the Accessible Europe Conference cover image, a harbor and text against a background of light blue. This is Malta, right? The sea is all around us, right? And most of what I'm presenting, of course, is text. Session 8, Universal Design Procurement and Standards, Audio Description as an Aesthetic Innovation. Joel Snyder, PhD, Audio Description Associates, LLC, Audio Description Project, American Council of the Blind. And at the very bottom of the slide, the words American Audio Description symbol and an image. Within a white square, the letters A and D in bold black type. The left side of the A is tilted toward the right, and to the right of the curve in the D are 3 curved lines, period. And I say that because often beginning describers will go on. They'll say something like, oh, they represent sound waves, you know. Well, there's nothing on the screen that tells a sighted person that they represent sound waves. Why would you add that information for people who are blind? At best, it's unnecessary. At worst, it could seem patronizing, as though a blind person could never know that curved lines might represent sound waves. So the point is that it's important to use audio description whenever a presentation is to a group of varied people, people who may very well have low vision or be blind, or perhaps they're just sitting in the back of the room and can't see anything on the screen. What happens? No, that's the wrong button. There's the right button. What happens in a theater doesn't occur only on the stage or in the audience, but within the magnetic current between both of these poles. Rudolf von Laban, The Mastery of Movement. But what if that magnetic current is interrupted? Not by lack of clarity on the stage, but rather by an audience member's lack of access to that full perception. How, for example, can a blind person see a dance performance? How can a person who's blind see a film? So, does one incorporate accessibility, audio description, as an aesthetic innovation? Audio description is a translation of images to words. The visual is made verbal and oral, he points to his ear, A-U-R-A-L, and oral, he points to his mouth, O-R-A-L, makes images accessible for people who are blind or have low vision with words that are succinct, vivid, imaginative. Media describers convey that visual image from television or film to a significant segment of the population. In the United States, we're talking about 8% of the population. American Foundation for the Blind says over 21 million Americans are either blind or have trouble seeing, even with correction. So, does one incorporate accessibility, audio description in particular, as that aesthetic innovation? Well, the theory of inclusive design describes one common approach to accessibility. The main tenets are the designers, first and foremost, consider as many different human abilities, limitations, and needs as possible. And then finally, those factors should be included from the beginning of the design process. So here's a shout out to my dear friend Pilar this morning, who said, it's all about being born accessible. That's what we're talking about. So in my work in audio description, I think when it's innovatively designed, and it doesn't work all the time, it's not necessarily an add-on, you know, like a ramp awkwardly and expensively added to a building. It can be part of the design process, creating greater accessibility and a certain aesthetic innovation. I've got 2 quick examples for you. The first one is Odd Job Jack, a cartoon created in Canada where they simply add in a narrator. They don't add the description in afterwards. It's there. It's built in. Let's listen and watch.
Audio.
Sound, 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 sound. Let's do this again and hit sound with it too. What do you think?
So we pulled up to the drive-through window of a donut shop. Our giant wiener pulled into the giant donut.
What can I get you?
3 coffees and a 12 of crullers. Make that 10 coffees. I'm really thirsty. A dozen coffees and your phone number, please?
Sure. Just make sure you call when Pa's out in the field.
You're farmer's daughter?
That's right, Sugar Glaze.
Hang on a sec. Jack, can we...
There's a cornfield round the back.
Let's go. I awoke to see Bobby running like a madman. Jack! Start the car! Jack! Behind him was a farmer pursuing him on a tractor. What's up? We're stuck. Give me a push!
But I love him, Daddy.
Push! 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 Harder! Bobby pushed our wiener in and out of the giant donut, getting a rhythm going. Push! Till at last, release. Let's haul wiener! Bobby jumped aboard the wiener.
I'm gonna get me that son of a bitch. Ah, now that was some serious action.
And another example, we won't have time for the whole thing. I'll give you as much of it as we can here. Our good friend Stevie Wonder created a music video, the first ever in the world, with audio description. So what the fuss? The style of the audio description matches the style of the piece and can easily be played as a part of the piece, not as an add-on, the way it's usually done with the traditional AD consumer using an FM system or some sort of infrared system. Let's listen to Stevie.
All right, here's how it's going down. Now, in an urban neighborhood, teens hang out on the front stoop of a 3-story brownstone. Inside, Stevie Wonder sits at a keyboard in the center of a spacious studio. A man grabs a bass guitar off the stand and 4 women cross the dark room. As a shadowy guitarist joins them, adults of all races and ages mingle in the hall and at the party. Stevie leans close to a gold-tipped microphone as he plays. A teen on the front steps turns his head sharply. At the party, women struck by smiling and a boy in the hall listens by an air vent. Stevie's backup singers dance at their mic stands. It's en vogue. Our view floats up to a vent behind them and away from a vent at the party. A lounging guest leans towards it. Nearby, a man checks out a woman swaying hips as she passes. The guests clear the room of furniture and a man sprinkles fine powder on a hardwood floor. Stevie's fingers glide over the keys. At the party, a dancer drags his toe through the powder. The lounging guest bobs his head. As 2 gang kids fight near storefront TV sets, the screens show explosions. Now, in Stevie's studio, the bass guitar strings turn into vibrating wall pipes that lead to the party. On the dance floor, a twirling man's hat flies off. A woman in gold heels presses against her partner. As she leans back, he feels her bare stomach.
Oh, we'll leave it right there. I'll leave you wanting more, huh? It's really an amazing video. And then finally, my last slide is simply my contact information, jsnyder@audiodescribe.com or acb.org. The ACB's audio description project, I do want to highlight that. Everything you want to know about audio description, and we're afraid to ask, acb.org/ADP. And I will leave you with the information at the very bottom. You know, if you did not enjoy 8 minutes with me, you will certainly not enjoy 3 days with me in February in Washington, D.C. You can come and learn about audio description, or in July of next year in Chicago. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Joel, for this practical view on the importance of inclusive design and on the effects of including the concept that they're going to provide accessible content from the scripting part. So when you design the video or the sequence, that it's already in there, not retrofit. So these were the presentations we had. I wonder if there are questions from the public that you would like to pose to the panelists. Yes, sir, please. Please say your name.
Okay. Stanley De Bono, CEO of FITA. I have a question relating to the. It relates directly to procurement, but in terms of the different types of products that are available. There obviously are the commercial solutions, and there are also many other free, open source alternatives. One issue that we regularly face when we describe what's available to clients is that mainstream technology, although it has integrated accessibility, over and over, we've experienced issues where there's a policy change or there's an update, and you're a person who has a mobility impairment, they're trying to activate the device via voice or trying to unlock the screen. This is mostly specific to Android, actually. At one fine day, you're set up completely with the technology you need, maybe a low-cost solution, and one fine morning, because there's a new license or a policy where you need to click a button or there's been an update, it fails you. And it's one thing if it's just an extra feature where I can issue voice commands or whatever and cope. It's another thing where you depend on that technology. What regulations are planned? Are you aware of this sort of issue? Are there plans to tackle it?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, where the liability lies when something that you provided and you thought it were accessible no longer is, and it's a little bit out of your control. So I don't know if there are any comments. Mia, please.
I could say I have worked with a standard called ISO 20400 on sustainable procurement, and I would say that I'm not sure about the regulation. Somebody else can do that. But what I say practically, you need to have complaint systems. It's very clear in this standard, so that you link complaint systems to the improvements that you make, so that it must be very easy to find where you should complain when things are not working, and that complaints is not taken as something that, wow, we get rid of it, but you take it as knowledge that you need to get into the system. And if we talk about accessibility issues, I think it's often very hard in many cases to know where to complain. Now with the Web Accessibility Directive, in that sense, it should be easy now, but it should also be easy in many other circumstances, so that you can make easily complain and get it into the quality system. So it also, another thing, I don't know if you noticed that the recommendation we got from the UN was also to put accessibility requirements in the public procurement agreements. So you have to have something in the agreements on what is going to happen in a case like that. Yeah. So I think that is another thing to provide a solution, at least. I don't know, Roberto.
Yeah.
You with me?
Italy is similar. In Italy, by the Italian law, is a requirement of the agreement that contains to require accessible product. Otherwise, the contract is null. So public administration cannot pay the people that give product and service if the product isn't accessible. We have a lot of cases of payments stopped for this issue in public administration in Italy.
And just one point to add to that, public procurement isn't just about buying something and then the process is over the day you buy it. There's also the notion of contract management, which has been alluded to, and accessibility ought to be built into that, so that, you know, on the day that something breaks because there's been an update, that has already been considered by the vendor, and the vendor may not be the person who is has created the software. They might be the developer of the software who's putting a system in place, but the contract management would typically cover the life cycle of that system. It's a very good point. It's something that standards aim to try and build certainty around. And I know from a colleague of mine who passed away a number of years ago, Cynthia Waddell, who many people in the audience would know, would have known her experience in the United States before there were standards specifying exactly what accessibility meant in the context of operating systems and office applications. Accessibility features would break after each new update. So in the context of your question around free and open source software and Android, I think it's looking at the developer who is contracted to provide the service to install and implement the software, ensuring that it's considered right across the life cycle of the system that's being developed. And finally, where you can get guidance on this actually is a toolkit that we developed under Mandate 376, which looks at all the stages of procurement, not just the tender. And that's available at mandate376.standards.eu. Okay, thanks, Dolly.
A final addition is that procurers, I think they work a lot with sustainable development now in that system you have a lot of knowledge about supply chains, and that would also be applicable, I think, to know who is responsible. So I think again it's important to not have accessibility as an add-on, but to insert it into those knowledge base that you already have, for example in sustainable development, so that it becomes part of this.
Thank you, very good. Any other questions? Yes, Immaculada.
Okay, just to say that in relation to public procurement, and building, in order to facilitate the implementation of the obligation to buy accessible that the current procurement directives have, the Commission is working on a guide called Social Responsible Public Procurement. And in that guide, we are already explaining out several issues related to social procurement, not only accessibility, but also issues related to, for example, reserved contracts for persons with disabilities and some other social issues, but also accessibility. How can accessibility be considered in the different stages of the procurement in relation to the performance of the contract, the tender specification, the award contract, all that would be there, and we will share this information as soon as the guide is accessible. Is available, sorry. Thank you.
Very good, thank you, Immaculada. Any other questions?
Is it possible to make a question to Ima?
I think it's fair game.
Because what I'm asking for, I did last year in the same conference. What I think we need is a study to follow up on the application of Article 42 in the public procurement. We need to ask, I mean, it could be a set of questions on how you get it into the system. What would, you know what I mean? We have to know what are the experience, what are the barriers, and what are the solutions. And you follow up on many other directives. I mean, you've done a good job on the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, even when with a very soft regulation. So what would be needed to get a study like that?
Okay, a study like that is ongoing.
Ah,
so
brilliant.
the problem is that the contractor is telling us that it's very difficult. I mean, my colleagues are doing the study, and I recently asked, and what was the, how many good practices on buying accessible are they finding? They don't find them. It's very difficult to find them. So I'm reaching out to the audience. If you have examples where the directives have been adequately applied, good examples of buying accessible, please let me know so that we can inform also the contractor and they can go dig into more detail. But it's not that they are finding too many good practices. This is my understanding.
Very good.
Oh, sorry, just to
Yes.
say that we started an initiative. I mean, we are moving now to e-procurement. And in the e-procurement, there are a number of forms to be filled in. And there we are highlighting or having one specific element to signal whether the procurement has accessibility in it and how to follow up. If not, I mean, why, what are the reasons why accessibility was not introduced. I know that we have proposed this, and I would need to check out where it is in this moment, but I think making visible that accessibility is being considered in procurement is also a matter of stimulating others to do so, especially if you have to explain if you didn't do it, why, and also it can serve as examples for others that have to do it to go and check how this has been done. So it needs to be made visible and available.
Thank you, Immaculada. I think we reached the end of our session, keeping Julian happy and Yaroslav. Unless you have some very last question, I don't see any. Yes, in the very back. Yes.
Simao,
David,
may
yes.
I ask a question about audio descriptions? Is that possible?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, it's simply that many years ago I was involved in the original work in the UK to develop audio descriptions, and this was some decades ago, by the way. But at that time we came to a series of conclusions about how audio descriptions would work best. And first of all, we thought they certainly didn't work very well with live content because it was too difficult to do well with live content. Of course, it can be used in a simple way. So that it was really devised for things like drama and so on and non-real-time content like that. The other thing was when we tested out people's response to describers, we found that they responded best to describers who had what might be called a non-threatening voice, and they were usually ladies with fairly low register voices. I guess this is some years ago, and I just wondered if you think all of that, those assumptions are no longer true. Thank you.
Many are no longer true. When I was there in 1981 at the very beginning of audio description in the United States in Washington, D.C. And I wrote and voiced the first 3 programs on television in 1985. And the theory then was that, this idea of objectivity, which is very important in the use of language, was transferred over to the vocal quality, not of the describer, of the voice talent, the narrator. And for 2 decades, audio description was always voiced, now he's moving there, now they're moving, now he's doing this, now she's doing that, now he picked up something, like a golf announcer. And people who are blind, the users of description, people who know description, finally rose up and said, no, we need to have something that in the quality of the voice matches the tone of what's being presented. You're not in the piece, you're not an actor, you're of the piece. And that has really become, is growing as the predominant philosophy and best practice with respect to audio description. Just to give you one example.
Thank you, Joe. I think now we really must to close. So I would like just to give a big hand to the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Simao.
Thank you very much, Simao and the panelists for the great contributions. So now we will have a 2-minute technical break before we begin straight away with session 9 on telecom relay services.
like to introduce Mr. Ruting Chang, who is the counselor for ITU. Come on up, ITUR Study Group 6. Please take the floor.
And okay, so you can come with me.
Could I start? Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Ruting Chang, counselor of the Study Group 6 of Radio Communication Bureau of ITU. Maybe for some of you, little bit surprised why I'm here, because maybe it's difficult for you to create a linkage between the radio communication and accessibility matters. So in this regard, I'd like first to give you a very brief presentation regarding the ITUR. Then we'll focus on some deliverables developed by ITUR, which is related to the something that for people with disabilities. So first, when we talk about ITUR, maybe if you have some understanding regarding the 4G, 3G, 4G, and 5G, maybe you can have some angle to understand ITUR. Actually, for 4G example, both the air interference standards as well as the spectrum, which a global harmonized or regional harmonized spectrum are identified by ITUR. So I think the 5G will also enable technology to service these people with disabilities. That's a well-known situation. So ITUR we have 3 objectives. Very simple. We develop the Radio International Treaty. We apply it. We also develop some specification, which also can be regarded as international standards. So we have international radio regulation is governing the global spectrum use as well as satellite orbit. This is very, very important for the radio communication society. We also priorities. We have the World Radio Communication Conference. The WRC radio conference is just concluded in Egypt last month, where we have achieved quite a number of the achievements, where I can highlight something. First is the 5G. We identified quite a number of spectrum at the millimeter wave band for 5G. With that, 5G could become a reality, can provide you a wide range of services to you. So that's one of them. Other is the satellite issues. We established regulatory provisions regarding how to govern the mega constellation satellite in the low band. For example, OneWeb, SpaceX, they have the plan to launch the satellite more than 1,000 into the sky. So this conference established regulatory on this regard. We also developed a number of regulatory framework to govern the global infrastructure. You can employ maritime, aeronautical, even train and ITS, interregional transportation system. So the output of WRC will make the global digital society more accessible and more affordable. It's also the goal of today's event. Why we can achieve this accessible and affordable? Because first, we develop the global harmonized spectrum. With that, we can utilize the spectrum with only risk of the interference globally, the cross-border, the first day. Secondly, with this global regulatory framework, we can make the product in the huge amount. That's the kind of economy scale. With this economy scale, we can achieve the affordable. That's very, very important. At ITUR, we have study groups. Study group is a very, very important part of ITUR, which carry out every aspect of radio communication issues globally, even regionally. We have a study group we have a study group, various study groups. we have a study group for broadcasting. That's very, very important because this scope will cover all the aspects of broadcasting, from the program making, delivery, and the presentation. So we have the chairman working Party 60 Media, Mr. Andy Quest. We also have Mr. David Wood. They are two heavyweights in the study group 6, particularly on the study of the accessibility issues. So the study in study group 6 is in the good hand. So you can count on the Working Party 60 on this regard. We also welcome your contribution, your idea. It's a very useful platform. We also have we have a resolution on the accessibilities. As a subject, you can see we developed quite a number of the recommendations, which covers something. For example, I don't know how to open that. Maybe it's difficult to open it. I'd like to make a very brief presentation. Regarding the M1065, it's dedicated for the persons with impaired hearing. Also, we have the recommendation SM 18196. In this recommendation, we are seeking global harmonization for this system. With that, you can have this device for the people with impaired hearing. You can go globally. You can cross border without any risk to violation the national radio regulations. You can eliminate any risk of the interference. It's very, very important. ITUI is the only platform where you can seek some global harmonization in terms of spectrum. Of course, including the application for the people with disabilities. We also have other recommendation with MIX. It's a medical implemented communication system. It's very, very important for those who have, for example, the heart disease. You need an implemented system. This is very important. ITUI has developed the standards. We have got a global harmonization for this application. So, put simply, we are looking forward to cooperating with you on this regard. Thank you so much.
I'm going to get you up in a minute. Thank you. I'm going to go and again assist on my way because that doesn't work. Nobody can see it and nobody really pays attention. You're too concentrating on what? I'm going to have a sign flashed at you guys. It says 2 minutes and 1 minute. So where is my sign? Where is my sign person? Right there. Watch him. Okay? So now I'd like to introduce Mrs. Teresa Horrigan, who is from the user end working group co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go.
If we could have my slides, please. Just starting off, thank you very much for being here. BEREC, the European Regulators Working Group, has done some work in this area with regard to relay services. So today I'm just going to briefly confirm the BEREC strategic priority of interest, promoting the interests of EU citizens and protecting the interests of vulnerable end user groups. To recap, going back, we've been doing work since 2011 with relation to accessibility throughout the member states, followed by a public workshop 2013-15 with some publications, and today I'm focusing on the output from the most recent publication, which was in 2018. In 2018, when we surveyed 28 member states, 16 were offering some form of relay services, 7 being offered by the universal service provider only, 4 being offered by all service providers in those member states, and 5 some service providers in member states. So altogether, a total of 16 out of 28. Similar to what Mia in the previous session referred to with regard to targets, we looked at quality of service requirements in regard to those 18 member states who offered relay service. Of those, 10 had quality of service requirements, of which 8 were on a statutory basis and 2 were voluntary. To continue, what I'm doing is looking at the quality of service standards that apply in the UK and Ireland, just as case studies. So looking at the UK, in the UK there was, in 1991, the text phone was introduced and a form of text relay service. In 2012, Ofcom identified a need to actually move to a more technology neutral scenario. In 2013, they undertook a survey, followed by 2014, the introduction of next generation text. This was followed by a subsequent survey in 2015, and then the surveys were outsourced after that point. Relay UK is a service that's on offer to all citizens in the UK. I've just taken a snapshot of what's available on their website and referenced the slide to the website.
Phone in 1973. Sorry, beg your pardon.
So looking at the quality of service measures in the UK, all measures are averaged over a calendar month. They include 90% of standard relay calls must be answered within 15 seconds, 95% of emergency relay calls answered within 5 seconds, less than 3% of standard relay calls abandoned, less than 2% of emergency calls abandoned, and publication of data at the end of each quarter. In addition, there are measures with regard to the handling of the service. So this would be the supplier of the service. 94% of calls correctly handled, more than 40 words per minute in conversation, voice to text transcription speed, more than 98% voice to text transcription accuracy, and less than 1 complaint per 1,000 calls. So the most recent survey was 2018, last year, and taking into account that the technology neutral service is available since 2014, we have 65% of people using the service between 1 and 4 years, which is very positive. An additional 21% commenced within 6 months to 1 year. That's 86% in total have been using the service between 6 months and the last 4 years, and of which nearly half use it every day. When we look then at the customer satisfaction, in 2015, satisfaction with the service was down at 71%. This has increased year on year to now 90% satisfaction rate, which is again very positive. We also looked at the change in devices and what's being used, and obviously smartphones and the usage of smartphones has increased exponentially, followed by laptops and tablets. So again, that's just a snapshot of the UK experience. In the presentation before lunch, we spoke about 3 triggers. Triggers being legislation, awareness and training. In Ireland, there's legislation in place whereby we have imposed an obligation on providers who have over 100,000 subscribers to offer a text relay service, technology neutral, to their subscribers. The awareness is, we've done some work as the national regulator to generate awareness among user groups. What we find though is there's still being quite relatively modest take-up rates, but sitting here yesterday and looking at the innovative solutions that are available, maybe there's alternatives now available through apps that people are using that don't require the text relay service. So again, one of the innovations yesterday that was presented, BeMyEyes.com, when I looked at the figure of 170,000 users worldwide, in Ireland we have a population of less than 5 million, of which about 50,000 may require this service. So again, I was really feeling very small yesterday evening coming from Ireland with our measures in place. Finally, to conclude, just with regard to in Ireland, the quality of service measures that we have in place, what we looked at was we looked at equivalence of access. Equivalence being what obligations we have on operators with regard to answering calls, 20 relay calls answered within 20 seconds, and we have a target of 80%. Abandon rate is up to 5%. Service availability per calendar month, 99.9%. Call waiting, end users must be informed if they're in a queue, and that's 100%. And the monitoring of relay assistance. So I suppose, just to conclude, throughout Europe, throughout the member states, we have 7 member states where the obligation is on the universal service provider. We have 4 on all service providers and 5 on some. So in total, we have 16 out of 28 member states who are offering relay service. So looking back over the progress since our first survey in 2011, it's been positive, but still more work to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to switch the order because the person who is actually the most relevant person in the room on relay services who's sitting right next to me, is Mr. Mark Wheatley, who is the president of the European Union of the Deaf. Would you're going to go up and give him gas? Go get him. It started.
Hello, everyone.
76. Whoever gave you that information is totally wrong. I carried him in myself.
Great. Looking at the time. Let me just see how this works. Great. I just would like to briefly let you know what the European Union of the Deaf does. We are based in Brussels, Belgium, and we are an ENGO comprising of national associations of the deaf, and we have 31 full members. That's 28 EU member states, plus Iceland, Norway, and Switzerland. And we represent the deaf people within Europe, and we are one of the only supranational organizations representing deaf people in the EU institutions. Looking at the statistics, there are 52 million deaf and hard of hearing people in the EU. This does include the elderly who have a hearing loss. Looking at deaf sign language users, we have 715,000. And if we look at the registered sign language interpreters that we have in the EU, that is 9,900. Which actually means, if you do the math, you have 73 deaf sign language users per sign language interpreter. And actually, if you look at the Nordic countries, Finland, Sweden, and Denmark, they average roughly 10 deaf people to 1 interpreter. But if you go to the south and the southeast, it's over 1,000 deaf people per interpreter. So it's a great difference between the north or the south, or depending on which country you look at. And what's the solution? Do we need to train more sign language interpreters? Or do we need to make an effective use of their time? I just want to bring to everyone's attention, people often ask, is sign language universal? The answer is no. Some people do think, well, spoken languages such as American English or British English are interchangeable. However, if you look at American Sign Language and British Sign Language, just as an example, if an American deaf person and a British deaf person come together, it is almost incomprehensible to each other. So one of the solutions that I wanted to bring to your attention was the different telecommunications relay service models available. One of them is video relay service. That is when a deaf person wants to make a phone call. They can, through an interpreter on a screen, they call to a call center. They sign whatever they want to say to the hearing person, and you have an interpreter in the middle. So this is a relayed service. Then you have video remote interpreting. You can see, for those who can see, the second graph. But this is when you have the two the deaf person and the hearing person see each other eye to eye, but the interpreter is remote. So the interpreter is at a call center or not in the same room as the deaf and hearing people that want to communicate with each other. And you also have remote captioning services. So this is deaf or hard of hearing people who can speak, or sorry, people who cannot hear but can speak. They speak for themselves, and when the person is responding to them, that is then being translated into captions. And so that deaf person. So looking at this technology that's available, the different TRS devices and services, I do now want to look towards different Horizon 2020 projects that are out there. There is one project called SHAPES, and this is a smart and healthy aging through people's engaging in supportive systems. That's what it stands for. And there are millions of euros being looked at, focusing on how supportive devices can help, and technological devices help the elderly. But also, this can be applied to deafened people, and they can help them to be independent. So this is going to be happening now the next 4 years, from 2019 to 2023. And we've also been looking at emergency services. This has come up quite often the last day, and people must think, oh yes, deaf people are not able to call for themselves, they're not able to make an emergency call. Maybe they don't think they want to. I can tell you that all deaf people want to have that responsibility. If I see someone fall and have a heart attack, I want to be able to call emergency services. I want to be able to help you. If there are no 112 accessible services, how can I call someone to get you help? You're going to die. So people think, oh, we need to find out how we can have the deaf people call 112 services, but I'd like to change that around. We would like to make sure that you get 112 services if you fall and have a heart attack. There was a project that focused on this named Nexus. This was a Horizon 2020 project from 2015 to 2020, and it focused on total communication, 112 emergency services. So this is when a deaf person can either, through a webcam and or through text, contact emergency services. And once again, they can then contact emergency services to be able to help you. And actually, this is beneficial once again to everyone, because if you also want to use this as anyone, if you want to call emergency services, you have the webcam, you can actually show the emergency services a picture, and a picture is worth more than 100,000 words, and they can have a much better idea, the emergency services then, about what is happening in that emergency. So it works both ways. So in conclusion, I'd like to bring up that legislation varies greatly currently in the EU countries, and there is not one solution for horizontal VRS, VRI services. It varies greatly. It is very important, of course, that we have provisions of services and clear coverage of costs. As we know, people are pointing to everyone else. You're responsible. No, you're responsible. Everyone is passing the buck. We need to make sure that it is very clear on who is covering the costs. European Union of the Deaf urges for the full implementation of accessibility-related legislation at EU level. Like we've already heard, and Immaculada has also explained, that we do know that there are regulations that every EU country needs to make sure that there are 112 emergency services that are accessible for all. And the transposition time is only 5 years. So once again, we really urge all stakeholders and everyone to be involved at their local level as well. Thank you for inviting me, and have a good day.
Thank you, Mark. You were actually on time. I would like to introduce Masahito Kawamori, who I have had the pleasure of working with for 15 years in the ITU in standardization. He is the rapporteur for the accessibility question in ITUT. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for nice introduction.
When we're not fighting.
Okay, so my slides, please. I think
Okay, there you go. So I'd like to talk a little bit about telecom relay service and its practical challenges and standards. Since I'm working with ITU-T standardization on accessibility, I would like to present some of our standards as well. Okay. So telecom relay service, as Mark explained, it's a telecom communications that would allow persons who have hearing or speech disabilities and who otherwise would be unable to engage in voice telecommunication to make voice telephone calls to other persons using, there are 4 common types of relay services. One is text relay service, and the other is video relay service, which we call VRS, and caption telephone service relay, and speech-to-speech relay service for persons who cannot speak well. And it's a way for deaf and hard of hearing people to communicate using voice with a hearing person in another location. And voice is mediated by, in this case, what we call communication assistant, or CA. And so this is the way how VRS works. The person on the left is a hearing person who can speak, and there is a communication assistant in center. And on the right-hand side, there is a deaf person who can sign. So from the hearing person's perspective, she's just talking, and she only hears the voice of the communication assistant. So it's exactly like any other ordinary phone. So using this TRS or VRS, a deaf and hard of hearing person can communicate using as a mediary the CA, communication assistant, in a voice communication, which is conveyed to the hearing person. So this is the way how TRS or VRS works. In this talk, I would like to focus on 2 things. One is a functional equivalency of services, and the other is professionalism of communication assistants, because these 2 things are very important in TRS relay service. In UNCRPD, the Article 9 states that accessibility should be taken into account, and there should be measures to ensure to persons with disabilities access on an equal basis with others to information and communications, including information and communication technologies and systems. So this on an equal basis is a very important principle, which we call functional equivalency. As a functional equivalency can be defined as a capability to which persons with disabilities are able to use a communication service or system with a level offered functions and convenience of use that's similar to those offered to the wider group of users in a population, which implies that the users of relay services would not be at a disadvantage compared to the calling options available to the mainstream people. So for example, functional equivalency implies that the deaf and hard of hearing users would not be at a disadvantage compared to the mainstream users in that no restriction on the types of calls, for example, emergency call, 911, 112, and so on, it should be real-time, bidirectional, no restriction on the hours with relay services operation, 24 hours, 7 days a week, not incurring extra costs by using TRS, no restriction on the types of equipment, no specific complication on all setup methods, and so on. So pretty much the same as any other calls, telephone calls, TRS should support to deaf and hard of hearing people. So I would like to take an example of emergency and 112 for all. And if is 112 include deaf people or hard of hearing people. So 112 is the European emergency number, available free of charge 24/7 anywhere in the European Union. Citizens can dial 112 to reach the emergency services, including the police, emergency medical services, and the fire brigades. The European Union of the Deaf, which Mark now represents, asked the following question in 2014. Has the Commission assessed the action may be necessary to include deaf people as full users of the emergency services in each member state of the Union. And there's the answer. This is the answer from the Commission. The EU regulatory framework on electronic communications requires member states to ensure that access to emergency services for disabled end users is equivalent to that enjoyed by other users. So this is functional equivalency. Consequently, it is the member states that are responsible under the principle of subsidiarity for putting in place the technology and organization to allow equivalent access to 112 calls for disabled end users. Again, this is the functional equivalency, and there's only one technology that would allow this, which is TRS and VRS. And for EU member states, as far as I know currently, there are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 countries that provide TRS or VRS. I don't know if the counting may be different based on a different calculation, but this is, as of 2018, we made specific research. But anyways, if there are other countries, that'll be great to know. And so working with deaf community and hard of hearing people, we created this standard called ITU-T recommendation F.930, Multimedia Telecommunication Relay Service, which provides the framework and background of TRS, describes current widely available service types, including provision of emergency calls, professional requirements on communication assistant, training of communication assistant, functional equivalency, and clear definition of the role of communication assistant. And this is the newest standard on telecom relay service now. And it would be a great framework to be adopted by EU for 112 and hard of hearing, deaf and hard of hearing people. Now I'd like to go to the importance of communication assistant. As I said, communication assistant is the very essential part of the TRS service. And for that purpose, we need to have at least these, what we call professional code of conduct for communication assistants. The first thing, it needs to be very accurate and complete. No rendering, no altering, no omitting, or modification of the exchanges, especially sign, and impartiality and avoidance of conflicts of interest, and also confidentiality of the information. It's very important. I emphasize this part because nothing about us without us, the motto of this accessibility. And deaf and hard of hearing people or persons with disabilities in general are not incapacitated people who cannot make decisions, responsible decisions, and who need guardians to be protected. In particular, a CA, communication assistant in TRS, should not act as a guardian who makes decisions for deaf and hard of hearing people, editing, modifying exchanges during a TRS call to make them more understandable. Okay? So in conclusion, telephone relay service is the only way deaf and hard of hearing people to make voice telephone calls in an essential part of the accessible telecommunication for an inclusive society. Functional equivalency in TRS, especially access to an emergency call, 112 for example, is essential, and communication assistant who mediates voice is an important part of TRS. And ITU-T F.930 is the standard that provides the background and framework which will be good for European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Masahito. Now, Masahito has touched on emergency services, and we have Michael, I'm going to say this wrong, De Batista. Did I say it correctly, Michael? Yes. Michael, great. Okay, Michael is dealing with 112MT app focus group, and the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is related to that. Do you want us to go up to the podium, or do you want? Yes, you
have
can.
some assistance.
Yes,
with-
your assistant is Masahito, who will take you up. Great.
Can I hold you by the elbow, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
Got it.
So there's the
Pointer stick.
Yeah.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. By the way, is the presentation up for everyone to see?
How
Okay,
much time have I
fantastic.
got
Okay,
total,
so
you
this is mine is a short presentation on an app which is currently being
Well, tell Joe.
developed by the Ministry of Home Affairs and Security, namely the 112MT app, which is an app designed in such a way to making emergency calls accessible to persons with communication difficulties. It is worth saying that, for a start, a number of meetings were held between the Ministry of Home Affairs and Security and the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability in Malta, where quite a number of feedback was forwarded to the aforementioned ministry, particularly feedback from persons who are deaf and hard of hearing. It is worth mentioning as well that last August a focus group was set up in which various stakeholders were present, namely the representatives from the Ministry of Home Affairs and Security, the representatives from the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability. There were also representatives from the Foundation for Information Technology Accessibility. In addition, there were also persons with disability who represented various organizations. The representatives from the Ministry of Home Affairs and Security informed us that the way the app is designed is that both the main and sub-menus are designed in such a way that that will be comprising entirely of pictograms. When accessing the main menu, for instance, one would have four pictograms comprising the kind of emergency services required, namely the ambulance, the fire brigade, the army, and the police. Now, when accessing any of the submenus, upon pressing any of the pictograms in the main menu, one would see a number of pictograms in which a number of which these pictograms depict the nature of emergency, such as, for instance, theft or drowning. It is worth mentioning that an end user can select one or more of pictograms from the main menu, as well as one can select pictograms from one or more pictograms from the submenu. Now, upon selecting the desired pictograms and the notification sent, sent to the control room, the 112 control room. An operator from that control room would contact the person, would contact the caller via web chat. Communication, excuse me, can be done either in verbatim or through web chat. The representatives from the Ministry for Home Affairs and Security informed us that the app has been primarily designed for those who have communicating difficulties. However, promising that the app will be further refined in such a way that it will be accessible to persons with other impairments. Now, regarding the availability of the iOS, availability of the app, it shall be available both for Android smartphones as well as for those smartphones that run on iOS. In the case of Android, and once the users have registered themselves, the location tracking is very straightforward. However, there are some technical problems for those having iOS operated devices. However, there are plans to rectify the issue. Plus that there are also plans so that the app will be catering for the Galileo satellite system on matters concerning location tracking. And users have the facility to registering themselves on the app, and it shall be in such a way that a caller, it shall be in such a way where the operator in the 112 control room could identify, for instance, if the person, if the caller is a deaf person. And it is also worth adding that the app is designed in such a way that the end user will either be calling for an emergency services on his or her own behalf, or else on behalf of someone else. There is also a facility in the app in which the end user could take photo of where the emergency has occurred, which can be sent directly to the 112 control room. One final word, this app has been designed in such a way in order to addressing issues concerning trying to text messaging to the control room, in the sense that you might have someone who have limited literacy skills, or even to cater in situations of the person's state of mind when attempting to make emergency call via messaging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael, very, very much. And I think we still have some more time. So because this is supposed to be a session on relay services, and one of the most interesting relay services that has come to light, because I generally know what's going on with the deaf community since I brought the first down phone types to England in the 70s, and that we had a relay service with the Royal National Institute for the Deaf in the 80s. So the thing is, deaf communication has been going on quite a long time. Is Olivier Jadel, are you in the audience? Can you speak and explain briefly? There, go ahead. I'm going to give you 2-3 minutes to tell what you told me today at lunch. Thank you.
Hello. Is hand working? Can you hear me?
Here, take this to him. I don't want it.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you so much for this chance to speak. So as you may have seen from yesterday's presentation, France launched a relay service in October last year, and it follows the law in France. The law requires a total conversation setup. So there's 5 communication means in place, actually. So there's VRS, video relay service in sign language, VRS, video relay service in cued speech, text relay service with captioning, communication service for deafblind and low vision, and communication services for people with aphasia, speech, cognitive issues, autism. So the last part is quite interesting because we are working in a context where there are no norms established. So how do you reformulate a conversation? Does that go against what has just been explained here? How do we set norms for pictograms? Because there's no such thing that we know of today. So associations today in France are struggling to come up with answers, because telecom operators cannot decide for associations or for users which pictograms are going to be used by the provider. And I cannot decide for them. So the ball is being passed around, there's no decision being made. So we would like to have the ITUs help and to be able to work on this, setting for norms for people who reformulate. There's another issue for Braille users. When people talk, the conversation is going too fast, it's a live conversation. So Braille users need to have someone to stop the conversation while the person typing, redo it. So there's a whole set of issues that we have uncovered in France, and we would like the ITU's help. And we're very proud in working in this new generation of total relay services.
Thank you very much. Considering that I was a relay service from the age of 2 for my 2 deaf parents, we have moved a long way than using our children and families for that sort of thing. I really am grateful for you for telling me the new services that are available in France, because some of those are not available in the UK and not available in the US completely, though we do have persons with autism now being able to use relay services even though they may not be deaf. How much time have I actually got to have just to continue for a few more minutes? I don't know. Oh, we have 11 minutes. Great. 11 minutes. Well, actually, yeah, okay. The thing is, I just want to say something because I come from deaf culture, even though I'm not deaf myself, is that the first deaf transatlantic call was done in 1975 from the UK to Washington. I also want to say that the deaf telephone network was created and done and implemented by the deaf community themselves, not telephone companies, not governments. We did get cooperation. And this is not what is not being emphasized in this conference, is that a lot of the changes and a lot of the things that have made accessibility work come from the community themselves. They do it themselves. And I want to stress that, especially about the deaf community, because the deaf community is one of the most innovative, one of the most extraordinary group of people who actually value communication more than any hearing person in the world. That's so special and so important. So I don't know if you would like to say some closing words, please, on what I have just said. Mark, can you go ahead, please, and sign? Right, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Andrea, for sharing those words and about the deaf. ITU actually has been an extremely important institution for us because they founded the regulations and a framework on how we could then further this communication. The problem currently, and when we're looking at where we are today at 2020, technology has advanced greatly, but if you look at so many places in the world, they are so behind. They don't even have access to communication. If you just pick up the phone and you want to call anyone, I will maybe just give you one example. Just last evening, I decided that I wanted room service. But I can't pick up the phone. So I need to go down the stairs, go to reception, and ask them, first let them know I'm deaf, I can't call, could I please order room service? And so like, of course, no problem. They wrote down on a piece of paper, I wrote down what I wanted, and you know what the receptionist wrote? She wrote on the piece of paper, use the telephone, press 0, and then you can order your order. I looked at the piece of paper and I'm just like, how can I use the telephone? and it's just as an example, it happens daily just because people don't think about it. They have good intentions, definitely. It's not being insulting, but there is that issue where within European countries, our responsibility and your responsibility is to make sure that we don't forget all of those communities.
I have to tell you this story. My father was in New York with my mother. His relay service was in California. He could direct dial from his phone with his Kleinschmidt portable TT1, called the relay service, who called the hotel, and ordered room service and said, don't forget to put the piece of paper under the door. So that's how he managed to get room service. But that's the best example to give because it doesn't work for us mostly here. The problem is integrating with telecommunications is so important, and that's creative, and that is the best example I've heard. Is there somebody in the audience that would like to ask any of our panelists a question? And you can't see from here. I'm blind as a bat with all these right, well, we'll just keep on talking. I also wanted to emphasize that Michael is given a very important communication about the fact that his group of people have to be able to access emergency services. And that is something that is still not safe for people who have disabilities and hearing disabilities. And was there a question back there? Oh,
yes.
No? Yeah, go ahead.
Can I have, thank you.
Say who you are for the
regarding
captioning.
112, thank you. Regarding 112 services, this is quite new in France as well. So we have for accessibility, the 112 services for VRS and captioning. So that's important, and we could even share with Michael how we've implemented that. It's separate from the telecommunications relay service. It's a dedicated relay service apart, and that could be extended to this model. Could be extended. I think it's quite interesting, and I would like to share that.
Dedicated in what way? I'm not sure what you meant. Could you repeat that, please?
It's dedicated relay service because operators have been specifically trained to handle emergency crises, which is very different from your average call on an average day. Imagine you have a very panic situation, you need to reassure people. So it's very specific training that they have.
I think this is really something that all countries are going to have to take a look at. There are 26 communication relay services in the world. That's not a lot. And they don't interoperate because you have to register as a person with your relay service because they want to prevent criminals from using it for fraud, and also they want to control the cost. Because the problem we had in the beginning was that when the British found out that the Americans had relay services, they started calling transatlantically to the relay service to be able to make a call to someone in England, and they had to put a stop to that. Which, you know, the deaf are extremely creative in getting things done, I can tell you. My dad taught me a lot, and I get around a lot of stuff too. It's deaf thinking. We'll get around it if we can. So the problem is it's not interoperable. Each country has a restricted use. So if you're in another country, you can't use their relay services, and that is really against human rights. And we have to get treaties in place to do something about that. As I work with Samau Campus Neto in Study Group 16 and Masahito Kawamori, and it is a UN agency, and I haven't figured out how I'm going to figure out to get the governments to look at the fact that if anybody who's hearing can call any telephone, as Marcus said, and do what they want to do, why can't we do the same thing in our deaf community? Why can't we call any telephone, any relay service that we want? And this is a big issue. And those of you who are here in government, I'd like you to take that back home with you, because we need to have a treaty between telecommunications companies to cross those borders so that when people are traveling, they can use the relay service of the country that they're in. I wasn't supposed to speak, but I always do. I really am. You want to go ahead?
Once again, I took inspiration from technology that exists today. So you have services like Skype, which are cross-border, cross-government. They don't really care where you live, what you do. And so it's an app that you can download anywhere and call anywhere. That's what Skype does. And so I kind of took inspiration on this to use captioning using automated transcription, which is not perfect, which is not up to standard today. So it's not acceptable as a relay service for most governments, but has changed mentalities and said, look, we can go above and beyond borders, above and beyond government to start changes, because it's a deaf person that wants to make a phone call. Me, I want to be able to call my mother in the States. So I'm finding solutions, and I can't use American relay services. She can't use them, so let's find something else. And so that I like how you said deaf people innovate because they need to and they want to and they need the service themselves. And so we're kind of starting to change how the mentality goes around here. And so this kind of inspires, and we can work with governments, but we need to break systems first to understand how to improve them and then continue improvement along lines set by the ITU and government.
Well, I'm going to say one other funny, weird thing that I really love about, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's give him a round of hands. For those of you that don't know, this is how the deaf applaud. We raise our hands in the air and we wave. That is a deaf applause. The thing that is so scary is that if we were in a war, in a situation where we were trapped, we would not be able to function if we were in a wrong country. We weren't in our country, that where we are registered. And I think that it's so important that we get together and have a dialogue on that. The ITU has been extremely helpful, and I'm not quitting just yet, but I'm getting awful tired. I want more people who are deaf, hard of hearing, people who are autistic. We had our first person to come to the ITU who was autistic, and I learned so much. I knew nothing about it. They have the same problems that the deaf community has. So we might even have finished a little bit early. Would anybody else like to say anything else on the panel? Michael, do you have something else you'd wish to say? Please do.
Nothing else to add.
No?
Except for the fact, perhaps, that the 112MT app is envisaged to be launched in the near future. However, we weren't given a precise date when the launch is to occur.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks.
That's very good information. Masahito?
Yeah, I just want to take up what Olivier suggested. Maybe we could work together to create some standards for different types of relay service, addressing some other needs, you know. And also I'd like to invite Barak to work together because our information might be wrong and not too statistically correct. So I would like to have more information about the current status of the European Union, and so that ITU is international, but I think Europe is very important as a big market, and also it's a good model for other regions around the world. So I think it will be great if ITU and Barak can work together to especially in this area.
Yeah, I think that would be great. There are some quality of service standards that refer to ITU standards at the moment, and BEREC in the implementation of the new code have to set out a number of best practices and guidelines which include ITU references. So definitely would be really useful. Thank you.
I think that would be great. Thank you for joining forces with us. It will be fun.
Thank you.
We have a riotous time in the ITU. It's a great place to work. Well, with that note, unless there's something else, and we finished with 40 seconds to spare.
No.
So
We're past.
no, we're not. We have, it will tell me in 1 minute that we're done. So thank you very much for listening about relay services. If you don't have one in your country, think about contacting some of us so you can start one. And if you're a part of the community which is affected by this, contact us at ITU. And thank you very much for listening to this particular session. We're very grateful for your time.
So dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for a great session. I wanted just to make a short announcement. We have a bit of the delay in our program in total. Not about your session. We are not that effective in the morning. So this session was perfect. We would propose now to have the coffee break for 30 minutes. This is the last hour coffee break before the block of different sessions. So we would meet at 4:40 for the session 11. The knowledge development session will happen after the remarks of the commissioner, whom we are expecting to welcome at 5:50, 5:45. So that's why we have to amend a little bit the agenda. So we wish you great coffee break, and thank you very much to the host for great coffee. So we are meeting sharp at 4:40, and the speakers of the session 11 are requested to be, like 5 minutes earlier, to be mic'd. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you. also launched the call for the partnerships among the stakeholders. As you may know, the ITU has launched already a few years back the regional initiatives focusing on and one of those is focusing on the accessibility. This is the set of the regional initiatives developed by the member states with the help of different stakeholders, including those working on the accessibility. And in fact, for your information, the Europe was the first ever region which prioritized the accessibility among the others. So today we have the great pleasure to welcome with us the stakeholders who are leading in bringing the different communities together and launching the debates, but not only debates, but also concrete solutions for the community of the persons with disabilities. And I have the pleasure first to also welcome our distinguished guest from the other region than the Europe. He's representing the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. And I would like to launch this session with his intervention. Every speaker will have around 7 to 9 minutes of the interventions, and we'll dive then into the discussion. So, Mr. Navar, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. Good afternoon. It's not easy to speak in the before last session. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for offering to us this opportunity to be with you in this important conference. And personally, also, I'm honored to be part of this panel. My presentation will focus on 3 topics. The first one, I would like to give you some idea about our organization, United Nations ESQA, what we are doing, what are our main activities in e-accessibility issues. Also, I would like to highlight some features of the Arab region. We haven't tackled this topic during this conference, so I think it's the opportunity to speak a little bit about the Arab region. And finally, I would like to list some possible initiatives for cooperation with partners. Well, ESQA is one of 5 regional commissions of United Nations. We are based in Beirut in Lebanon, and we are covering the Arab region. We have actually 18 Arab countries that are members of ESQA, and hopefully other countries, the 4 remaining Arab countries will join soon. We are focusing on socioeconomic development by fostering cooperation and integration on regional and sub-regional levels. Our headquarters is in Beirut, but also it moved out of Beirut due to security conditions, but since 1997, we are still in Beirut. We have 2 tracks of work. The first one is developing reports and study about the development of technology in the Arab region. And so we have several titles, as you can see, e-government, information society, cyber legislations, and finally we have also a recent publication about the impact of 4th industrial revolution in the Arab region. The second track of work is what we call technical cooperation program, and according to this program we are mandated to deliver advisory services and to conduct capacity building workshops in different topics related to our interests, such as digital government, e-accessibility, new technologies, and so on. What are the main characteristics of the Arab region? According to one international and very famous indicator developed by our colleagues in ITU, which is called the IDI, the ICT Development Index, we can notice from the map that there are 3 specific clusters of the Arab region. We do have some countries with well-developed digital infrastructure, with good usage and good skills, mainly in Gulf countries. We do have also some countries that are in the middle, like Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, and other countries. And then we do have also a cluster of countries that are really lagging behind in terms of usage, skills, and access. Now, for the CRPD, in fact, if we have if we look at this map, we can see that all governments in the Arab region have either signed or ratified the CRPD. This means that all governments are committed to implement all articles in this CRPD, and this is a good point. Some challenges, maybe they are not only specific to Arab region, but we have them anyway. There is really very few countries with national policy and standards on e-accessibility. We have limitation on data. The estimated loss of in GDP in terms of low accessibility is estimated to be between 3 to 7% of GDP, which is a huge number. We have also some we are also lacking financial resources, service provision and delivery. Only we have very few initiatives and accessible services. And also the local industry for producing assistive technology is still limited and not very well developed. In addition to that, we have to say that the Arab region is witnessing a lot of conflicts, as we know, and more than 30% of the region is in conflict or it is recovering from the conflict. So this would also increase the number of injuries and the number of persons needing with some kind of disability. Just some examples from the countries. Here we have, for example, Qatar. They have developed their national policy since 8 years. In 2011, they focus, and the focus of that national policy is on access to website, telecommunication services, Arab digital content, increased access and use of assistive technology. And actually, Qatar is doing very well, and it is ranked 5 over 121 according to the famous DARE index, which is developed by DESA and G3 ICT. Continuing with the same index, Oman is ranked number 1 in the world, which is also a very good performance. And Egypt is ranked 27. They have a regional innovation center for persons with disability that was established in partnership with ITU. Morocco, they have also their national action plan for e-accessibility. And if we look at several tracks of this national policy, we can see that there is a specific track for ICT tools and devices. So also they have the needed policy. And in order to develop that national policy, they have implemented 2 surveys. And we can see here from the numbers that there are some alarming figures. For example, loss of GDP is 3%, 13% only of persons with disability are employed. So it's even less than the 80% that we discussed yesterday. 3.4% only of persons with disability, they use computer, and even if we would like to see TV, only 16.7% persons with disability, they don't watch TV. So even with this basic tool, we cannot access it. In Syria, which is now considered to be in the recovery phase, and you know that due to the conflict, the rate of persons with disability is very high. It's estimated to be 27%. And again, many of them, they are not employed, as we can see from the figure. What we are doing at ESQA in terms of disability, actually, we are very proud that we were partner in the first joint meeting of the Arab-European Disability Network that was held here in Malta in April 2019. And one of the outcomes is the creation of Valletta Forum, which is a sort of AU-Arab cooperation forum in order to discuss disability issues in the Arab country and also bring the expertise of Europe to the Arab region. Also, we have created, at ESQA, we have created a group of experts on disability in 2016. And that group of experts is meeting regularly, twice per year. And in those meetings, civil society is also engaged very actively. There is also an upcoming meeting for this group of experts that will take place in Cairo within 2 weeks. And also we will discuss several topics related to CRDP. ESQA will also be implementing a regional project with Arab countries about the inclusion of persons with disability in labor market. That will start next year. And also we are thinking about a new indicator, Arab disability indicator, in order to report on persons with disability across all SDGs. Also, we are providing technical assistance to several Arab countries, and actually we are working now with Morocco and Syria on how they can improve e-accessibility plans and standards. Here, just a list of potential initiatives, and of course, we are open to any suggestion, such as the development of national policy for e-accessibility, national guidelines for e-accessibility measurement, service delivery, and of course, capacity building. Just to sum up, I think that the Arab region needs to do many things in e-accessibility. We need a strategy, we need to improve human resources, affordability, we need to raise awareness, we need to improve data collection, and also to support research on e-accessibility, and finally to focus on innovation and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Accessibility clearly goes beyond the borders and beyond the continents. So we're looking forward to this fruitful dialogue between the Europe and Arab states. And we see from your activities that your approach is also building upon the partnerships. So also we are looking forward to learn also from you how to do this even better than we are doing. And now let me move to our next distinguished speaker, Michael Fembeck, who is the director of Zero Project, ESSER Foundation. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jaroslav. I'm going to speak about innovation and how innovation can be enhanced and promoted by networks, by cooperation. I will talk briefly about the Zero Project and then about what the Zero Project could do in the future to do more work in the field that I described. But before I do that, let me share a vision with you, so to give you some more ideas about networking, which might sound boring to one of you. It's always nice to have, but not in nobody's core business. It's networking. So just to share a vision, what this could mean. If we talk about, I thought about which topic to choose. Let's talk about orientation systems, which is a small part of ICT, but an important one. When you look what's out there, there are hundreds of models literally out there that work on orientation system. But there are some that work for the blind community, some that work for mobility issues, some that work for intellectual disabilities. They are in different stages, they work in different regions. Some of them are for-profit, some of them are not for-profit. Some of them are in a pilot phase, some of them are already on the market. Some have membership fees, some work on iOS, some work on Android, some work without, some work with mobile phones. So there's a wealth of innovations out there. Nobody knows what's really out there. Imagine there's a group of enablers that somehow curates and moderates the most advanced one, the most interesting ones, and enables that they know it about themselves. Imagine that UN agencies are able to contact this group, and imagine that they are invited as a group to conferences, and so on. So I think you see the potential, and you see how much value could be added and created by forming such a group. Yeah, so that brings me to the Zero Project and the next phase, a problem of the Zero Project. So the Zero Project is an initiative by a rather small Austrian foundation, the ESSER Foundation. Its mission is for a world without barriers, and we cover 4 topics, meaning we research innovative practices and innovative policies in A, accessibility, B, education, C, employment, and D, independent living and political participation. We're doing this in a 4-year cycle, an annual cycle. So this year, we're covering education. Half a year we research innovations, and the other half year we prepare the Zero Project Conference, which is in the United Nations facilities of Vienna every February. We apply a certain system that we have developed in the last years. So we're doing this for 8 years, more or less in the same way. And this is a network, a collaboration effort that we, as far as we know, is rather unique. You could call it crowd intelligence, because there's no one out there, not even the best experts who know everything. So everyone gains by contributing to the Zero Project. Crowd intelligence could also be translated into nothing about us without us. So we don't let experts make the decision what is an innovation and not. We don't let the UN or the ITU or us make the decision what's an innovation. It's a process that involves thousands of experts with and without disabilities every year worldwide across all sectors of society. We find and promote innovations. We connect those innovators, especially at the conference. We offer platform for exchanges and research. We do a lot more. We are very active on social media, and we also have developed an accelerator program for the most promising ones that we think are most able and willing to be scaled. Yeah, and we are currently in discussions and we're really looking forward to cooperation with the ITU and other partners, and this is also a call for coming forward if you're interested in creating a community, an ecosystem of innovators that work especially in the field of ICT. So how are we working currently? As mentioned, it's a loose network, but an active cooperation with a common goal of sharing and learning about innovations. We have different members, as mentioned, of all sectors. Literally every year, more than 1,000 take part in the Zero Project model when we cover one of our topics that I mentioned. We got partners that are more engaged than others, which we call the Zero Project ambassadors. Klaus Höckner is one of them, sitting in the last row. We got a lot of partners, yeah, we definitely are a kind of unique resource hub and ecosystem when it comes to all kinds of innovation. Why does this work? It works because people are willing and motivated to come forward for free with their expertise. So we don't pay anyone, not even the awardees get any money. It's about, otherwise we would not be able to afford that. So everyone who contributes for free because they see the value in contributing. So what do? The members of the network, they nominate, they give their experience and their expertise during the evaluation and voting process. They take part in the Zero Project conference and they invite us to their conferences like the ITU is currently doing. What do we offer? We offer free access to the research database. We give opportunities to connect personally and virtually with these outstanding members of the disability community. We give them also opportunities to promote those innovations and research that our valued members most prefer. And of course, being part of a meaningful community, and it's also could also say a proud community in the meantime. Yeah, and we are now in good discussions with ITU and others to develop a special partnership for an accessible Europe, focusing on ICT-related innovations. As mentioned, so far we cover 4 topics. All of them have an angle to ICT, but none is ICT per se. So we would change our system also to work constantly on ICT-related innovations. And we would offer unique opportunities for innovators, partners, and all parties to come in. The details are open to discussion. We just are working on the details, but it would definitely include partnerships in conference organization, partnerships in award processes, partnerships in research, partnerships in giving access to our interesting stakeholders, and so on. Let me finish with giving you some examples of awardees of the Zero Project that we had in the last 4 years. I'm just clicking so that you cannot name them, but I will click fast forward that we all throughout the last 4 years we had ICT-related nominations and awardees from all over the world, from all different kind of topics, and they have been a part of our conferences and they have close relationships, most of them with us. So this is already something that we could share, this network that exists. So we have partners from Israel, Jordan, Nepal, Bangladesh, Vietnam, Pakistan, USA, Latin America, Brazil, South Africa in the first year of 2016. When it comes to, that was worldwide. In Europe we have United Kingdom, Belgium, France, Italy, Spain, Norway, Sweden, Germany, Austria, Macedonia, and I've got them all in my presentations, but I will stop here so we can continue. We have some 60 or 70 organizations that have some outstanding nominations in ICT all over our 4 topics: employment, education, accessibility, and independent living, which are there and willing to share and come forward and take part in a meaningful community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you very much for commitment towards strengthening the partnership building process in context of the Accessible Europe. We're looking forward to the discussions also tomorrow. Let me remind that we have the project laboratory where we will be discussing some concept notes and some additional proposals how to make and build the partnerships together. So let me turn now to our next speaker, who is the Sabine Lobnik, Deputy Director of Communication and Regulations at the Mobile Wireless Forum, our ITU sector member. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Jaroslav, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. And thank you for sticking with us, because there's intense 2 days, but with a lot of really good information. And I hope I can contribute a little bit more to that. So as Jaroslav mentioned, my name is Sabine Lobnik, and I work for the Mobile and Wireless Forum. We are the industry body of the telecommunications equipment manufacturers. Here on the screen, for the people who cannot see the screen or who want more information afterwards, we have included a short summary of what the MWF and the GARI project stands for. And all of that information will be available online afterwards. I'm very sure that everyone in the room is familiar with the members of the MWF, the logos of which you see on the screens right now. They include the heavyweights in the device manufacturing, namely Apple, Samsung, LG, Huawei, Sony. So really, the majority, the companies that provide the majority of devices in the market today. We heard in the recent days a lot about not collaborating enough, and also that it's not actually about affordability, but in some parts of the world today, it's more about the information on what actually exists in the market and how to use it. And so our way of answering this request has been to put all the information on device accessibility into one central source of information. And that takes the form of the GARI database. So here on the screen, you see a screenshot, a picture of the homepage, as you will find it if you go to your browser and type in www.gari.info. Coming to the homepage, the database asks you right away, what are you looking for? And depending on whether you're looking for an accessible phone, tablet, app, wearable, smart TV, you can enter the database through any one of those doors. And then you can do basically 3 things. Either you're looking for a device, an accessible device that helps you hear better, see better, understand better, use without touch, or you can just get an overview of existing solutions in the market, a comprehensive list of accessibility features available in most or many devices in the marketplace today. Or you can use some of the additional information available on the website to learn more about mobile accessibility. But GARI would not be possible without partnerships. So that is the main focus of our session here. And really that is also one of the focal points in coming to these conferences and building partnerships. So here you see a graph with our main partners. You see 13 bubbles. I will not run through all of them, but just to mention the most important ones. So I would say the constituent parties of the database are on one hand the manufacturers that provide the information, but very much in the same category, in the same value, you have the disability community. Because from the very first day, it was a collaborative approach. It was really working together on the list of accessibility features that should be provided. Then we work with other industry partners. We work very importantly also with governments and regulatory authorities. with international bodies like the ITU, like G3ICT, like international bodies that contribute to policy making in accessibility. Then, of course, network providers are very important. They're still very often the gateway between the manufacturer and the consumer. We work with consumer organizations, university, assistive technology platforms. We have a wonderful example in Israel with AT Visor, who is using artificial intelligence to support occupational therapists in finding good solutions for their clients and maybe thinking a bit outside the box. And here it's very on the bottom, the bubble, but the U is really meant to target the audience here, because we do hope that maybe if you feel that information on accessible devices is useful to your organization, to your constituency, to your members, we would very much like to work with you to create a new partnership coming out of this conference. Now, there are concrete outcomes of the partnerships. As I mentioned, the disability community was fundamental in creating and building the database. But this is an ongoing process. The technology, we all know, moves very fast, and so we need to move with it. The form this takes in GARI is an 18-month review cycle, where we open the database completely and invite our stakeholders to tell us what they think is still relevant, what is out of date, what is missing, what is useful in the database, what is maybe not so useful, what is difficult, what should be changed. We just concluded the 5th GARI review, feature review, and this time we really got very much feedback. We got feedback from organizations from 11 countries on 4 continents, and a big thank you to them, because just the quality of the feedback shows the time and effort that they invested in giving us this feedback. I'm very happy we discussed almost all the features, and I'm happy to report that we are likely to take on board almost all of the 30 new features that have been proposed. And these include a lot of, in this review cycle, we had a lot of feedback on device coupling. So in particular, how the different means to connect assistive technology to a mobile phone, but then also other features that were proposed, like streaming to cochlear implant or hearing aid compatibility, how to make that better, how to make that more relevant to the user. And then also some suggestions to just improve the usability of the website. And taking that feedback on board is, of course, also a reciprocity to receiving the feedback, and then it also makes a little bit, it makes it a little bit belonging to the disability community and all the experts that helped us, because it makes it a more useful tool to them. Here on the screen we have just 2 examples of how organizations are using GARI. So we provide the GARI data as open data, and you have here a picture of the homepage of the Mexican regulator EFT, who has created their own online catalog of accessible devices available in Mexico in Spanish, using the GARI data. And on the other side, you have a picture of an accessibility page from Telefonica, who is using GARI as a means of advising their customers. And also in many of their sub-brands like Mobistar, they have included an accessibility button in their online catalog of devices, where whenever you go and look up all the fancy technical specifications, you now also have a button that brings you directly to the GARI profile of the device, informing you about all the accessibility features. The next 2 slides I will skip over. They just give you a few facts and figures about GARI and about the usefulness of GARI, and they will be included in the slides afterwards for people who would like to explore a bit more. With the call for action, I want to end this short presentation. Again, I reiterate the invitation to you. If you feel that you could benefit from information on accessible devices, please come see us. We are very happy to discuss with you, find innovative new ways of using the GARI data and make it available to the most people possible. Because GARI only lives if people use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation of the tool and the platform. And now let us move to the next speaker, to George Fernandez, head of the Access Unit in the Department for the Information Society.
position my paper. For me, the computer is paper, is like the paper. The international classification of functionality that we used in 2011 in our census. In the age group above 65 years old, the same functional limitations affect more than 50% of the Portuguese population. We saw there the distribution in bars, blue bars, the distribution of the Portuguese population, and we saw a red line that is increased with age, the red line of functional limitations that is increased with age. The Green Book for the Information Society, produced by the Ministry of Science and Technology in 1997, was one of the first strategic documents that mention that the Information Society has characteristics that enhance the participation and inclusion of people with disabilities in society. In 1999, the first strategic plan was born with the name National Initiative for Citizens with Special Needs in the Information Society, reconfigured in 2003 with an attached financial package, and that make a substantial difference. You know, the money make the difference in the implementation actions. Other plans will follow, such as the National Plan for Accessibility Promotion, the first from 2006 until 2010, and then from 2010 until 2015. But like I don't have time to speak about all about these plans. All we did in this plan, sorry, one of the goals of the section 11 is to set the framework for discussion, new partnerships in the project laboratory to be held tomorrow. So I selected 5 ICTs to give you a picture, brief picture of what's happened with these 5 ICTs. In this slide, I put the A and the digital in brackets because the electronic and the digital promised something completely new in the information society era. The transformation of the contents according to the needs of the users. But in fact, when we speak about accessibility to, for example, e-books, we are speaking about the accessibility of books, and the same to the others ICTs. So the digital is not a new problem, is a promise of a new solution. So let's see the first ICT, in this case the automatic teller machine. Since 1998 that we have automatic teller machines with an interface accessible to persons with visual impairment. From the 14,000 machines that make the network of ATMs in our days, around 95% have audio interface and enlarged characters. In 98, these features were introduced in the four most used options of the machines, or in the machines. They was and continues to be selected by the organizations represented the users. More recently, new ATMs operators introduced machines without any accessibility concerns. And even the SIBS, that is the company of the ATMs of the 40,000 network, do so also in our days. So they also have machines without accessibility. Yesterday, I learned that Malta also has accessibility ATMs, and certainly other countries have it. I think we need an instrument that allow to help different stakeholders to know what exists in the market and help to implement new things and not step backs like we assist continually in the field of ICTs. We need an instrument of use cases, I think. In the field of payments, with debit and credit card, in Portugal, we have had an accessible solution to use in the shops. We don't have yet detected this kind of solution. My question is, can smartphones become the accessible solution and interoperable with the current payment terminals that exists in the shops? Who knows use cases in this field? If you know, please tell us. In 2005, the Ministry of Education in the field of e-books introduced the DAISY format in the textbooks. In 2013, the DAISY format was introduced as a support tool for the national exams. If we have an instrument that can compare these with other use cases, this helps us to improve the implementation. About the digital television, to improve the functionalities of accessibility in the field of television, the regulatory authority for the media creates a pluriannual plan with rising obligations to the TV operators. The first plan dated from 2014. Just for have an idea of numbers, the goals for Channel 1 of the Portuguese public service broadcaster to 2019 are in closed caption to deaf persons, 20 hours per week. Sign language, 12 hours per week. Audio description, 70 hours per year. Just a note, remark, a week from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. means 126 hours. So you see the gap. We need more work in the field of harmonization of web and app monitoring. In the case of web accessibility, this is something that in the last meeting of experts of web accessibility directive, the harmonization was the key. Has YTools project writing authoritative text rules to use in the evaluation tools, we need a common guide to clarify what to analyze and with what tools. Assistive technologies, browsers, functions, toolbars, contrast tools, and other tools dedicated to a specific accessibility aspect. In mobile apps in Portugal, we are based our monitoring work in the assistive technologies that support the different operating systems. This means to know how to use them and what to analyze. Is this particular users with disabilities are important resources to do this kind of job. So I finish my presentation here with the 5 ICTs and the 5 initiatives in Portugal to share with you. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, George, for this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have still a few minutes, which we could use for the discussion. We've heard different inputs, experience from Portugal, experience from the stakeholders working with the mobile devices and other ICT devices, improving the knowledge about the ICT with very good model and providing information for free, and also encouraging the other public institutions to use this free resource on their websites. It's a gold mine for persons with the disabilities. We've heard about a lot of activities under the Zero project, which is a hub for the innovation in field of the persons of tech solutions for the persons with disabilities. And we've heard also about the approaches in Arab states with the facilitation facility of the ESCWA. So now let me make the call for your comments and your proposals and suggestions or the questions. So the floor is open. Today we are not having the prizes, just to clarify. So we still maybe need a few minutes, or somebody wants to take this. If not, maybe I will turn first to Michael. Michael, you presented the Zero project as the very dynamic platform where on the annual basis several solutions and several stakeholders come together in Vienna in order to not only to discuss but also to display those solutions. How they are bringing this further after interacting at this platform, and what is the life of those products after this intervention? Would you be able to elaborate more?
Well, to be really honest, so far we worked on this yearly cycle that I described. So we researched and visualized those 70, 80 innovations every year. And then the next period, the next year started. But we are now have started a process which we call the digital transformation of the Zero project. So we have some 3,000 nominations in the last years in our database, and we are in touch with some 500 personally that we have selected and invited to the Zero project conference. So we will put all of them into one database, and this will enable us and our partners to make much more use in the future of the existing research and expertise that's out there.
Thank you very much. I will turn now to ESCWA. Maybe let's remain with the innovation. You presented a lot of activities going on at the country level. Is innovation on the top of the things in the Arab States region?
Yeah, sure. Actually, we are at ESCWA. We are much interested in innovation, and especially in the last few years. we are supporting young Arabs in order to have their own startups and to progress in terms of entrepreneurship. And we are organizing also several activities for Arab entrepreneurs. So innovation, yes, it is part of our activities, and it is in the large meaning. I mean, it includes everyone, person with disability and persons without disability. So we are also open for partnership, and we would like to have partners from all over the world in order to, as I mentioned in my presentation, in order to bring to the Arab region new experiences and best practices from other regions.
Okay, so let me already use this opportunity to draw your attention to our 80 stakeholders who provided us the solutions, digital solutions, and 14 nominated, which yesterday were recognized, which I believe are very much interested also in showcasing their solutions in other regions than Europe. So we would be very keen to facilitate this interaction and to bring this further. Let me turn now to Sabine. Gary is very rich in the content, and in fact, you are working with most of the hardware producers who are passionately improving information that they are providing in line with the products improvements they are introducing. What kind of the echo you are getting from the user side who are using your database on a daily basis while looking for the solutions? And is much more echo needed in order to make this tool much more popular among the societies, or these means of the communication which you applied are enough in order to be reassured that the information is reaching the persons with disabilities?
Yes. Do you hear me? I don't think so. Now? Yes, I think now you hear me. Perfect. Yes, thank you for the questions. So in terms of echo, you mean the reach of GARI, or rather the usefulness the disability community is, how useful the disability community thinks GARI is?
Yes, this and also...
Both. Okay, good. So in terms of usefulness, so we do have positive feedback, and that is in part certainly because, and I apologize as I always say disability community, of course I'm talking about very specific people, very specific organizations. So for example, the European Disability Forum is a very strong ally and a very strong collaborator that in every feature review provides us with very concrete feedback. And I think then, because we also take it on board, that somehow also makes it their tool. They have contributed and we also follow their advice. So from that perspective, I do think that there are many organizations who find it useful. Could we improve it in ways that make it even more useful for them? Of course we could. We have some limitations because it is driven by the manufacturers and they cannot go the full way the disability community would like. So I think for the moment we meet in the middle. What GARI certainly can provide is for everyone to have a really good first overview and a first selection. What GARI does not provide for the moment is peer reviews. So for example, you don't get the advice, if you're a blind user, you don't get the advice of another blind user directly on the GARI platform. But you can make a first selection and say, okay, I'm looking for a device that has features for vision impaired users or for blind users. Then you can have a first selection of that, and then maybe you can get peer feedback on that. So I would say most of the feedback that we get is that GARI is a good tool for getting an overview of the marketplace and make a first selection. Then in terms of the reach, I think over the past 10 years we have managed to make GARI known to a lot of stakeholders, but we can do much, much more. Because the truth is we work with disability organizations, but not every person with a disability identifies as such and is a member of an organization. We try to work with network providers with some very good examples like Telefonica. They really have embraced the information and distribute that, provide that to their customers. That is very powerful. But of course, that is one network provider that is very strong in a certain regional area. If we could manage to get all the network providers on board, that would be the most powerful. Then also in terms of going further and having access to older users, also bring it more to the attention of occupational therapists, because a mobile phone is not really what comes to mind when you talk about assistive technology. But truth is, it could be the remote control, or it could be the missing piece in the value chain somewhere. So to both questions, I would say, yes, we get good feedback, and yes, we can do a lot more.
This is good news, and this means that all in the room now know about the GARI.
Yes.
And we can ask and launch the call for supporting promotion of this tool, and to make this even much more available to the citizens. So now let me turn to George. George, you are presenting a lot of progress done in Portugal. We understand that you are not alone in these efforts, and you are working with a lot of stakeholders. How do you manage and engage with all stakeholders to make also not only smaller activities and policy development, but also real change in the field, and that we can feel that the gap or the limitations are smaller?
I mentioned in my presentation, when we start to working more seriously in the information society ICTs in the end of 90s, the biggest improve occurred in 2003 when we create a financial line. So the state, the government, create the conditions to the stakeholders that we know that exist in the market, the users and also producers and also services, not only in the Ministry of Education, in higher education. We know that we have a lot of players in our country that need some pool to do a little more improvements. So in 2004, we create a huge line with a considerable amount of euros, and we reached almost 150 initiatives. All of them run with a consortium of a technical player, a user organization, and someone that knows well the market and need to implement a service or put in the market a product. And with these with these consortiums running we started in 2004, we are in 2019, and we have a lot of initiatives that continues in the market in today. I saw yet a lot of improvements that the origin was this pool in 2004 with the biggest increment in all in every sectors of the Portuguese market and society. Mm-hmm.
So I understand that the partnerships and close collaborations with those who are making the change is key. And this is the key message to many stakeholders at the national level, but also at the regional level. Yes?
Right. We created a network of people that are in the land, working in a daily basis. And, my unit that was created in 1999, we have an average of 2 resources during these 20 years. So it is completely impossible for us to do this kind of job ourselves. We need to get the network that we know well in the market.
Thank you very much. Just let me turn one more time to the public. If anyone has any question, then raise the hand. This is the first call, second call, third call, and your chance is over. Of course, I'm joking. But let me turn. When we are talking very often with the partners about the partnerships, we feel a lot the spirit of the willingness of the collaboration. The challenge which always comes in the discussions is who will finance. And I think that this comes very often at the different discussions. So, of course, the sources of the funding are very limited, and we're looking at those to address those through the partnerships. Of course, this helps, but it doesn't solve all challenges. Collaboration with the private sector and support to the private sector is one of the solutions. And as I understand, Michael, you are doing quite a lot. But in your interactions with the innovators, is it similar situation which you observe on the daily basis? And is this call for financing becoming really the burden for making even bigger advancement in this field?
Well, financing is definitely one of the big issues, but it's not the only one. So to enter meaningful cooperation sometimes often means that you have to get outside your comfort zone. There's always someone in your team who says, focus on your work. At the end of the day, it's this and that. Ignore all those great ideas that you have of collaboration. Focus on your work. So you have to find meaningful impact of this that define those corporations. Access to finance is one. Access to customers is one. Access to governments is one. Access to UN agencies is one. So I think it's a mix of those incentives that one should provide or has to provide, so that innovators go out of their comfort zone and want to communicate and want to stay connected in this network. So financing is definitely one of the most important ones, because access to finance is important for almost everyone, but it's not the only issue.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and with this note, let me just now to turn to George, who is a strong believer also in the partnership building at the regional level, and he has also some announcement for us to do today. So George, the floor is yours.
Okay. Seems that I need to say one last thing that is related with the next edition of the Accessible Europe. That will be, and I ask to run a video that I bring with me in the city that appears in the video.
So, congratulations, and one more time, the round of the applause. Let me thank to Portugal for putting forward the proposal for hosting the next Accessible Europe in Portugal, and the capital of the partnerships. So one more time, thank you very much, and I would like to thank you very much for being great audience for this panel. I would like to thank also our distinguished colleagues for their contributions, and we'll make the 2 minutes technical break in order to move to the next agenda point. So please remain seated if possible. And we'll make the rearrangement of the stage. So thank you very much one more time, and round of applause.
Mr. Ponda, distinguished guests, dear participants. Malta is a small country. However, we always do our very best to punch above our weight. Accessibility is a shared concern of everyone within the European Union. As I said yesterday, networking is the most important element in ensuring that we can learn from each other and grow together. And the amazing amount of knowledge and ideas that have been shared over the past 2 days, and that will continue to be shared tomorrow, are solid proof of this. Nobody should ever be ashamed to dream big. This was, after all, the concept that the European Union was built upon. The desire to put together our best efforts and to work together for the common good. This is why I am delighted to see speakers and participants coming together from all corners of Europe and beyond. Yes, I would like to welcome the Commissioner, Dr. Elena Dalli, with us here today. Thank you. We all have our strong points and our weak points. However, we have one common aim, the aim of making our societies a more accessible, more inclusive space for all our residents. We need to ensure a better quality of life for everyone, and especially for those persons in vulnerable situations. As a junior ministry for persons with disability and older persons, I am really amazed at the number of solutions that have been put forward, and Malta can definitely benefit and become stronger from such an exchange of best practice. However, I am also very proud of being Maltese right now, not only because the European Union Equality Commissioner for the first time is from Malta, but also because so much Maltese talent has been displayed at this conference. I am extremely glad that we had Maltese speakers at almost every panel, side by side with heavyweights from around the globe. I am glad to see Maltese exhibits showing off their cutting-edge technology, and I am sure that will be a lot to be learned. When you discuss with them at the project laboratory and the bilateral meetings tomorrow, Malta has always been a crossroad, and we have time and time again done our very best in order to use our position for the common good. This conference has been no exception. We want this to be the start of many new partnerships that will benefit both people in Malta as well as in other countries in Europe and beyond. We want to use accessible technology to fulfill our obligations under the United Nations Convention on the Right of Persons with Disability. We want to be key players in implementing the new European Disability Strategy and in contributing towards ITU Accessible Europe program. But most important, we want to make people's lives better. That is the calling of every politician. And that is the greatest satisfaction of public service, leaving the country behind much better than the way we found it, and leaving our mark on society beyond our borders, so that Malta can always be a shining example of hope and unifying force that encourage the people of the world to become better and make the lives of everyone better. Before concluding, I would like to thank in particular Ms. Chiberras, Mr. Cini, Ms. Vella Piscopo from Agencia Support for coordinating this conference and making it possible. We would also like to thank our colleagues from the Office of the Disability Issues, the Foundation of IT Accessibility, the Malta Communications Authority, and the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability for all their efforts. We are extremely grateful to the International Telecommunication Union for choosing Malta to host this conference, and thank in particular Ms. Martin, Mr. Ponder, Ms. Widmer, Mr. McNeil, and Ms. Lotion. Sorry if I did not pronounce them well. But last but not least, we would like to thank the European Commission, and in particular, Ms. Parero. Thank you, and I wish you all a great evening and a very fruitful last day tomorrow.
And we have still yes. Please. We have one small ceremony planned.
They called me to call George again.
So we wanted to thank you very much for hosting us for these days. But we have this small ceremony of handover of the hosting from Portugal. From Malta to Portugal, and my colleagues have prepared some symbolic stuff, and we would like to invite George on the stage. George. Ladies and gentlemen, and now it's my great pleasure and honor to invite on the stage long time expected Commissioner for Equality, Madame Dalli. The floor is yours. Let's welcome her with the round of the applause.
Thank you, and good evening. It's a real honor for me to be here with you today on this, my first mission as Commissioner for Equality. So thank you for asking me to come here and join you. Thank you very much. Equality for persons with disabilities will be high on the agenda for the duration of my mandate as Commissioner for Equality. In fact, as I've already said, this is my first public speech of my mandate, and it is important to me that it should be on disability and accessibility issues. In her political guidelines, President von der Leyen put an unprecedented emphasis on the attainment of equality for all. For the very first time, equality is a portfolio on its own, and I was designated as the first ever Commissioner for Equality. During my hearing at the European Parliament, I pledged to do everything to advance key legislation regarding equality and thus in the area of disability. Despite the fact that the EU and its member states are party to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the situation of persons with disabilities in the EU remains difficult. 52% of citizens with a disability have no access to work. As one of the consequences, over 30% of people with disabilities aged 16 and over live in households at risk of poverty or social exclusion, compared to about 21% of persons without a disability. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities sets clear obligations and objectives, and I can assure you that I will prioritize the inclusion of persons with disabilities in all key EU legislation, as well as mainstreaming efforts. My role is to lead on the EU's implementation of the Convention. I will make sure that there is coherence between the EU's internal implementation and its external policy. We are talking about human rights and their standard application inside and outside our borders. I will also strengthen Europe's commitment to inclusion and equality in all of its senses and fight against discrimination, including intersectional discrimination between the grounds of disability and any other. I will also make sure that disability is addressed in each relevant Commission policy through our mainstreaming efforts. Over the last 2 days, you have been discussing information and communication technologies which increasingly shape our lives. Nonetheless, good as they are, these technologies can create serious barriers if they are not accessible. Accessibility to ICT is a precondition for participation in economy and society. Accessibility was at the heart of the European Disability Strategy 2010-2020, our main instrument for implementing the Convention. In February 2017, the Commission adopted a midterm progress report on its implementation. The main achievements: the adoption of the European Accessibility Act, the Web Accessibility Directive, the regulations on the rights of passengers with reduced mobility, the European Disability Card project. In addition to the factual findings of the progress report, which confirmed the validity and usefulness of the priorities area of the strategy, we are now in the process of formally evaluating the strategy and its 10 years of implementation. We have received feedback from NGOs and national experts, and we are consulting stakeholders. We will also take into account input from the European Parliament and the European Economic and Social Committee. At the end of the evaluation in 2020, the Commission will be in a better position to make an informed decision for shaping possible new policy measures on disability. I will make sure that the European Union implements the Convention in a comprehensive and ambitious manner. That means taking further action on accessibility as well as equality, independent living, education, employment, participation, transport, health, and all other areas in line with the Convention. We need to step up attention to disability policy in order to ensure that all Europeans and all those outside Europe can enjoy all their human rights and fundamental freedoms. I will now focus on the European Accessibility Act. Accessibility enables everyone, including persons with disabilities, to use products. Products to talk on the phone, to work with a PC or a tablet, to watch TV or read an e-book, get money out of a cash machine, or to buy a transport ticket, and to make homes accessible for all. The European Accessibility Act was adopted this year. The fact that its content is highly related to digital products and services makes it an excellent tool for the 21st century. The creation of an internal market for accessible products and services will facilitate the participation in society of persons with disability on an equal basis with others. It will remove barriers for education, employment, increasing an active role in the European economy. For example, by creating a new generation of accessibility jobs. I am fully convinced that this is a very important step towards a more accessible and inclusive EU. The Act will allow more than 100 million people with disabilities to better participate in society and the labor market, for example, by making digital interfaces such as smartphones and computers easier to access. This is vital in today's increasingly digital world. It will also establish the world's largest market for accessible products and services. And it will increase the availability and affordability of accessible key products and services of everyday life. We will continue working hard, meeting with the member states to help them put this European law into national law. In a few years from now, the directive will finally be rolled out. Thanks to the Act and our combined legislation on web, telecom, audiovisual, and public procurement accessibility, the EU is leading the way on ICT accessibility at the global level. During this conference, we have heard about the pertinence of the European Accessibility Act and other EU legislation related to telecommunications, audiovisual media services, and web accessibility. They will contribute to enhance the participation and quality of life of persons with disabilities. As said during the event, accessibility of ICT for persons with disabilities is not a marginal issue. It touches the basis of our democracy and the fairness and openness of our society. It can no longer be a matter for a minority of dedicated experts. We need to work together so that professionals, engineers, software developers, and webmasters, amongst others, are trained, have the knowledge and the capacity to make accessible products and services. Furthermore, it is clear that as most ICT content is no longer generated by professionals but by society in general, awareness raising on ICT accessibility is essential. I cannot agree more with those who indicated the need to have authoring tools that facilitate producing accessibility without the need to be an expert. Authoring tools that not only are accessible but guide all of us to make accessible content. We must avoid that we end up building more barriers as we build our digital world, and must look at accessibility also as a business opportunity. I congratulate the winners of the competition for an accessible Europe. The accessible products and the assistive technologies developed by the winners can change the life of many persons with disabilities. However, many of you raised the challenges for persons with disabilities to get the assistive technologies they need, the lack of support and services related to the provision of these technologies, the fragmented market, and the high costs associated, as well as the challenges of interoperability between assistive technology and mainstream accessible ICT. Let's exploit the potential of the European Accessibility Act and other EU tools, legislation, policy, and funding to tackle those challenges, to achieve that assistive technologies and accessible mainstream ICT go hand in hand to improve access for persons with disabilities to products and services. It is also clear that the European Accessibility Act and all the accessibility policies and legislations explained over these 2 days will contribute to implementing the European Pillar of Social Rights and one of its aims, which is to include persons with disabilities. The European Pillar of Social Rights is a set of rights that is not legally binding, but which serves as a compass on upwards conversions in the social field for the EU institutions and the member states. It has a dedicated principle on the inclusion of persons with disabilities and on several other equality aspects. Throughout my mandate, I will be working to make these social rights a reality. More needs to be done in the future to realize this is in a fuller, more comprehensive and concrete manner. That said, the importance of disability in the pillar is key, as that means including people with disabilities in the vision of a more social and fair Europe. I am determined to work hard with all stakeholders to ensure that all progress which is achieved in the course of my mandate will also benefit persons with disabilities. I will pay particular attention to address intersectionality, for instance, related to gender, age, and other relevant issues. It is important to pay attention to women and girls with disabilities, to children with disabilities, and to older persons with disabilities, who are the largest group. But rights are about individuals. That is why I will also pay attention to issues related to minorities and disabilities. I thank all participants for being here today and the speakers for sharing their knowledge and expertise with us. I share your commitment to achieve a more accessible world for persons with disabilities and a world which is inclusive for all. Thank you very much.
Commissioner, thank you very much. On behalf of the ITU, we wanted to reassure you that as the UN Specialized Agency for the ICTs, we are standing committed as the UN agency, but also working together with our membership in order to make sure that we are acting coherently at the European level but also bringing the good practices from Europe to the other parts of the Europe. Working together on the reducing the inequalities in field of the disabilities, in field of the gender, and many, many other inequalities which exist. So I will not make the closing speech because we'll have still some session, but let me express our thanks for your contribution, and we are looking forward to the continuing our joint journey with the Accessible Europe in the next year happening in Portugal. So thank you very much one more time. Dear ladies and gentlemen, so I would like now close this session, and I would like to request you to remain seated because we will be going into the knowledge development session, which will be the last one of today. And after this, we will be closing for today. Still continuing tomorrow with the project laboratory. So please remain seated. Thank you very much one more time, Commissioner. We know that the time is pressing you. I'm handing over to Roxana for the next session. Thank you.
And one of the main purpose of this event is to ensure that everyone once at home will become an advocate on ICT accessibility in area of his particular expertise. So me and my colleague Ricardo will try very quickly to mention that most of you already received the quiz. Who don't have it, please just raise your hands. So we do have here, if you can, I put some there. There were some quiz there. And I would like for Stein Erik, one of my colleagues, to assist him, Damien. If you can assist Stein Erik in the completion of this quiz. Perhaps, Ricardo, you can even give one to His Excellency in case if she may wish to. So the purpose of this quiz is to ensure that after these 2 days, everybody have retained the basic and the most important information that we try to share it with you. And to this, will not enter into exhaustive presentation or wrap-up of the session, but will very quickly go through just for a reminder on the most important session. And we'll try to do it very interactive with my colleague and very fast. So please, we do have here the... okay, so we discuss about the fact that over 90% of the countries in the world have been signed this Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So it's the strongest global commitment that we ever have. So in concrete, we have 180 countries who up to date they sign it. We also discuss that within the digital transformation, inclusiveness means to consider from the beginning the diverse needs of all users and the importance of the promotion of the accessibility of ICT as a human right and the fact that we can all benefit from the ICT accessibility features such as voice-to-text, screen readers, magnifiers. As we discuss, age-related disabilities is a concern in particular for our region in Europe, and therefore we have to consider the importance of designing these products with accessibility features included. We have to consider end user in everything we are doing. And we also discussed about the difference between assistive technologies and accessible ICT. We clearly indicate that the accessible ICTs are the ICTs who have embedded accessibility features from the design stage of fabrication, while the assistive technology is a separate hardware and software that complete and complement the accessible ICTs. And we discuss about the importance of the SDGs, the fact that ICTs are an enabler for all the sustainable development goal, and we also highlight that one of the 5 strategic goals of the ITU, number 2 in inclusiveness, actually has a target set by our member states, target 2.9, who clearly state that by 2023, can you imagine? It's tomorrow. 2023, all countries in the world should make accessible environment for all users, so including for person with disability. So with this in mind, we also had UNDESA that discussed about their support toward the global implementation. And of course, we had my colleague Immaculada, who very clearly indicate and exhaustively presented all the efforts that are done to set the legal framework for all of us and to support us in the implementation process through the diverse legal acts that have been developed. We also highlight that we would like you to retain that equality is very important, but when it comes to technology, equality is not sufficient, so we have to consider the equity component. And it's equality, so equipment, equality, and equity component that actually are the definition of the accessible ICT, so the ICT that can be used by all of us without discrimination. We also discuss about the affordability as a barrier that we don't have to forget when we address technology. And with this in mind, we actually begin per topic the development of our session, and we discuss the concrete role of the regulation and its enforcement. I cannot stress again everything that was said by my colleague Ima. The fact that this legislation is very important to have tools, trainings, monitoring, and we discuss about the need for action plan, awareness raising. This event, it's also about awareness raising, but this also have to be completed with more substantial knowledge and with training. So there were mention about the revised 2019 Audiovisual Media Service Directive that now includes media accessibility provision and everything that comes through. And we arrived to the session 3, artificial intelligence. I don't know how we shared, if it is you, just to brief a little bit.
I'll give you a break here. So we've been going through some of the emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, other technologies that are fairly new, discussing what the opportunities for everybody and for, in particular, people with disabilities they bring about, but also the risks, right? We've been talking about the potentially discriminating, biased use of the data and so forth, and also the lack of skills that currently that we are seeing, because all these technologies are exploding, and there's not enough people that have all the skill sets needed. We still consider that, as I said, I mean, there's a lot of really, really interesting and promising possibilities for making technologies more accessible for people with disabilities. There's always we're going to always have the trade-off between, whether, the benefits that's going to bring about and the risks. That's something that we'll have to deal with. The European Commission, in this case, is promoting this human-centric or user-centric approach to technology, in this case to artificial intelligence, and ethics by design principles. That's absolutely key. Right? We need to have people with different abilities working on throughout the whole process from the very beginning when creating new technologies. We're talking about designing, developing, and validating, testing and validating technologies. So we should have people with diverse abilities participating in that whole process. Just to highlight that later last year, the European Commission published this coordinated plan on artificial intelligence, and calling on all the member states in the European Commission, European Union to build these strategies on artificial intelligence. Moving forward, so connected to these emerging technologies, we would have everything that has to do with innovation, fostering an innovative landscape in the European Union region. And we need to know what's out there already. It's important to know what kind of technologies we already have, share them around. In many instances, we have that organizations that want to get involved in projects, large cross-border projects, don't actually know what's going on in the country next to them or in some other country in the EU, right? So it's important to promote that information sharing throughout all these organizations and the countries. We believe that innovation, it's been stressed that innovation should become a key driver in accessible technologies, and we should consider all the different circumstances, contexts in different countries in terms of welfare, in terms of legal frameworks that apply, in order to come up with the best solutions in terms of innovation projects. We must make sure, again, it's important to stress that before something is launched to the market, is taken to the market, it needs to be tested and validated, by people with disabilities, by users, by the end users. Otherwise, it's going to be a failure, most likely. So it's important that we take that into account in each of these processes. We talked about the ESTAIN platform, that is a really rich repository of information of assistive technologies or disabilities across Europe and some other countries that have been advancing in all these areas. So no need to reinvent the wheel, no need to create additional platforms if there's already one that has been out there for quite a while. And just to mention, the Digital Assistive Technology Industry Association, DATE Europe, is going to be launched early next year, March. So hopefully that's going to become another driver for innovation and assistive technology in Europe. And this morning we had an interesting session on education and how it is affected by accessibility. And we've been discussing all the challenges that students with disabilities normally face when they go to school, children that go to school, the higher education. What are the different situations that they normally face, from not getting assistive technologies, not getting accommodations, all the information in online information is not accessible or part of it, or getting accommodations that don't really work for them, right? And including accessible digital documents. We've been discussing different experiences, really successful ones, throughout Europe, that have been working for quite a while, have proven really successful, efficient, but those need to be scaled. I mean, so there's no point in, it's great that we have one unit, one organization operating in one country, another one in one country, but how could those experiences, how could the work and all the outcomes that are being created in those by those organizations, is there a way to sharing all that? Is there a way to reuse all that so we can bring costs down? We've seen a number of resources, available resources for training in education settings, making content accessible, making digital documents accessible, involving the people, everybody, all the stakeholders, faculty, for example, that tend to see this as as an additional burden. Hey, I need to prepare my sessions, I need to prepare my lectures. Why do I need to need to make my documents accessible? Well, because you have to, right? So basically, we think that lifelong learning, not only for faculty, but also for students. Early this morning, one of the panelists was mentioning that the level of literacy in general, ICT literacy, that students bring with them when they join higher education, university, it tends to become lower for some reason. So we need to make sure that lifelong learning is actually leveraged by all these stakeholders, students, faculty, staff, probably decision makers. And you want to move on to the next?
Well, I will just want to continue with regards to this lifelong learning. I think everybody in our days should consider it. And on this note, I will mention that everybody is doing effort to provide to all stakeholders actually key resources to support us in doing so. And I cannot highlight more everything that is available, and also the efforts that we were doing in ITU in digital inclusion. We mentioned that we have self-paced training courses in ICT accessibility. We have self-paced training course in web accessibility. We have video tutorials for what we call digital content, as my colleague said. Everybody should make an effort, and we have to lead by example also, because we are pledging here about ICT accessibility, and how many of us really, when we post our messages through the media and our respective let's say connection, we put alternative text on the photos, or we ensure that this is accessible. So I invite you all to make an effort. These are freely available. Please use it and share with everyone around you, even with your kids. It will be even easier for them. And with this in mind, I will go to the session on web accessibility, because the web accessibility is such a top priority globally. Within the web accessibility, we were a little bit mixed between the Web Accessibility Directive and the European Accessibility Act. So we definitely mention some key issue that we'd like you to retain, that the Web Accessibility Directive mandate all EU member states public sector bodies to ensure all their websites accessible by next year in September. And the European Accessibility Act actually must be transposed by EU member states into their national legislation by June 22. So again, tomorrow. We also discussed that one of the main differences between the Web Accessibility Directive and the European Accessibility Act is that the Web Accessibility Directive only applies to websites and mobile applications of EU member states' public sector bodies. So, some key issue that everybody should know, because we are all European, and perhaps some of you, oh, you attended the second Accessible America, so what about this? So just at least few things that we have to have it very clear. And so the web accessibility across Europe, this is some very easy slides that we develop for you, and you will find it online. And of course, then we advance in the future of accessible audiovisual media services, TV and video programming, and we understand how important it is to bring users with disabilities into the design, development, and validation process. It's really key, but this is key in everything. The cost effectiveness should be one of the key goals when developing accessible services. We also reinforce the need of raising awareness, because even if the services are there, if the end users don't know that this is there, so it was a lot of work and we didn't reach the goal, and the end user don't know it. So it's a win-win for user and vendors. And the fact that we, one of the colleagues that I do not remember said how important it will be to personalize interfaces based on the end user specific needs as a recommendable approach to design further accessible audiovisual media services. And
yeah, so we are almost there. Finally, session 8, that was CMAU's session that was taking place earlier this afternoon. Just a few notes. The relevance of public procurement, of course, that we've been talking about that for quite a while throughout all the sessions, or most sessions, as a key driver. Well, I mean, we know public sector is going to spend the budget anyway, so what better than using that spending, public spending of the budget, taxpayers' money, all of our money, of course, into things that can benefit more people, right? If they add, in this case, accessibility provisions, right? Making sure that they add accessibility provisions. So this is definitely something the governments need to consider, and we all here are going to be pushing this with all our energy. Raising awareness, again, raising awareness all the time. That's a key question. Shadi mentioned it earlier today. Everybody mentioned it today. People need to know. I mean, we walk out of this building, we ask anyone, and how many do you bet are going to know anything about what we've been discussing here, right? So we need to talk about this more and more, right? Also during the session, they showed how audio description, in this case of videos, could be an example of how universal design works really well when it's part of the whole process, design process. Again, the same concept. I mean, adding accessibility features from the very beginning and getting them validated, and obviously involving end users with disabilities in this whole process. Again, touching on procurement, it's not always when we include in the whole procurement process and the terms of reference. Hey, this platform we're going to buy, this technology needs to conform to this and this and this standard, right? But what happens if that's not the case, right? Does the vendor get away with not providing something accessible as has been requested? So what happens? What's the liabilities that remain there? So that needs to be clarified. The rules have to be very, very clear from the very beginning. You guys have been discussing, the existing standards and regulations here in Europe, and a few things that may be missing, which are, for example, universal design principles, a specific mention of them, that apply to organizations themselves, So that's something that's probably missing, but then again, it's due to probably a lack of awareness across the board. So the bottom line is that universal design should be applied from the very beginning of the design process, the inception of the design and development of a product or a service. And in this case, for audiovisual content, such as, for example, movies or series, this means that we need to include this in the script as well. And just a final note on session 9, that was Andreas, I guess, that we didn't have time to include there, but we can just mention a few things that were reviewed, some text relay services that were being used in the UK, and the degree of satisfaction that users apparently showed on how well it worked. Also some example of mobile apps for notifications of in emergency situations, something critical as we know. Also the review of some of the existing challenges and standards. And also the importance of again, sharing information throughout the industry on all these best practices, all the standards that apply, and why all this is important. Again, awareness raising once more. So that's pretty much it. Anything else that you want to
Well, based on this, I will invite you all to take a look on this quiz, and once you complete it, I will ask you to come here and just to write your name and to sign, because then it will be very easy to say, I was attending, I give you my quiz, and we don't have any proof. So please put it there. This week will end if the 70% of the responses are correct with an ITU certification on fundamentals of ICT accessibility. So every effort is rewarded. Yes, Masahito, please.
Yeah, my name is Masahito Kamari. I have a few questions about this questionnaire.
Yes.
Where did you get the source? Where do you get the information?
The information is
About the correct answers. Where
the
did
correct answer. So everything was done in-house in ITU based on the work that we are doing with the member states and based on the knowledge that it was shared throughout these 2 days here. So everything that is there, but if you need any assistance, we can go more in detail. Yes, Andrea?
Yeah, and I'd like to correct something.
Yeah.
It's not just text relay. We talked about all different kinds of relay. And
Absolutely,
if you leave people in this room who are not au fait with it, with the idea that it was just text relay. Am I closer? Oh, I think I'm loud enough without it, bloody heck. But anyhow, then you give the wrong technology information out. You have to be very careful about reporting on what we spoke about, because we're moving on and we have to get the right information out there. So forgive me for correcting, but it's a real point with me. Thank you for letting me say that.
Yeah, it's correct. For the very beginning, we said that from the purpose of the time, we just try to put some highlight without having any idea that this is exhaustive, or this reflects the whole discussion that we have. So please bear with us. We really try to just make a wrap up for you the best we could, considering the circumstances. And offline, we'll be very happy to discuss more. So with this in mind,
just one question. What do you mean by certificate? What do you certify?
So I'm certifying that you have a minimum fundamental when we talk about this ICT accessibility.
So how do you define minimum? Where did you get the information?
We discussed this with the ITU Academy. So this is jointly with our colleagues in ITU, and as
we worked in ITU. Did you check the accessibility checklist?
I don't understand your question, Masahito.
There is accessibility checklist in ITUT, and also there's
But this is not about this. This is about Development Bureau. It's about some notion that we would like the members to have on this, and I will be very thankful if we try to tailor this to this specific event. So thank you very much for your understanding. And with this in mind, I would like to thank you all for your time and patience to arrive to this end. And we'll get back to you with some results and with additional information for anything that you may need. And thank you again for going back home and became advocate for together building digital inclusive societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We arrived to the closing ceremony of this forum part, so please remain seated. I have the great pleasure to invite the CEO of the agency support.
No, it's very important.
Hello, I know that everyone is very tired, so I just want to thank you, Commissioner Elena Dalli, for being with us. And we hope to see you tomorrow. And I hope that you had all a fruitful day. So see you tomorrow for more deliberations. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for these words. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's really great pleasure to already to arrive to the end of the forum part. In front of us, there is excellent 2 hours of the work on the project laboratory. There is also 1 hour of the certification session. So tomorrow we will start at 9, but let me thank to the European Commission for their support. Thanks to all stakeholders, we have had 250 stakeholders with us from more than 30 countries here with us. So I think this is great proof of this, that we are getting our community larger and larger. We would like to also congratulate one more time to the 14 nominees, 5 winners of the contest. We would like to also thank to those who prepared the background papers. We developed a lot of knowledge base. Please consult the website in order to reference to the all presentations and all material provided to you on the website, and also of the videography, which the whole meeting was captured, and the video stream is available on the website of the government. Also, let me thank for all contributions. As you know, there are the contributions. Tomorrow we'll be going through some of them. If those who did not provide still the contribution to the meeting, please do so. This is very quick thing to do, but very powerful, because like this we can see what you are doing and how we can also build links between this, what we are doing, and what we would like to achieve for the region. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, thanks to all of you. I will reiterate thanks to the teams tomorrow, once we will be finally closing the session. Last session of the Accessible Europe, but really you are great as the great public, and thanks to the host, and also to the Portugal, which will be hosting us next year. So thank you, round of applause, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.